I'm surprised that you've already reached the late deity transformation stage in such a short time, Guor. Looks like your ice essence body is living up to its reputation, Hanli said with a smile. It's all thanks to your guidance and pills, master. Otherwise, there's no way I would have reached this level so quickly, Bai Guer replied with a respectful duck of her head. Xilingzi, you've also reached the late deity transformation stage bottleneck, right? Hanli asked. Xilingzi's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly replied, I am indeed only one step away from reaching the late deity transformation stage, but I'm unable to take that step no matter what I try. Looks like it's about time you two ventured into the primordial world. Your cultivation journey has progressed very smoothly thus far due to your exceptional aptitude and the pills I provided you with, but if you want to reach the spatial tempering stage, cultivation alone won't allow you to get there. As is the case with a flower in a greenhouse, there's no way you can develop to your full potential without experiencing hardships. Only in the primordial world can you find the opportunities that belong to you. I can bestow upon you my experiences and insights, but they may not be suitable for you, Hanli said in a meaningful voice. Xilingzi was elated to hear this, and he replied, Thank you for your guidance, master. I had also been considering whether it was time for me to venture into the primordial world. Now that I've received your approval, I can make a decision. Junior Marshal Sister Bai and I will be preparing for the journey right away. Bai Guer also agreed with an unchanged expression, clearly having already anticipated this. The primordial world is an extremely perilous place, and it's not uncommon to see even body integration stage beings perish in there. You two are only at the late deity transformation stage, so that risk is naturally only heightened for you. As such, I have some treasures for you to use when your lives are under threat, Hanli said. Thank you, master. Xilingzi and Bai Guer didn't know what treasures Hanli would bestow upon them, but they were still very grateful in advance. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face as he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing 2 storage bracelets, one for each disciple. I've already prepared the treasures, and I had originally intended to wait for a few years before giving them to you, but it looks like I'll have to change my plans. There aren't many treasures in those storage bracelets, but if you use them wisely, you'll be able to save yourself several times even against the average body integration stage being, Hanli said in a confident manner. Xilingzi and Bai Guer injected their spiritual sense into the storage bracelets, and they were ecstatic with what they saw as they extended another grateful salute. Master, Senior Marshal Brother Qi and Junior Marshal Sister Bai are both going to the primordial world. Can I also? Haiyuetian was already becoming rather fidgety upon hearing Hanli's instructions for Xilingzi and Bai Guer to go to the primordial world, and now that Hanli was presenting them with treasures, he couldn't but step forward as well. You're currently only at the early deity transformation stage. Even if I give you a life-saving treasure, you won't be able to unleash much of its power. Besides, even though you've temporarily weathered the storm stirred up by your recessive lightning spiritual root, who knows whether there are still people watching you from the shadows. Perhaps you'll be abducted by some old monster as soon as you leave the Holy Island to be used as a tribulation transcendence tool. Stay on the island and continue to cultivate for now. As long as you stay on the Holy Island, even the Grand Ascension stage beings of the foreign races wouldn't dare to come after you. This will be your punishment for not being able to keep your mouth shut, Hanli harumphed coldly in response. Haiyuetian shuddered upon receiving the scolding, and he hurriedly said, Please just pretend like I never said anything. Once Xilingzi departs for the primordial world, you'll be in charge of his disciples until he gets back. Hopefully, the added responsibility will help you become more steadfast and mature, Hanli said with a smile. Yes, master. Xilingzi and Haiyuetian both gave affirmative responses, but the latter was still rather displeased by this arrangement. After that, Hanli turned to Zhu Guo, and his expression eased slightly as he said, Your cultivation base has also improved. Looks like you haven't been slacking off during your time on the Holy Island. Come to my room tomorrow at noon. I have some things that I want to ask you. Zhu Guo was quite elated to hear this, and she immediately replied, Yes, senior. By the way, have you received any news about fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix? Hanli asked. Xilingzi replied, We haven't received any news from Senior Ice Phoenix yet, but her soul lamp has remained lit this entire time, so we presumed that she was still exploring the primordial world. It's about time she came back. Could it be that she's encountered some trouble? Even if her soul lamp is fine, she could still be trapped somewhere, Hanli mused with a contemplative expression. Senior Ice Phoenix is a spatial tempering stage being, and with her Ice Phoenix body, she should be able to ensure self-preservation even against the average body integration stage being, so she should be fine, Haiyuetian said. I certainly hope so, Hanli replied with furrowed brows. Meanwhile, in the air above a certain body of water on the Tianyuan continent, a white-robed young man with golden and silver patterns on his face was facing off against a pride of fiery lions. The young man's appearance was very ordinary, and he bore a slight resemblance to Han Li. Several hundred feet behind the young man stood a beautiful silver-robed woman, looking on at the confrontation with a cold expression. What a bunch of idiots! I only concealed my aura for a brief moment, and they immediately rushed out to attack me. So be it. I haven't had any live prey in a long while. You'll suffice as a meal. The white-robed young man harumphed coldly as he appraised the pack of deity transformation stage lions. He then made a hand seal and 6 identical wings appeared on his back amid a flash of white light. The 6 wings were only around a foot in length each, and they were extremely thin, to the point that they were virtually transparent. The fiery lions facing him weren't very intelligent, but their ruthless instincts were triggered by the young man's actions, and the largest lion that was leading from the front immediately let loose a ferocious roar. All of the lions immediately released a scorching heat wave toward the young man, and a few of them had even blasted fireballs out of their mouths. In the face of their collective attacks, a cold smile appeared on the white-robed young man's face, and he suddenly flapped his 6 wings, upon which he instantly vanished on the spot. The fireballs instantly exploded in midair, sending ferocious waves of flames sweeping in all directions, encompassing even the silver-robed woman, who was standing not far away. The silver-robed woman's expression darkened slightly, and she remained on the spot, but a translucent white phoenix projection that was over 100 feet tall suddenly emerged behind her. The projection flapped its wings, and a burst of white glacial chi swept forth to envelop her in a secure barrier. The barrier made a sizzling sound as it came into contact with the flames, but remained resolute and kept the flames at bay. Right at this moment, a 6-winged projection appeared among the pride of lions in a wraith-like manner. The white projection traversed through the scorching flames as if they didn't even exist, then plunged an arm into a nearby fiery lion like lightning. Translucent light swept forth from the arm, and a formidable glacial aura instantly snuffed out the flames burning on the lion's body, then sealed it into a massive block of ice. The other lions hurriedly retreated in a panic upon seeing this, then pounced toward the white projection again. But at this point, the projection had already vanished. Meanwhile, the lion that had just been sealed in ice exploded into massive chunks amid an anguished wail. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beside a few other fiery lions, and the 6-winged projection re-emerged before plunging an arm through another lion's body. Thus, one lion was quickly felled after another, and once most of the pride had been slain, the remaining fiery lions were finally struck by a sense of fear. Their leader let loose a low roar, and all of them immediately fled as giant fireballs. You're not getting away that easily. The white projection reverted back into the white-robed young man, who cast his gaze toward the fleeing lions with a cold expression. Immediately thereafter, around a dozen identical arms sprouted out of the young man's abdomen, and he thrust those arms toward the fleeing fiery lions from afar, then released around a dozen pillars of translucent light. The pillars of light vanished in a flash, and at this point, all of the fleeing fiery lions had been frozen into massive chunks of ice. A cold look appeared on the white-robed young man's face as he flapped his wings and instantly appeared before one of the blocks of ice, then thrust a nonchalant palm toward it. The fiery lion within the ice abruptly shuddered, then exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A ball of red light formed by its soul was desperately darting around within the blood mist, but was unable to escape its icy prison. The white-robed young man then opened his mouth in an unhurried manner to expel a burst of white light that seeped into the chunk of ice, sweeping up both the blood mist and the lion's soul before drawing them into his mouth to be devoured. He then did the same thing to a few other fiery lions, and a pleased look appeared on his face as he turned to the silver-robed woman in the distance. Fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix, would you like to taste some of this live prey? It's quite delicious. The silver-robed woman was none other than the ice phoenix that had left the human race many years ago. However, her aura was several times more powerful than it had been back then, and she seemed to be only one step away from reaching the body integration stage. "I don't consume live prey, you can help yourself, fellow Taoist," the ice phoenix replied in an expressionless manner. Immediately thereafter, he devoured the rest of the fiery lions in the blink of an eye, then arrived back beside the ice phoenix. "Let's keep going, fellow Taoist ice phoenix. I heard that the race nearby shares close ties with a certain major race on the Thunder continent, so they must have set up a super teleportation formation capable of traversing between continents. If we can make use of that, we'll be able to save a lot of time," the white-robed young man said. The ice phoenix hesitated momentarily before asking with a grim expression, "Are you really planning to travel to the Thunder continent, fellow Taoist Six-Wing?" "Of course. If I hadn't received the news that my former master has also reached the Grand Ascension stage, I would have perhaps returned to the human race. But now, a trip to the Thunder continent is mandatory. Otherwise, with my current powers, I'm not confident that I'll be able to defeat him." The white-robed young man chuckled coldly, and even his expressions bore a striking resemblance to Han Li's. "If I recall correctly, Brother Han treated you quite well in the past. In fact, if he hadn't fed you all those pills, you wouldn't even have been able to attain intelligence, let alone make it to this point," the ice phoenix said as her brows furrowed slightly. "My intention to kill Han Li has nothing to do with how he treated me in the past. Back when he was my master, he planted a servant mark in my soul. Even though I've erased most of its effect using a secret technique, I won't be able to completely escape its influence unless he's dead. I've already attained intelligence and a human form, so I'm destined to pursue the great Tao. How could I allow such a damning weakness to continue to exist? As such, this trip to the Thunder continent is one that I absolutely must make," the white-robed young man replied in a cold voice. "Even so, do you really think you'll be able to find what you're looking for on the Thunder continent? That thing only exists in legends. If you ask me, you have next to no chance of finding it," the ice phoenix said. "Don't you worry about that. I wouldn't be making this trip if I didn't have confidence. The Plane Een race has indeed rarely ever been sighted on the Thunder continent, but it's said that this race can communicate directly with the Een star to manifest Plane Een star chi. If I can absorb that star chi with my reverse spirit true Een technique, I'll be able to attain a body that's powerful enough to match those of true spirits. When that time comes, I'll be able to kill Han Li with ease," the white-robed young man replied in a nonchalant manner. The ice phoenix's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and she said through gritted teeth, "Why is it that you insist on taking me along with you? If you want to kill me, then just do it." "Why would I do that? Extreme Een beings that have attained human bodies like you and I are extremely rare, and we're of opposite genders as well, so we're a perfect match. After I kill Han Li, you can become my Tao companion," the white-robed young man chuckled. The ice phoenix's face paled upon hearing this. "You're a Grand Ascension stage being. Don't you think it's unbecoming of someone of your status to force others into becoming your Tao companion?" "Humph, it's exactly because I'm a Grand Ascension stage being that I'm unwilling to give up on a potential Tao companion like you, who possesses power of the same attribute as myself and aptitude to match mine as well. As for how others see me, why should I care?" The white-robed young man harumphed in a disdainful manner. A hint of fury flashed through the ice phoenix's eyes upon hearing this, but she knew that she had no chance of escaping from this man, so she simply fell into a brooding silence. The white-robed young man didn't continue the conversation, either, and he swept a sleeve through the air, upon which a six-winged white centipede projection emerged behind him, then encompassed both of them before flapping its wings and flying away as a streak of white light. After just a few flashes, both of them had vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, on the Holy Island, Han Li discussed some important matters with his disciples in his cave abode, then waved a dismissive hand and instructed, "All right, aside from Bai Guer, you can all go now. I'd like to speak to her in private." "Yes, master." "Yes, senior." Qi Lingzi Hai Yuetian and Zhu Guer all gave affirmative responses in a respectful manner before exiting the hall, leaving only Han Li and Bai Guer in the room. "Guer, do you know why I asked you to stay behind?" Han Li asked following everyone's departure. I'm assuming it has something to do with my upcoming journey to the primordial world, Bai Guo replied after a brief hesitation. You're a smart girl, it does indeed have something to do with that. Do you remember what I said when I first took you as my disciple? Han Li asked with a faint smile. Are you referring to the object that you wanted me to seek out with my ice essence body? I never dared to forget this even for a single instant. Bai Guo hurriedly replied. Hee. Now that you've reached a decent cultivation base and are about to head to the primordial world, I can disclose the full details of the task to you, Han Li said. Please go ahead, master. Bai Guo prompted in a respectful manner. The task shouldn't be too difficult for you to complete. The item that I want you to search for is known as Vastine Stone, and it's generally situated hundreds of thousands of feet below glaciers and surrounded by boundless glacial chi, so it's undetectable to spiritual sense. Only someone like you with an ice essence body would be able to sense it from afar. I require a lot of this material, so I'll need you to collect it for me during your journey. If you can find a satisfactory amount, I'll be sure to reward you handsomely, Han Li said. If you hadn't saved me from my dire condition as a child, I wouldn't even be alive today. I'll be sure to do everything in my power to complete the assigned task. Bai Guo immediately replied as she knelt down onto the ground. Your cultivation base isn't very advanced, so don't force yourself, just keep an eye out for this material during your journey, Han Li said as he gestured for Bai Guo to rise to her feet. Bai Guo stood up and gave an affirmative response, but in her heart she had already decided that she was going to search for Vastine stones with all her might. After chatting for a while longer, Han Li dismissed Bai Guo, and thus he was the only one left in the hall. He sat on his chair and tapped the armrest absent-mindedly with one hand, while stroking his chin with the other. Back when he had first obtained the refinement method for the integrated 5 extreme mountains, he had thought that he would only be able to refine 1 or 2 extreme mountains at most. To his surprise, he had encountered many opportunities since then, allowing him to refine the Extreme Essence-Fused Mountain, Extreme High Zenith Azure Mountain, and Extreme 5 Elemental Yin-Yang Mountain. If Bai Guo could track down enough Vastine stones to allow him to refine the Extreme Vastine Glacial Mountain as well, then he would have 4 extreme mountains in total. The only one that remained was the Extreme Great North Essence Mountain, which he had received some leads on back in the human world. With his current powers, it would naturally be impossible to descend into the human world in person, but it wouldn't be impossible for him to send a spiritual sense clone into the human world with the help of a few realm-breaking treasures. However, this was quite a risky ploy, and he had to devise a good plan before he could make the decision. If he could complete the full set of integrated 5 extreme mountains, not only would he not have to fear his next few heavenly tribulations, they could even help him transcend his Ascension tribulation. With that in mind, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face. Half a day later, Han Li was seated on a futon within a secret chamber on the Holy Island that was surrounded by powerful restrictions. There was a yellow ball of light hovering before him, within which was contained a fist-sized yellow gourd. This was none other than one of the 3 most premium treasures he had obtained from Qi Ling's collection. The Azure Halberd had been given to Silvermoon, and the final one of those 3 treasures was naturally none other than that Ink Spirit Holy Ark. The Azure Halberd had been infused with a fragment of an unknown profound heavenly treasure, granting it immense metal and wood attribute powers. As for the Ink Spirit Holy Ark, not only was it extremely massive and fast, it also possessed the ability to tear through space, so it certainly lived up to its reputation as one of the top 3 flying treasures of the Elder Devil realm. In contrast, this yellow gourd was refined from some type of unknown material that could absorb one's spiritual sense, and its lid was sealed tightly on its opening, making it impossible to open through conventional means. As such, Han Li had no idea what the gourd contained nor what its true purpose was. However, whenever he grabbed the gourd and shook it around, a string of resounding booms would ring out within, indicating that it most likely contained something quite extraordinary. The mysterious nature of the gourd naturally made Han Li very intrigued. Back when he had first obtained the item, he had swallowed it and used his true essence to refine it day and night. Now that so many days had passed, the treasure had finally been mostly refined and could be truly opened. Han Li appraised the gourd momentarily before making a hand seal, then instantly flicked his 10 fingers through the air. A string of 5 colored runes shot forth, then vanished into the gourd in a flash. He then made an extremely peculiar hand seal, and the Provenance true devil projection emerged behind him amid a flash of golden light. A ball of black chi also surged out of his glabella before transforming into the law destruction eye. Black light flashed erratically within the eye, following which an inky black translucent thread shot forth before revolving around the opening of the gourd in a flash. The lid of the gourd shuddered before falling off on its own. A resounding boom rang out as specks of yellow light surged out in a frenzy, transforming into countless grains of yellow sand. These grains of sand were very translucent and had wisps of yellow chi revolving around them. All of the grains of sand then converged to form a yellow cloud that was around 10 feet in size, looking completely unremarkable. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the cloud of yellow sand, and a surprised look immediately appeared on his face. This is baleful golden astral sand. On top of that, it's been carefully refined so that it's completely fused as one with the gourd. It's quite impressive that this sacred ancestor Qi Ling was able to track down such an exotic treasure. Han Li murmured to himself as he made a grabbing motion toward the cloud of sand. A burst of invisible suction force swept toward the yellow sand, and all of the grains of sand suddenly converged to form a translucent sandball that was extremely heavy. As a result of its enormous weight, the sandball only moved a short distance before stopping on the spot. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. He hadn't even unleashed a tenth of his power with that grab, but it was still more than powerful enough to crush the average body integration stage being. Yet it wasn't even enough to move this ball of sand. This was further testament to the remarkable properties of baleful golden astral sand. Han Li had read about this rare material on some ancient tomes, and he knew that the most remarkable aspect about this material wasn't its incredible weight. Instead, it was a pair of fearsome abilities that the sand possessed. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Having said that, I'm the only one that can maximize the power of this sand. In the hands of anyone else, even that sacred ancestor Qi Ling, they most likely wouldn't even be able to unleash half of this material's power. Han Li murmured to himself with a smile on his face before drawing the gourd into his grasp, then chanted something as he swept a hand toward the cloud of sand up ahead. The ball of sand immediately disintegrated, fusing back into the surrounding sand cloud, following which the sand cloud transformed into a massive yellow python that pounced toward the gourd. The yellow gourd drew in the sand python amid a resounding boom, and the lid that had fallen off earlier somehow reappeared to seal the gourd's opening once again. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and the gourd was stowed away amid a flash of golden light. After that, he began to meditate in the secret chamber. Around 2 hours later, his eyes suddenly sprang open again, and he flicked his wrist to release a black bracelet. He then chanted something before pointing at the bracelet several times in succession, and a black object emerged from the bracelet amid a flash of golden light before hovering still in midair. This was a black insect cocoon that was riddled with thin purple patterns, and it was roughly the size of a watermelon. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he appraised the cocoon, then waved a hand through the air to draw it closer to him. He laid his hand onto the cocoon while inspecting it through narrowed eyes, seemingly using some type of secret technique to detect something. Moments later, an elated look appeared on his face. It's very close to breaking out of the cocoon. Let me give it a hand. As soon as his voice trailed off, golden light erupted from his hand, and a burst of enormous true essential power surged into the cocoon through his hand. The purple patterns on the surface of the cocoon immediately began to glow, and the entire cocoon fluctuated erratically in size. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a heartbeat rang out within the cocoon. The sound gradually became louder and more pronounced while Han Li continued to inject true essence into the cocoon. After 2 whole hours had passed, the black cocoon finally shattered, and a streak of golden light shot out from within, containing a miniature purplish-golden figure that was around 3 inches tall. The miniature figure had a full set of limbs and a pair of eyes that were as pristine white as jade, but it had no mouth or nose. So this is the legendary gold-devouring beetle monarch. Han Li mused with a peculiar look on his face as he appraised the miniature figure. In the next instant, the purplish-golden figure suddenly turned its gaze toward Han Li, who was immediately struck by a cold chill on either side of his neck. 2 streaks of golden light that were around a foot in length appeared without any warning before converging toward the center. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he instantly vanished on the spot in a wraith-like manner. The two streaks of golden light swept through the spot where he had been standing just a moment ago at an incredible speed before abruptly vanishing in a flash. Spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and Han Li re-emerged in another corner of the secret chamber. As soon as he appeared, he laid a hand onto his own neck with a stunned expression. A thin gash had appeared on each side of his neck, looking as if he had been attacked by a pair of sharp blades. Considering how powerful Han Li's body was, it was quite astonishing that he had been harmed so easily. Han Li's heart jolted as he cast a grim gaze toward the miniature purplish-golden figure. At the same time, he suddenly bit through the tip of his own tongue to expel a mouthful of blood essence, then quickly pointed a finger forward. The ball of blood essence quickly transformed into an unknown crimson rune, which swelled drastically in size at Han Li's behest before flashing erratically in brightness. At the same time, an identical rune of a much smaller size appeared on the miniature figure's glabella, and the figure shuddered as the rune vanished into its head in a flash. The miniature purplish-golden figure began to shudder even more violently as if it were under immense agony. But in the next instant, it suddenly stood up straight again before sweeping its fingers toward Han Li from afar. 10 dazzling streaks of golden light immediately reached Han Li before slashing toward him in a flash, striking him with a bone-chilling sensation, and even his protective spiritual light seemed to be unable to withstand the attacks. Even at his current cultivation base, Han Li couldn't help but shudder in response to this chilling sensation, and his limbs suddenly became extremely sluggish. Right as the streaks of golden light were about to slice Han Li's body into pieces, a cold harumph suddenly rang out. As soon as the miniature purplish-golden figure heard this sound, it felt as if it had received a hammer blow to the head, and it stumbled as it almost plummeted out of midair. As a result, the 10 streaks of golden light become completely erratic and directionless. Han Li took advantage of this opportunity to transform into a bolt of lightning to evade the attacks, then appeared elsewhere in an unhurried manner. Almost at the exact same moment, the massive crimson rune also shot forth toward Han Li as a ball of crimson light. Countless spiritual sense threads suddenly erupted out of Han Li's glabella, all of which vanished into the crimson rune in a flash, and the rune was abruptly brought to a screeching halt. Right at this moment, the miniature purplish-golden figure suddenly let loose a sharp cry, then fell onto the ground in an unconscious state. Spiritual light flashed from Han Li's glabella, and his law destruction eye vanished before he cast his gaze down toward the miniature figure and heaved a faint sigh. I knew that the restrictions I planted in the past wouldn't work once this thing evolved to become a beetle monarch. Fortunately, I had the foresight to tamper with the 3 faux beetle monarchs before they devoured one another. If I hadn't done that, it would be very difficult to control this beetle monarch. However, as a safety precaution, it looks like I'll have to refine it again using a secret technique. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release over 100 flags, which instantly formed a formation that was several tens of feet in size in the secret chamber. At the center of the formation was none other than the unconscious purplish-golden figure. Han Li began to chant an incantation as he flicked incantation seals through the air, all of which vanished into the formation in a flash. Countless thin 5-colored threads emerged around the formation, then quickly converged toward the center to bind the miniature figure tightly. Han Li then opened his mouth to expel several more balls of blood essence that transformed into crimson runes which shot forth toward the purplish-golden figure. At the same time, loud buzzing rang out within the entire formation and waves of light surged toward the center of the formation. After a long while, the door of the secret chamber was opened, and Han Li emerged from within with a smile on his face. It was clear that his refinement of the gold-devouring beetle monarch had been very successful. A month later, Xianxia and Bai Guo bade farewell to Han Li, embarking on their journey to the primordial world. After roughly another half a month, Han Li, Silvermoon, and Zhu Guo also departed from the Holy Island, traveling toward a certain region of the demon race on the Ink Spirit Holy Ark. Close to a month passed by in a flash, and the Ink Spirit Holy Ark encountered any demonic beings, but all of them immediately gave the Ark a wide berth upon seeing its mountainous stature and the vast array of powerful devil crystal puppets standing on the Ark's deck. However, not long after that, Han Li's Ark still alerted a demonic cultivating residing deep in the sea as if it was flying over that stretch of the ocean. This demonic cultivator was at the early body integration stage, and it had arrived here over 10,000 years ago before forcibly evicting several powerful demonic tribes in the area. Since then, it had regarded this area of the sea, which was quite abundant in resources, as its own territory. Not only was this demonic cultivator extremely powerful, it also had a very foul temper and several powerful treasures. So even other body integration stage demonic cultivators generally refrained from encroaching upon its territory. Thus, all demonic beings that traveled through the area had to inform this demonic cultivator in advance. On this day, the demonic cultivator was in the process of refining a cauldron of extremely important pills in a secret chamber of its underwater cave abode when a siren suddenly rang out outside the secret chamber. The demonic cultivator was startled by this, and azure demonic flames that he was fanning abruptly reared up. The pristine white cauldron that the pills were being refined in flashed erratically, and a charred smell immediately wafted through the air. The body integration stage demonic cultivator roared with fury upon seeing this, and it didn't even bother to check the alarm formation outside the secret chamber before flying out of its cave abode as a streak of white light. The ingredients required to refine the pills were extremely precious, and it had taken the demonic cultivator a lot of effort to gather enough for one bout of pill refinement. Now that the pills had been ruined, it immediately flew into a blind rage and rushed out to confront the culprit. Even though it didn't know who it was that had activated the alarm restriction, it had already made up its mind. If the culprit were an important figure, then it would let things slide with some compensation. However, if that weren't the case, then it would tear the culprit to shreds to assuage its fury. This demonic cultivator was able to travel extremely quickly through the water using a water movement technique, and as soon as it sprang out of the surface of the sea, it bellowed, "Who dares to encroach upon my territory? Surrender yourselves now and perhaps I'll." The demonic cultivator's voice abruptly cut off as a stunned look appeared on its face as it caught sight of the culprit. A mountainous black arc was currently traveling toward it at an altitude of several thousand feet, and standing atop the arc was a massive puppet army that sent chills running down the demonic cultivator's spine. There were several puppets that were giving off auras superior even to its own, and it immediately swallowed the rest of its words. The demonic cultivator immediately put on a fawning smile and said, "Ah, there's been a misunderstanding. I mistook you for someone else. I'll be on my way now so I don't delay you any longer." Immediately thereafter, it began to descend toward the sea down below. "Hold on, you're Patriarch Huashur, right? We just so happen to be looking for a powerful being familiar with this area. You can stay for now." Silvermoon's voice rang out from the arc. As soon as her voice trailed off, for body integration stage puppets rose up from the arc before flying directly toward the demonic cultivator. Patriarch Huashur's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately plummeted out of the sky as a streak of white light while releasing several protective treasures at once. However, right at this moment, the 4 devil crystal puppet thrust their 8 palms down toward Patriarch Huashur in unison, unleashing a burst of tremendous force that instantly shattered his protective treasures into specks of spiritual light. Patriarch Huashur himself was also completely immobilized as the air tightened around him. His face turned deathly pale, and he could only look on helplessly as the 4 puppets flew toward him. One of them puppets picked him up with a single hand, then flew back toward the giant black arc with its puppet companions. Moments later, Patriarch Huashur was presented before Han Li, Zhu Guir, and Silvermoon in the hall on the highest level of the Ink Spirit Holy Ark. The puppet tossed Patriarch Huashur onto the ground, then retreated expressionlessly out of the hall. Even though Patriarch Huashur was no longer being bound, the puppets had somehow managed to completely seal away his magic power, making it impossible for him to access it. Furthermore, it could sense that Silvermoon's aura was more powerful than his own, while Han Li's aura was completely unfathomable to him, and he didn't dare to resist any further as he extended a respectful salute toward Han Li with a wry smile. Huashur pays his respects to his seniors. "What can I do for you?" Han Li appraised Patriarch Huashur with a hint of a smile on his face, but didn't immediately reply to his question. Instead, it was Silvermoon who asked, "You're acting very tame and civilized now. Why was it that you were trying to escape just a moment ago?" "That was only an instinctive reaction for self-preservation. After all, it's only natural that I would try to avoid beings as powerful as yourselves. Patriarch Huashur replied in an awkward manner while stealing occasional wary glances at Han Li. Humph. Judging from how aggressive you were, I don't think self-preservation was on your mind. Could it be that you were trying to target us? Silvermoon harumphed as a cold look appeared on her face. Most definitely not. I was merely too brash and mistook you for some juniors that were encroaching upon my territory. Please forgive me for my arrogant display. Patriarch Huashur hurriedly explained as cold sweat began to pour down his back. Silvermoon chuckled coldly in response before falling silent. At this moment, Han Li said in an indifferent voice, I don't care what your intentions were. You dared to provoke me, so you have to do something for me before I'll let you leave. Otherwise, you'll be facing some stern punishment. Patriarch Huashur was lamenting his own ill fortune internally, but he could only force a smile onto his face as he replied, I'll be sure to serve you to the best of my abilities, Senior. What is it that you would like me to do? Don't worry, it's a very simple task. All I want is for you to find a certain place for me. I heard that there's a damaged ancient altar here that travels through the area on its own. Is this true? Han Li asked with a faint smile. Patriarch Huashur's heart eased slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly replied, Ah, so you're searching for that altar. I have seen it on multiple occasions in the past, but it'll require some luck to track it down. All I can do is take you to the places that the altar has frequently been sighted at. All right, then lead the way, Han Li instructed, and Zhu Guer's eyes immediately lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Thus, the giant black ark paused in midair for a while longer before flying toward another direction, quickly vanishing into the distance. 2 months later, the mountainous ink spirit holy ark appeared in the sky above a massive lush forest. Han Li, Silvermoon, and Zhu Guer were all standing at the front of the ark, while Patriarch Huashur was standing slightly behind them with a respectful expression. At this point, he had already been made aware that Han Li was the new Grand Ascension cultivator that had arisen from the human race, and he immediately abandoned all of the sneaky plots he was contemplating upon learning this. During this period of time, he had guided Han Li's trio through this region in a very obedient manner, and they had visited several places that the ancient altar regularly appeared at. Unfortunately, they still hadn't tracked down the altar yet. This is the next place you were talking about? Han Li asked. Yes, Senior. This forest is very renowned among our demon race as a lethal region for all those below the deity transformation stage. Beings of the spatial tempering stage and above can ensure self-preservation in the forest, but anyone with a lower cultivation base than that will be very prone to losing their lives here. Not only is this forest filled with vicious natural traps, the demonic beasts here are extremely powerful, and there are also several species of poisonous insects that are very difficult to deal with. Of course, none of that applies to a powerful being of your caliber, Senior, Patriarch Huashur explained in a respectful voice. Han Li nodded before asking in an expressionless manner, Has the altar really appeared here before? I've heard from several fellow Taoists that they've seen the altar from afar on a few occasions at the center of the swamp down below. However, the altar is already damaged, so it doesn't have much use aside from some of the ancient runes on its surface that can be referenced by formation masters, Patriarch Huashur replied. In that case, let's go down there. I have a feeling that there's a 70% to 80% chance that the altar is situated here, Han Li said with a faint smile. Silvermoon and Zhu Guer were both elated to hear this. Thus, they descended from the giant ark toward the vast swamp in the forest down below. There was a layer of poisonous green mist above the swamp, and no cultivator below the spatial tempering stage would be able to stay in there for very long unless they possessed special protective treasures. Furthermore, there were tiny wasp-like poisonous insects within the mist that were extremely difficult to expel once they entered one's body. As such, this was indeed an extremely perilous place for the average demonic cultivator, but it was naturally nothing in the eyes of Han Li. Several balls of silver flames erupted out of his body, and bursts of heat waves instantly swept forth in all directions, eradicating all of the poisonous mist within an area of around an acre. All of the poisonous insects lurking within the mist were also instantly incinerated into nothingness. Occasionally, the group was attacked by a few reckless demon beasts, but those were all taken care of by Silvermoon with ease. A short while later, the group arrived at a nondescript corner of the swamp, and Han Li's eyes abruptly lit up. From several kilometers away, he could see an ancient altar that was around 1,000 feet tall hovering in midair. There it is. Hua Shi, you can stay here while we go on ahead, Han Li instructed. Patriarch Hua Shi naturally had no objections and hurriedly agreed with a respectful bow. Thus, Han Li's trio headed toward the tall altar, and a short while later, they arrived at their destination. Han Li paused on the spot as he carefully examined the altar to find that it was rectangular in shape and was comprised of 3 levels. Its surface was riddled with unidentifiable ancient characters, but most of it was covered under a layer of green moss. The 4 corners of the altar were all damaged to a certain extent, indicating that it was a very old structure. This really is an ancient compass altar. According to Bao Hua, all we have to do is use a secret technique at a set time to activate the coordinates recorded on the altar, and we'll be able to find the entrance to the small spirit sky. Guer, you were born in the small spirit sky, so your soul naturally contains a hint of that realm's aura. As such, the coordinates can be calculated more accurately if I can borrow a wisp of your spiritual sense, Han Li said. No problem, senior, Zhu Guer hurriedly replied, and judging from her joyful expression, it was clear that she was also very much looking forward to being able to return to the small spirit sky. Silver Moon was also very happy for Zhu Guer. Han Li had already revealed to her that there was a good chance that Nangong Wan was in the small spirit sky, but with Silver Moon's current mental state, she naturally wouldn't become jealous like a normal woman. Instead, she was happy to go with Han Li to search for Nangong Wan in the small spirit sky. Han Li was confident that Bao Hua wouldn't lie to him about something like this. But it was his first time calculating the coordinates of an entrance to another realm using an ancient altar. As such, he didn't know if any mishaps could occur or how much deviation he should account for in the results. Thus, even though he appeared quite calm, he was not as confident as he looked. If it weren't for the fact that Bao Hua had told him that this type of altar could only be activated at a set time, he wouldn't have waited so long to do this. A series of thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind as he appraised the altar before him, and he suddenly swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that swept up both himself and Zhu Guer before the 2 of them vanished in unison. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on the highest level of the altar, and the 2 of them re-emerged there. Silver Moon remained at the foot of the altar, looking up at Han Li with a hint of concern in her eyes. Han Li swept his gaze through the surrounding area to find that the altar was completely empty. However, as he cast his gaze onto the ground below, he immediately discovered that there was a circular compass-like formation on the edge of the altar. The entire formation was over 100 feet in size and covered virtually the entire top level of the altar. However, some of the runes on the formation were displaying signs of wear and had become very unclear. Han Li had already been informed that as long as the majority of the formation remained intact, small missing sections wouldn't affect the outcome of the calculations, so he wasn't all that concerned about this. Thus, he took a deep breath before making a hand seal, then cast an incantation seal into the formation. The formation flashed erratically several times as it was activated, and balls of light of different colors immediately began to appear in the air above the altar before injecting themselves into the altar. Han Li continued to flick his fingers through the air, releasing more and more incantation seals, and soon, slight tremors were running through the entire formation. At the same time, bands of gentle light had begun to take shape nearby before revolving around the altar. Right at this moment, Han Li let loose a low cry, then suddenly thrust a palm toward the ground down below. An azure pillar of light erupted out of the center of his palm, then injected itself into the altar through the compass formation. With this influx of pure magic power, the commotion ringing out from the altar intensified, and after a long while, Han Li had already injected close to a quarter of all of his magic power into the altar. But the suction force being released by the compass formation still showed no signs of relenting. It was no wonder that so many people were aware of this ancient altar's existence, but no one had taken an interest in it. One had to at least be a grand ascension stage being just to be able to supply the altar with enough magic power for its activation. Of course, some body integration stage beings could also activate the altar to a certain extent with the assistance of top-grade spirit stones. But it was difficult to say just how much of the altar's functions they would be able to activate. Furthermore, None of the altar's functions could benefit one in their cultivation, so even grand Ascension stage beings weren't interested in trying to activate it. Just as these thoughts were running through Han Li's mind, the suction force being released by the compass formation down below suddenly ceased. Countless runes of different colors then erupted out of the formation in a frenzy, gradually forming a massive round disc above the altar. The same compass design as the one on the formation was present in the disc, but some parts were extremely bright, while other parts were very dim. An elated look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He stood up as he removed his hand from the formation, then swept a sleeve through the air to release an antiquated azure mirror. He then pointed a finger toward the disc up above several times in succession, and several translucent threads erupted out of his fingertip before vanishing into several parts of the disc in a flash. The runes on the disc that had been slightly dim immediately lit up and began to slowly revolve on their own. "Now, Guor," Han Li instructed as his eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes, Senior." Zhu Guo immediately tapped a finger onto her own forehead, releasing a wisp of her spiritual sense, which vanished into the center of the giant disc in a flash. All of a sudden, the runes that were revolving slowly shuddered before accelerating drastically in their rotation. As the runes revolved, the entire disc also began to rotate, and countless runes emerged or vanished within the disc, presenting a very chaotic sight to behold. At the same time, the antiquated azure mirror also began to emit a faint buzzing sound, and azure light surged over its surface. There seemed to be something indistinct residing within the mirror, but it was impossible to make out exactly what it was. Han Li was staring intently at the changes unfolding in the disc with an unblinking gaze, seemingly calculating something in silence. After a long while, the giant disc had already revolved countless cycles, and Han Li suddenly yelled, "I found it!" He then pointed a finger up at the disc, and a burst of invisible energy fluctuations erupted forth to encompass the entire area within a radius of around half a kilometer. A dull thump rang out as the giant disc shuddered and most of the runes on it disappeared, while only around a dozen runes remained, forming a strange diagram at the center of which was a ball of gentle white light. Han Li carefully examined the diagram, then cast his gaze toward the azure mirror up ahead. The blurry image on the mirror gradually became clearer and clearer, and all of a sudden a massive map appeared on its surface. There was a scintillating speck of light on one part of the map, and it seemed to be resonating with the diagram on the giant disc. Han Li stared at the map for a short while before his brows furrowed slightly. Zhu Guo had been waiting this entire time, and she couldn't help but ask, "Senior Han, have you found the entrance to the small spirit sky?" "Not really, I can only say that I've narrowed its location down slightly," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. "What do you mean by that, Senior Han?" Zhu Guo was rather perplexed. "The entrance to the small spirit sky isn't situated on our Tian Yuan continent. Instead, it's on one of the other two continents," Han Li replied. "It's on another continent? Is it the Thunder continent or the Blood Sky continent?" Zhu Guo asked. "I'm not sure. The sensory range of this altar is limited only to the Tian Yuan continent, so if we want to find the location of the entrance to the small spirit sky, we'll have to find the same altars on the other continents," Han Li replied. Zhu Guo's face immediately fell upon hearing this. "So that means we'll have to go to the other continents." "It looks like we'll have to. Thankfully, once the entrance to the small spirit sky is finalized, it won't change location for at least the next few centuries, so we have plenty of time to do this. It's just that our entry to the small spirit sky will have to be delayed." Han Li sighed with a resigned expression. Fortunately, with his current level of power, he was virtually a dominant force across the entire spirit realm, so exploring the other continents wouldn't be a perilous task for him. Furthermore, this was also an opportunity for him to complete the task that he had agreed to complete for Fairy Ice Soul's clone. With that in mind, he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that stowed the azure mirror away, then cast string of incantation seals toward the formation on the altar. Another burst of violent tremors ran through the altar, and all of the lights on it were instantly snuffed out, while the compass formation also reverted back to its original form. As a result, the giant round disc up above also slowly disintegrated into nothingness. Another burst of golden light erupted from Han Li's body, and both he and Zhu Guo vanished on the spot. In the next instant, The two of them appeared beside Silvermoon amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. "How did it go, Brother Han?" Silvermoon asked. "It didn't go very well, but it didn't go too badly either," Hanli replied with a wry smile, then revealed the outcome to Silvermoon. After hearing his recount, Silvermoon chuckled. "It's just like you said, it's not great, but it's not bad, either. Even though we haven't found the entrance to the small spirit sky, this at least confirms to us that the method provided by Bao Hua is feasible. Now, all we have to do is explore the other continents and find ancient compass altars there as well. It looks like I'll have to leave the Tian Yuan continent for some time. I just so happen to have some things I need to do on the other continents anyway, so I'll be able to kill multiple birds with one stone. However, before that, I have to make a trip to the spirit race and resolve the issue of your grandfather's tribulation transcendence first," Hanli replied. "Will do as you say, Brother Han. That spirit monarch is an extremely mysterious figure. Make sure to take care when facing him," Silvermoon cautioned. "I'll be sure to do so, regardless of whether the spirit monarch really has lived for 1,000,000 years. His origins are very suspicious, so I'm very interested in him," Hanli said with a smile. With Silvermoon's exceptional intelligence, she was immediately able to infer what Hanli was implying. "Are you suspecting that he's not a being from our spirit realm? I checked through some tomes, and according to the information I found, the spirit race has existed for the shortest time among all of the races in this area. Apparently, it's only been around for about 1,000,000 years, and most of the spirit beings seem to have suddenly emerged in a very short time. But their population has been increasing extremely slowly since then," Hanli analyzed in a calm manner. Silvermoon's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she didn't ask any further questions, but she had already formed her own conclusions on the matter. "It's time for us to go back now. That Patriarch Huasher isn't all that powerful, but he possesses some decent water attribute abilities, so he may be useful on our trips to the other continents. Let's take him back to the Holy Island with us," Hanli said. "That shouldn't be an issue. I'm sure fellow Taoist Huasher wouldn't refuse the chance to stay with a grand Ascension stage being and occasionally receive some guidance from you," Silvermoon chuckled. Hanli merely smiled in response, then released a burst of golden light that swept up all three of them before flying away into the distance. Over half a year later, a clear cry suddenly erupted into the heavens from a restricted area on the Holy Island, causing all of the spirit clouds above the Holy Island to tremor violently. All of the high-grade beings on the Holy Island all sensed this commotion, and elated looks appeared on all of their faces. Hanli was in the process of refining a certain type of pill in his cave abode, and he smiled as he cast an incantation into his cauldron, then murmured to himself, "Fellow Taoist Mo has finally recovered. So it looks like we'll be able to set off to the spirit race soon. I hope I'll reap some rewards from this trip." After that, Hanli continued to cast incantation seals toward his cauldron. A month later, the enormous Ink Spirit Holy Ark appeared above the Holy Island again, then immediately sped away into the distance. Hanli, Silvermoon, and Zhu Guer were all situated on the Ark, and they were accompanied by Mo Jianli and Patriarch Huasher. Just as Silvermoon had anticipated, Patriarch Huasher was ecstatic that Hanli was willing to keep him around for a while, and he immediately rushed back to his cave abode to pack up his things before traveling to the Holy Island with Hanli. To his credit, Hanli had treated Patriarch Huasher very well, bestowing upon him some pills and guidance in his cultivation. As a result, Patriarch Huasher had benefited significantly and made a breakthrough to the mid-body integration stage during this short span of less than a year. As such, Patriarch Huasher was filled with gratitude and veneration toward Hanli, and he had become virtually half a disciple to Hanli. After departing from the Holy Island, the giant ark immediately sped toward a predetermined direction, and at its extraordinary speed, it reached Deep Heaven City in the span of just over 2 months. Hanli and Mo Jianli only stayed in the city for 2 or 3 days to meet some of the elders, then continued onward into the primordial world. With 2 grand Ascension stage beings at the helm, a trip through the perilous primordial world was like a stroll in the park. They encountered some ancient beasts along the way, but the puppet army on the Ark was more than enough to handle them. The only time they encountered any real trouble was when they had flown into a gale storm as they were traveling over a massive canyon. Pillars of gale force winds that were over 100,000 feet tall surged toward the giant ark from all sides, making it look extremely tiny and insignificant. The puppet army was only able to protect the Ark to a certain extent, but was unable to truly alleviate the threat. Only then did Hanli and Mo Jianli appear on either side of the giant Ark. The latter made a grabbing motion to conjure up 2 balls of lightning, which transformed into a pair of lightning swords that swept viciously through the air, while the former transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall, then thrust his fists violently toward the pillars of wind in the distance. The pair of gargantuan lightning swords flashed through the air, and several pillars of wind were instantly sliced in half before dissipating into gusts of fierce winds. At the same time, golden light flashed within some of the pillars of wind, and a series of giant vortexes, each of which was around an acre in size, appeared inside them. The pillars of wind shuddered as they were drawn into the golden vortexes that had arisen inside them, causing them to quickly disintegrate. In the face of the combined attacks from the pair of Grand Ascension stage beings, the fearsome natural phenomenon was dispelled in the blink of an eye. After emerging from the gale storm, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark quickly flew out of the canyon. During the rest of the journey, Han Li and the others didn't encounter any other noteworthy perils, and they finally arrived in the territory of the spirit race after around half a year. Han Li and the others stood at the front of the giant Ark, looking on at the natural city wall in the distance that was formed by a series of connected undulating mountain ranges. Beyond this massive city wall, a gigantic mountain that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall and pierced directly into the clouds could be seen in the distance. Halfway up the mountain was a series of triangular pagodas that were spread virtually over the entire mountain. The vastly renowned Spirit Sky stronghold of the spirit race is just up ahead. As opposed to a stronghold, it's actually more accurate to call it a city. Its function is similar to that of Deep Heaven City in that it acts as a barrier against foreign invasions. However, where we've set up super formations to encompass the entire territory of our 2 races with the exception of Deep Heaven City, the outskirts of the spirit race's territory is mostly comprised of extremely treacherous landscapes that are very dangerous for armies to traverse, so they only have to worry about guarding a few strategic locations. In total, there are 7 of these strongholds in the spirit race, Mo Jianli explained. This stronghold is very well guarded, but if we want to pass around it, we should be able to do it with ease. Do you think we should do that, or enter the city through more conventional means? Mo Jianli seemed to have already considered this in advance, and he immediately replied, "We didn't request an audience with the spirit monarch in advance, and I don't want any word to spread of the Sanqing lightning talismans, so I think we should approach the spirit monarch in secret." "You're right, brother Mo. In that case, let's sneak around this stronghold into the spirit race," Hanli agreed with a nod. Silvermoon and Zhu Guo naturally didn't dare to raise any objections either. Thus, the giant Ark changed directions and began to fly toward the side. Meanwhile, inside a rectangular building on the giant mountain behind the natural city wall, there was a middle-aged beauty who appeared to be in her 30s, appraising a white wall that was riddled with countless rune formations with her brows slightly furrowed. An abnormal fluctuation had just appeared on one part of the formation on the wall, and even though it was extremely faint, it indicated that an extremely powerful treasure had appeared near the stronghold. Otherwise, it wouldn't have registered at all on this formation. With that in mind, the woman called for a subordinate to enter the room, and an armor-clad spirit being immediately strode into the room before extending a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to Mistress Tianjian. Go and take a look at area number 3. There are abnormal fluctuations registering there," the woman immediately instructed. "Yes, mistress," the spirit guard replied in a respectful manner before exiting the room. Moments later, a group of over 100 spirit guards left the Spirit Sky stronghold to inspect the region that the Ink Spirit Holy Ark had just been detected in. At this point, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark was already hundreds of thousands of kilometers, so the guards were naturally unable to discover anything. The woman's brows furrowed even more tightly upon hearing the outcome of their search. The fluctuations were very faint, and it could well be nothing more than a false alarm. But for some reason, she couldn't shake this persistent feeling of uneasiness. Perhaps it was time for her to take a rest. After carefully thinking the matter through, the woman decided that her paranoia was simply caused by fatigue due to being overworked, and she quickly forgot about it altogether. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others were flying over a body of inky black water in a stealthy fashion. For some reason, Han Li had stowed the Ink Spirit Holy Ark away, choosing instead to maximize the output of his protective spiritual light to form a light barrier that covered around an acre in area, encompassing Silvermoon and the others. Immortality was also flying along while supporting a slightly smaller light barrier. Wisps of yellow mist were revolving outside the light barriers, and an occasional peculiar sound would ring out from the black water down below before impacting the light barriers. As a result, the two light barriers would warp slightly or tremor violently at times, as if they were advancing through some type of powerful force field. All of a sudden, a sharp screeching sound rang out and a black shadow erupted out of the water down below before flying directly toward Han Li's light barrier at an incredible speed. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he flicked a finger downward, and the black shadow was sent flying back even faster than it had come. This was a small beast that resembled a turtle-toad hybrid, and it was entirely a dark yellow color with a sharp spiked shell and a short and stubby neck. Han Li's nonchalant-looking strike was imbued with extremely fearsome power, and even a top-grade treasure would have most likely been shattered on the spot. However, after plummeting back into the black water, the small beast was able to quickly steady itself and didn't appear to have sustained any substantial injuries. It then let loose a pained cry before plunging deeper into the water, not daring to attack the light barriers up above again. There were quite a large number of these small beasts in the stretch of water, and one or two would jump out almost at set periods to attack the light barriers in the air, but all of them were repelled by Han Li and Immortality with ease. After flying for a few hours, Han Li and the others finally emerged from this region, and a lush mountain range with no end in sight appeared up ahead. We've finally entered the true territory of the spirit race. The natural poison of the black water lake wasn't that difficult to deal with, but those dark-toed beasts really were a pain in the backside. Their offensive prowess isn't all that remarkable, but their stamina and durability are both incredible. Even a body integration stage being would have struggled to shake them off, Silvermoon said with a relieved smile. If fellow Taoist Han's arc could have been used to traverse over the lake, then we wouldn't have had to worry about those dark-toed beasts. Unfortunately, the arc just so happens to be susceptible to the restriction within the black water, so it would have been reduced to an even slower speed than what we would have been capable of through flight. Immortality replied with a smile. It's not just my ink spirit holy arc. Most of the flying treasures in the world would be severely impacted when flying over this lake. Throw those dark-toed beasts into the mix, and this place really is a very perilous region to traverse through. It's no wonder that the spirit race hasn't deployed any guards to this area. Having said that, this has made it a lot easier for us to sneak into the spirit race in such a short time. It's a pity that the dark-toed beasts have nothing of value to offer, though. Other beasts of their caliber would normally present much more value, Immortality said as he stroked his beard with a faint smile. Those dark-toed beasts don't possess demon cores, and their bodies can't be refined into treasures or pills, so they don't attract any interest. Had this not been the case, there most likely would no longer be any of those beasts in that area. Alright, now that we've made it here, we've already completed half of our objective. We just need to travel to the central region of the spirit race to meet the spirit monarch now. During the rest of our trip, we still have to focus on stealth, so let's not reveal your identities unless we absolutely have to, Han Li said in a confident manner. Immortality and the others all nodded in agreement. Thus, Han Li released the Ink Spirit Holy Arc once again, but on this occasion, he shrank it down significantly so that it was only just over 100 feet in length, and its appearance was also altered to resemble a normal flying arc. Immediately thereafter, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and several spatial tempering stage devil crystal puppets appeared before him. Spiritual light flashed over their bodies, and their auras suddenly became extremely similar to those of artifact spirit beings. As long as we don't encounter too much trouble, these puppets should be enough to handle everything while we rest inside the ark, Han Li said with a faint smile. That's a great idea. Those beings of the artifact spirit race arose from artifacts, so they're not that dissimilar to these puppets of yours, Immortality chuckled before drifting into the ark first. He was followed closely by Silvermoon and the others, and Han Li brought up the rear, entering the ark only after everyone else had already done so. Moments later, the black flying ark tremored slightly before departing toward the distance. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the central region of the spirit race, There were two foreign Grand Ascension stage beings that bore a slight resemblance to one another discussing something in a mysterious manner within a pavilion that was surrounded by layers of restrictions. During their conversation, it could be heard that the term Sanqing lightning talisman was being brought up on multiple occasions. At the same time, there were 5 translucent jade badges hovering in midair within a pristine white pagoda in a mysterious restricted area of the spirit race. The jade badges were each around a foot in length with golden arcs of lightning occasionally crackling over their surfaces. The spirit race had a far smaller population compared to the neighboring races, and Han Li and the others had specifically chosen a more secluded route, so they naturally encountered very few spirit beings. Of the few spirit beings that they did encounter, none of them suspected the devil crystal puppets standing on the ink spirit holy ark, and some of the artifact spirit beings even extended greetings toward their brethren. The puppets responded to those greetings at Han Li's behest, and no suspicions were raised. 2 months later, the ark finally arrived in Jade Smoke City, the largest city in the spirit race territory. Close to 100,000 kilometers away from this city was the sacred land of the entire spirit race, Concealed Spirit Mountain. The spirit monarch resided on this mountain alongside some holy guards that had sworn vows to stay on the mountain for as long as they lived. According to the rules of the spirit race, the area within a radius of 15,000 kilometers of this mountain was a restricted region that couldn't be accessed by any spirit beings below the body integration stage. Even those at or above the body integration stage couldn't enter the top half of the mountain without an invitation from the spirit monarch. They would only be able to linger on the bottom half of the mountain for a short time. A few years ago, the spirit monarch had suddenly declared that he was going into seclusion to cultivate a mysterious secret technique, and he passed down the duty of overseeing the spirit race to several of his most trusted holy spirits before completely isolating himself on the mountain, refusing to meet anyone. Something like this had never happened in the past, and it naturally created a massive stir in the spirit race. However, the holy spirits were also very authoritative figures, and under their combined efforts, any major unrest was circumvented, but there were naturally many rumors that had arisen. A tense atmosphere had settled over the entire spirit race during this period of time, and Han Li and the others learned about all of this on the way here. They were quite surprised by this unexpected change in the spirit race, but that didn't change their objective of meeting the spirit monarch. After all, the spirit monarch had made a deal with a foreign Grand Ascension stage being not long, so he was clearly plotting something in secret rather than actually cultivating in seclusion. Regardless of what the spirit monarch was planning, Han Li and Mo Jianli were determined to obtain the Sanqing lightning talismans. After a brief discussion, they decided to park the ink spirit holy ark near Jade Smoke City, leaving Silvermoon and the others behind, along with all of the devil crystal puppets. After that, the two of them traveled toward Concealed Spirit Mountain together. Even if something were to happen during their meeting with the spirit monarch, the two of them would be able to look after one another. Half a day later, Han Li and Mo Jianli arrived at Concealed Spirit Mountain in a stealthy manner. Han Li looked up and was greeted by the sight of a lush mountain that was over 100,000 feet tall with a series of 5-colored rainbows above it. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly upon seeing this. He could sense extremely formidable spiritual pressure emanating from this Concealed Spirit Mountain, indicating that it was an immensely powerful treasure not inferior to his extreme mountains. Interesting. The spirit monarch has completely sealed this place at the expense of revealing the holy mountain's true form. Looks like there really is something fishy going on, Mo Jianli mused in an intrigued voice. It was clear that he had also made the same observations as Han Li. Looks like the spirit monarch has set up some extremely powerful restrictions here. Should we scale this mountain? Han Li asked in a calm manner. Why not? The restrictions here are indeed quite powerful, but they're not powerful enough to stop us. Besides, if we don't display some of our power, the spirit monarch may not even be willing to grant us an audience. You're not having cold feet now, are you, fellow Taoist Han? Mo Jianli chuckled. Of course not. I'm more than willing to see this through to the end, Han Li replied with a calm smile, and after a brief discussion, the two of them decided to split up. Mo Jianli made a hand seal as he began to chant something, and a white halo appeared around his body. Immediately thereafter, his body melted away into a puddle of unremarkable transparent liquid which quickly seeped into the ground. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a talisman that exploded into countless purple runes which inundated his body before disintegrating into clouds of purple mist. Once the mist faded, Han Li had also vanished on the spot. That talisman was none other than a high zenith invisibility talisman that Han Li had refined not long ago. He very rarely used this talisman after reaching the body integration stage, but that didn't mean that the talisman was no longer of much use to him. On the contrary, due to the fact that the talisman was refined using a secret technique from the true immortal realm, its efficacy would increase alongside Han Li's cultivation base. Unfortunately, the materials required to refine this talisman were extremely rare, and he had completely exhausted his supply in the past. Even after making such rapid progress in his cultivation base, he was only able to refine a few more of these talismans, so he naturally wasn't going to use them lightly. With his current abilities, it was extremely rare for him to have to conceal himself, but it was required for him to sneak into this concealed spirit mountain to meet the spirit monarch in secret. After attaining an insubstantial body, Han Li rose up into the air and drifted toward the mountain up ahead. As soon as he entered concealed spirit mountain, he could clearly sense several layers of restriction fluctuations wash over his body, but they were completely unable to detect him. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. It was clear that after reaching the Grand Ascension stage, his high zenith invisibility talismans had become even more efficacious. Thus, he didn't hesitate any longer as he drifted straight up toward the mountain peak. Through a spiritual sense connection, he could clearly sense that Mo Jianli had also traveled into the mountain somehow, and he was silently passing through the mountain's rocky terrain without any impediment. Thus, the two of them scaled the mountain in a completely stealthy manner. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter some spirit guards, all of whom wore suits of armor of different colors and possessed powerful auras. Most of them were at the deity transformation stage and spatial tempering stage, which made them high-grade beings among the spirit race, but on this mountain they were merely ordinary guards. It seemed that this holy mountain really was guarded very securely, but that certainly wasn't going to stop a pair of Grand Ascension stage beings like Han Li and Mo Jianli. Han Li drifted up the mountain without any inhibitions, and he quickly reached the halfway point, upon which he caught sight of a massive purple building in the distance. There was a white-robed middle-aged man seated on each side of the building's entrance, and among the two men, one of them was completely bald but had a pair of graceful and refined features. As for his companion, this was an extremely hideous man with pits and bumps all over his face and a ball of crimson flames burning on his head. However, what drew Han Li's attention naturally wasn't their appearance. Instead, it was the fact that one of them was at the mid-body integration stage, while the other was a late-body integration stage being. Could it be that these were two of the Holy Spirits responsible for overseeing all matters on the Holy Mountain? Even as he was contemplating all of this, Han Li didn't pause for even a moment and quickly passed by the building. The eyes of the two-body integration stage spirit beings remained tightly shut, seemingly having completely failed to detect Han Li. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he was just about to continue onward when the building suddenly began to buzz loudly and flash with purple light. Who goes there? The two spirit beings immediately opened their eyes before lashing out one after another. A four-armored Buddha projection that was around 10 feet tall appeared behind the bald spirit being amid a flash of radiant light, and the projection was holding a 7-colored badge that it immediately swept downward. A pillar of rainbow light erupted forth, piercing directly into the ground, while the other spirit being released a crimson net of flames from the ball of flames above his head, which descended right behind the pillar of rainbow light. The pillar of light plunged several thousand feet into the ground in the blink of an eye, striking a transparent figure and immediately forcing him to reveal his true form. It was none other than Mo Jianli. Before had a chance to react, the crimson net was already upon him, and it exploded into scorching flames that swept down from above. Mo Jianli's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he harumphed coldly as he swept a sleeve upward to release a burst of white qi. The oncoming flames were instantly drawn into the white qi upon making contact, yet just as a cold smile appeared on Mo Jianli's face, a crimson talisman suddenly shot out of the flames before exploding into countless crimson threads. In the next instant, red light flashed from Mo Jianli's body without any warning, and a fiery crimson chain appeared around him before instantly binding him tightly. Mo Jianli was naturally quite alarmed by this, and his protective spiritual light immediately swelled as he attempted to force the chain open from the inside, but the chain merely expanded alongside his protective spiritual light, rendering him unable to break free. Right at this moment, the Buddha projection behind the bald spirit being had swept its rainbow badge through the air again, and a rumbling boom rang out as the surface of the badge warped and blurred before it released a huge rainbow rune. The rune then quickly transformed into a dazzling hiltless blade of light that was around 10 feet in size. There were even facial features that had appeared on the blade, making it look as if it were a living creature. Even with his grand Ascension stage power, Mo Jianli felt a chill run down his spine as he swept his spiritual sense toward the blade. Right at this moment, the blade began to release a loud buzzing sound, and Mo Jianli's pupils abruptly contracted as he released several different defensive treasures at once, all of which transformed into balls of spiritual light above him. These were the defensive treasures that he was able to release the quickest under the restriction of the fiery chain. There were other more potent defensive measures that he could take, but he didn't have enough time to unleash them. All of a sudden, the light blade in the air vanished on the spot. At the same time, the defensive treasures above Mo Jianli were all sliced in half as if they were nothing more than blocks of tofu. After that, the light blade came slashing down viciously toward Mo Jianli, and even before it had truly descended upon him, he was already struck by a chilling sensation. Under normal circumstances, Mo Jianli would be able to easily evade the attack, but he was currently bound by the fiery chain, so he could only look on with a furious expression as the blade came crashing down toward him. A fierce look suddenly appeared on his face, and a miniature figure that was completely identical to him abruptly emerged out of the top of his head amid a flash of spiritual light. He had released his nascent soul, which immediately rose up into the air while wielding a pair of silver swords to oppose the oncoming blade. All of a sudden, a faint azure figure appeared beneath the blade in a wraith-like manner, and with nothing more than a nonchalant punch, he was able to destroy the light blade before appearing just over 100 feet away from Mo Jianli in a flash. The azure figure was none other than Han Li, and he had arrived at an incredible speed to save Mo Jianli from his perilous predicament. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Han." Mo Jianli was naturally ecstatic, and his nascent soul returned to his body again. Now that some respite had finally arrived, he was able to make a hand seal, then opened his mouth to release a burst of white qi that swept toward the fiery chain around him. As soon as the two came into contact with one another, the fiery chain began to emit a peculiar sizzling sound, following which the crimson flames subsided, and cracks began to appear on the chain's surface. Immediately thereafter, Mo Jianli grabbed onto the chain with his bare hands before violently tearing it apart. The fiery chain was extremely powerful, but it was certainly incapable of trapping a Grand Ascension stage being, and Mo Jianli was able to break free from it in just a short time. As for that shattered light blade, it immediately reverted back to its original form at the bald spirit being's behest, but the rainbow badge had become extremely dim. The bald man cast his gaze toward Han Li and Mo Jianli, and a wary look appeared on his face as he determined that the two of them were both Grand Ascension stage beings. Meanwhile, the other spirit being had thrown up several mouthfuls of blood essence as soon as the fiery chain had been shattered, and his aura was also diminished significantly. Junior Ling Yin and Junior Zhua pay their respects to their seniors. "Please forgive us for our insolence. We mistook you for a pair of intruders," the bald man said as he extended a respectful salute. Han Li merely took a step forward, covering a distance of several thousand feet in the blink of an eye to reach the purple building, then inspected the pair of spirit beings with a faint smile. Mo Jianli arrived beside Han Li immediately thereafter, but his expression was a little sour as he said, "Those two treasures you just used definitely don't belong to the two of you. Were they given to you by the spirit monarch?" Even though it had been a surprise attack and his two assailants had used extremely powerful treasures, Mo Jianli was still quite embarrassed to have been forced into such a perilous situation by a pair of body integration stage beings. "Please forgive us, senior, we were only acting on the orders of our spirit monarch," the bald man hurriedly replied with a slight bow. Mo Jianli's expression didn't ease in the slightest as he continued. "So it really was the spirit monarch. Why did he bestow these treasures upon you two?" It's clear that these treasures were assigned specifically to target Grand Ascension stage beings like us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen prey to them. The two spirit beings exchanged a hesitant glance, and just as the bald man was about to say something, 6 streaks of light suddenly descended toward them from higher up the mountain. The two spirit beings were elated to see this, while Han Li's expression remained unchanged, and Mo Jianli's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the new arrivals. The 6 streaks of light faded, revealing 6 spirit beings in very similar attire to the bald man and his companion. They were also at the body integration stage, and judging from their auras, they were also all carrying powerful treasures. The expressions of all 6 spirit beings changed slightly as they swept their spiritual sense toward Han Li and Mo Jianli, but they didn't seem overly surprised, and that was quite intriguing to Han Li. The bald man was quite relieved to see the arrival of his allies, but he still remained quite respectful to Han Li and Mo Jianli. You came at just the right time, fellow Taoists. I was just about to inform you all that 2 Grand Ascension Stage seniors have come to visit our holy mountain. The 2 of us attacked these 2 seniors, thinking that they were intruders, and we're currently extending some apologies toward them. Mo Jianli's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. Now that the situation had been disclosed to more people, he couldn't teach these 2 spirit beings a lesson. Otherwise, the spirit monarch could accuse him of bullying juniors, and that would not be a good starting point to their meeting. The 6 body integration stage spirit beings immediately extended respectful salutes toward Han Li's duo as well, and a white-horned elderly man among them said with a wide smile, "It's an honor for our race to welcome 2 esteemed seniors like yourselves. Our spirit monarch is already aware of your arrival and has been waiting for you 2 at the Purple Chi Hall for quite some time now." He was aware of our arrival? Mo Jianli faltered slightly upon hearing this, and Han Li was also rather taken aback to hear this. Haven't you 2 arranged to meet our spirit monarch in advance? Are you 2 not Senior Xueran and Senior He Lin? The white-horned elderly man asked with a surprised expression. It was clear that he also realized that there was some kind of misunderstanding. The other body integration stage spirit beings were also quite befuddled by this situation. I've heard of Xueran and He Lin. They're a pair of foreign Grand Ascension stage beings from the tyrannical continent. I've heard that they're quite powerful, but unfortunately, I've never had the chance to meet them. In any case, I am Mo Jianli of the human race, and this is fellow Taoist Han Li. I'm not sure if you've heard of us before, Mo Jianli said with a smile. An awkward look appeared on the white-horned elderly man's face, but the tone of his voice remained as respectful as ever as he said, "Ah, so it's Senior Mo and Senior Han from the human race. My sincerest apologies for misidentifying you. May I ask why you've suddenly come to our spirit race's holy mountain?" "It's all right, we came here to meet the spirit monarch. Seeing as he's already waiting in the Purple Chi Hall, it looks like we came at just the right time," Mo Jianli chuckled. Han Li was also quite amused by this situation. They had been concerned that the spirit monarch would refuse to see them. But there was no excuse that the spirit monarch could use here. The only thing that they were slightly worried about was that they didn't know what the spirit monarch's intentions were behind suddenly inviting 2 foreign Grand Ascension stage beings to see him. I'm not sure that's appropriate. Our spirit monarch only invited Senior Xueran and Senior He Lin. If you'd like to request an audience with him, I'll have to inform him and leave the decision to him," the white-horned elderly man said with a hesitant expression. "So you're saying Xueran and He Lin can meet the spirit monarch, but we can't? What do you take our human race for?" Mo Jianli's smile immediately vanished as he took a step forward, releasing a devastating aura as he did so. All 8 of the body integration stage spirit beings possessed powerful treasures, but they were still forced back several steps by Mo Jianli's fearsome Grand Ascension stage aura, and a hint of fear appeared in all of their eyes. "It was never my intention to insult the human race, Senior," the white-robed elderly man hurriedly yelled as sweat began to pour down his forehead. However, Mo Jianli merely elevated his aura even further, as if he didn't hear what the elderly man had just said. The 8 body integration stage spirit beings were no longer able to contend with Mo Jianli's spiritual pressure, and only after 8 projections of different treasures emerged from their bodies were they able to stand their ground. Han Li immediately determined the treasures to be 3 talismans, 2 badges, a small white cauldron, and a silver scepter. Mo Jianli harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he was just about to take another step forward and unleash his full spiritual pressure to teach these 8 juniors a lesson when all of a sudden, a gentle breeze swept past Imogenly. A warm aura swirled around Imogenly's body, and the fearsome spiritual pressure that he was releasing was instantly nullified. Immediately thereafter, a gentle elderly voice rang out from within the breeze. "Allow me to offer my apologies on behalf of these juniors, Brother Imo. I am honored that the two of you have decided to visit me. There's no way I would refuse an audience with you. I'll be waiting at the summit for the two of you." Lingmia, I've detected through my spiritual sense that Shui Ran and He Lin have already arrived at the foot of the mountain. For of you, go and greet them, while the rest invite Brother Emo to the Purple Chi Hall. Yes? Spirit Monarch. The 8-body integration stage spirit beings extended respectful bows toward the mountain summit in unison, then withdrew their treasures projections, and the bald man immediately traveled down the mountain with 3 companions, while the white-horned elderly man and the others made inviting hand gestures toward Han Li and Mo Jianli. "Seeing as the spirit monarch has spoken, I'll let things slide for now," Mo Jianli said after a brief pause, then flew up toward the mountain summit. Han Li followed along behind him with a faint smile, and he was followed by the 4 remaining body integration stage spirit beings. As they were flying up the mountain, the white-horned elderly man was surreptitiously appraising Han Li from behind with a peculiar expression. Even though Han Li hadn't said anything just now, all of the holy spirits of the spirit race were aware that he was a new Grand Ascension stage being that had just arisen among the human race. There wasn't much information about him, but there was a confirmed rumor stating that he had once severely wounded a Grand Ascension stage being from the Wuxia race. This evoked a sense of fear and curiosity within the elderly man toward Han Li. The spirit realm was a massive place, but there were very few people capable of defeating veteran Grand Ascension stage beings after only just progressing to the Grand Ascension stage. Han Li naturally didn't know what the elderly man was thinking, and nor did he have any interest in the elderly man's thoughts. He was slowly drifting up the mountain while appraising his surroundings. The top half of Concealed Spirit Mountain was rife with restrictions and formations, far more so than the second half, but most of the formations had been deactivated to grant them passage. Otherwise, even as Grand Ascension stage beings, it wouldn't be this easy for Han Li and Mo Jianli to travel up the mountain. It appeared that there were only less than 10,000 feet to the summit of the mountain, but it ended up taking them quite a while to arrive at the top, and it seemed that the journey up the top half of the mountain actually spanned over 1 million feet. This was quite surprising to both Mo Jianli and Han Li. It seemed that aside from the restrictions on the mountain, there was something else extremely profound about it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fool Han Li and Mo Jianli's spiritual sense. The white-horned elderly man and the others were unsurprised by this, seemingly already accustomed to this phenomenon. After passing through a thin blanket of white mist, the 7 of them finally arrived at the mountain summit. Han Li looked around to find on the vast expanse of land on the mountain summit, there stood only a single 3-story pavilion. Above the entrance of the pavilion was a plaque with the words Purple Chi Hall inscribed upon it in flowing golden text. There was not a single person to be seen outside the pavilion. "Our spirit monarch is waiting inside. We won't be able to accompany you any further, so please go in on your own, seniors," the white-horned elderly man said as he extended a respectful salute. "All right, then you can all wait outside." Mo Jianli immediately strode toward the pavilion after sweeping his spiritual sense toward it. Through his spiritual sense detection, he discovered that this Purple Chi Hall wasn't giving off any restriction fluctuations, and aside from a faint peculiar aura within it, it really did seem to be nothing more than a normal pavilion. As such, he naturally wasn't going to be wary of entering the pavilion. Han Li followed along closely behind him, and after entering the pavilion, the two arrived in a giant hall that was around 400 to 500 feet in size. Pots of floral trees that were several feet tall were placed throughout the hall, and there on those trees grew fist-sized flowers of all types of different colors. In front of one of the pots stood a white-robed elderly man who had his hands clasped behind his back and was facing away from the entrance. "Are you the spirit monarch?" Mo Jianli asked with a slightly cautious expression. "Please take a seat, fellow Taoists." The white-robed elderly man didn't directly reply to Mo Jianli's question. Mo Jianli appraised the elderly man for a while longer before doing as he was told. Han Li also took a seat on another chair before casting his gaze toward the white-robed elderly man. I'm used to living here on my own, so I can only offer you some tea. I hope you don't mind, the white-robed elderly man said with a faint smile. As soon as his voice trailed off, a side door was opened, and several small white monkeys sprang into the room. Each of the monkeys was around half a foot tall with snowy white fur and crimson eyes. The little monkeys were carrying teapots and teacups on their heads, and they quickly poured Han Li and Imogenly a cup of fragrant spirit tea each. Han Li took a glance at the spirit tea before downing the cup of tea in one go, while Imogenly didn't even take a single glance at the tea as he asked, I'm sure you're already aware of the reason for our visit, right, fellow Taoist? I've heard of you for a long time, fellow Taoist Mo. But this is our first meeting. How would I know the purpose for your visit? The white-robed elderly man said as he finally turned around. He had a head of white hair, but a set of surprisingly youthful features. His eyes were bright and piercing, but his expression was very calm, and there was a purple maple leaf embroidered on one of his sleeves. All right, then setting that aside for now, why have you invited fellow Taoist Xueran and fellow Taoist He Lin to see you? Imogenly asked. The white-robed elderly man's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this, but he still replied in a calm manner, I invited them here to make a deal with them. Are you interested as well, Brother Mo? Hee, what a coincidence. We also came here to make a deal with you. Imogenly chuckled. I'll have to disappoint you then, fellow Taoist Mo. I only make deals with people I'm familiar with, so I'm afraid I'll have to turn you down. The white-robed elderly man replied without any hesitation. Imogenly's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he suddenly raised a hand to release a streak of silver light. The white-robed elderly man remained still on the spot, but the streak of silver light abruptly drew to a halt on its own around 10 feet away from him. This was a shimmering silver jade slip engraved with the same purple maple leaf design as the one on the elderly man's sleeve. The white-robed elderly man's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he raised a hand to draw the silver jade slip into his grasp. After a brief inspection, he sighed, looks like fellow Taoist Xianxia has passed away. Did you do this, or did he perish to the Stemborer Queen? The Stemborer Queen didn't directly kill him, but it was definitely indirectly responsible, Imogenly replied in a calm manner. All right, I don't care how you managed to obtain this token, but seeing as it's in your possession, I'll include you too on this deal. However, the rest will be up to you. The white-robed elderly man said as he stowed the jade slip away amid a flash of silver light. Imogenly's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Of course, we were only searching for an opportunity away. Please don't take any offense to this, fellow Taoist Mo, but with your abilities, it'll be next to impossible for you to satisfy the conditions of the deal I propose. In contrast, your companion has a decent chance. This is the vastly renowned fellow Taoist Han Li, right? As expected, he really is incomparable with normal Grand Ascension stage beings. The white-robed elderly man said with a hint of mockery in his eyes, but that transitioned into a more serious expression as he cast his gaze toward Han Li. I'm truly honored that you've heard of me, fellow Taoist spirit monarch, but aren't you being a little too disrespectful to Brother Mo and myself? Han Li replied with a faint smile. The elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Han? If you mean no disrespect to us, then why have you welcomed us with a mere clone? Han Li asked. Clone. It was Imogenly's turn to be surprised now. He hurriedly swept his spiritual sense toward the elderly man, but all he could sense was that the elderly man's aura was unfathomable to him, and his expression immediately darkened. The elderly man was rather taken aback, and after staring at Han Li for a short while, he chuckled, You have an exceptional eye, fellow Taoist Han. I must say, I'm truly impressed. However, the fact that I mean no disrespect to the two of you still remains true. I'm sure that you've heard prior to your arrival that I'm currently in seclusion, and that is the truth. My true body is indeed currently in seclusion and unable to meet you two, which was why I had to send this clone. Truth be told, I was planning to meet with fellow Taoist Xueran and fellow Taoist He Lin using this clone as well, the white-robed elderly man admitted. Imogenly's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he was just about to say something when an unfamiliar male voice rang out from outside the pavilion. You were planning to greet us with a mere clone? Where is your sincerity, brother spirit? Could it be that you're in a seclusion of life and death? Otherwise, are we not worthy of an audience with your true body? As soon as the voice trailed off, two dark-skinned figures, foreign beings with a layer of scales covering half of their bodies, strode into the hall. The two of them were quite similar in appearance, and one of them had a layer of baleful crimson light enveloping his entire body, while they had countless balls of black chi revolving around him, forming countless tiny vortexes that were drawing in the nearby world's origin chi incessantly. Forgive me for not coming out to greet you sooner, fellow Taoists. I'm currently not in a seclusion of life and death, but this seclusion is very important nonetheless, and it will all be for naught if I come out too early, the white-robed elderly man explained with a smile. Humph, I should teach you a... One of the foreign beings immediately flared up with rage, but his companion cut him off and said, "It's all right, brother, hey, we're not here to make friends anyway. So what does it matter if this isn't Brother Spirit's true body as long as he can give us what we want? Let's not waste any time with pointless arguments. By the way, who are these two fellow Taoists, Brother Spirit? You never mentioned that you invited others for this deal." Xueran cast a cold gaze toward Han Li and Mo Jianli as he spoke, and even with his grand Ascension stage powers, Mo Jianli felt a chill run down his spine in response to the Xueran's gaze. It was clear that Xueran had cultivated some type of spiritual sense secret technique that posed a threat even to grand Ascension stage beings. Otherwise, just his gaze alone wouldn't have such an intimidatory effect. As for Han Li, he remained completely unmoved by Xueran's gaze, and the two foreign beings exchanged a surprised glance upon seeing this, following which the disdain on their faces receded slightly. Allow me to explain, fellow Taoist Xueran. Tracing back to the beginning, you two weren't even the first people I approached for this deal. Instead, it was fellow Taoist Xianxia. Even though fellow Taoist Xianxia has perished, fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Mo have brought his token to me, so I naturally couldn't refuse them. Thankfully, I have enough Sanqing lightning talismans for all of you, but you'll have to give me what I want in exchange, the elderly man said in an unhurried manner. The two of us are determined to obtain those Sanqing lightning talismans, Brother Spirit. We immediately rushed over upon hearing that you were offering these talismans in a deal, and we cleared out the entire treasure vault on our island, so tell us what you want. As long as it's something that we have, we'll definitely hand it over, Xueran said in a serious manner. The same applies for fellow Taoist Han and myself. We're also willing to do everything in our power to secure those Sanqing lightning talismans. Mo Jianli chimed in as well. There's no rush. I made this spirit tea myself. Please have some before we continued our discussion, the elderly man said. The two foreign Grand Ascension stage beings' brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but after exchanging a few words through voice transmission, Xueran nodded and said, "All right. I've heard that the spirit tea from your spirit race is quite exceptional. It certainly couldn't hurt to have a taste." Thus, the two foreign Grand Ascension stage beings also took a seat on two nearby chairs. The small white monkeys seemed to be very intelligent, and they scampered over to pour cups of spirit tea for the two dark-skinned beings even without requiring instructions from the spirit monarch, and only then did they depart from the hall. After Xueran and He Lin had also had some tea, the white-robed elderly man finally cut to the chase. I know that all four of you are here for the Sanqing lightning talismans, but before we begin our discussion, I must ask if there are any rare treasures or materials that you're interested in aside from those talismans. You can take a look at a list I've compiled before deciding what you want. Otherwise, once the terms of the deal are finalized, they can't be changed. There's no need for that. We came all this way here specifically for those talismans. No matter how precious other treasures are, they won't be of any use to us if we can't transcend our next heavenly tribulations. Xueran immediately replied with a shake of his head. He Lin merely remained silent with a cold smile on his face, not even bothering to answer the question. Mo Jianli replied, "My answer is the same. What about you, fellow Taoist Han? I'm actually quite interested to see what else you can offer, Brother Spirit," Han Li said with a smile. "In that case, please take a look at my list, Brother Han." The elderly man didn't waste any time and immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of azure light. Han Li caught the ball of azure light to find that it was a green jade slip, and he immediately pressed it to his forehead before injecting his spiritual sense into it. Everyone else immediately turned their attention toward him, and after a short while, Han Li removed the jade slip from his forehead with a faint sigh before tossing it back to the spirit monarch. None of those items were appealing to you, fellow Taoist Han? The white-robed elderly man asked as he stowed the jade slip away. Every item on the list is extremely precious, and some of them are very difficult to find even in other realms. However, none of them are anywhere near as appealing to me as the Sanqing lightning talismans, Han Li replied. The elderly man wasn't very surprised to hear this. That's quite a pity. I also hold those talismans in very high regard and would be very happy if you could accept a substitute, but it seems that won't be possible. All right, all four of us have made our decisions, so tell us what your proposed deal involves. You must also be searching for something quite valuable in exchange, right? Heilin prompted in an impatient manner. I'm sure all four of you are aware of just how valuable Sanqing lightning talismans are. The item that I want in exchange is naturally not going to be far off in value. However, I'm sure none of you are in possession of this item. Otherwise, I would have already revealed what it was. The elderly man replied. Humph, your letter didn't stipulate any items for exchange. Instead, you implied that you wanted us to do something extremely dangerous in exchange for those talismans. Having said that, don't underestimate us Grand Ascension stage beings of the sea. The sea is far more abundant with precious resources than beings from small races like you can imagine. We've discovered 7 or 8 ancient seabed cave abodes, and some of the treasures in there are no less valuable than Sanqing lightning talismans. Perhaps you'd be willing to change your mind if we were to bring out some of those items, Xueran said. I've also encountered some miraculous opportunities during my cultivation and obtained treasures of equal value to the Sanqing lightning talisman. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made this trip. Mo Jianli chimed in with a confident expression. Han Li merely remained silent with a faint smile on his face. I'm sure that all of you possess treasures no lesser in value than my Sanqing lightning talismans, but just like how these talismans are integral for the transcendence of your heavenly tribulations, the item I'm looking for also concerns my survival. As such, I won't exchange my Sanqing lightning talismans for anything else, the elderly man said in a decisive manner. There's no need to waste further time, fellow Taoist spirit. Just tell us exactly what it is you would like us to do, Mo Jianli urged. All right, your wish is my command. I currently require a thread of time to save my life, and I'm willing to exchange 1 Sanqing lightning talisman for each thread of time. What do you think? The white-robed elderly revealed. Everyone faltered slightly upon hearing this, and Heilin immediately flared up with rage. You require a thread of time? Is that supposed to be a joke? How can we possibly find such a legendary item? Threads of time were extraordinary items that could only be born in the river of time, which contained the law of time. However, there was no way that a river of time could appear in a lower realm like the spirit realm. Only in the true immortal realm would one be able to find a few of these incredible rivers. Mo Jianli's expression also darkened upon hearing this. Brother Spirit, are you proposing this deal without any sincerity? Han Li had naturally also read about threads of time and rivers of time in some ancient tomes, and he was stroking his chin with a contemplative expression as he quickly reviewed the information that he had read. Even among all of the treasures that only existed in legends, threads of time were considered to be extremely precious, and its main effect was that it could extend one's lifespan. It was said that the power of time imbued within a single thread of time could extend a mortal or a low-grade cultivator's lifespan by over 1,000 years, while for beings of their caliber, thread of time had the incredible ability to delay heavenly tribulations. A thread of time could delay a minor heavenly tribulation by over 500 years and a major heavenly tribulation by over a century. Of course, those were only legends as no one had ever truly seen these threads in action. However, one thing was for sure. No rivers of time had ever appeared in any of the lower realms. Could it be that the spirit monarch was requesting this item as he was? Han Li cast his gaze toward the white-robed elderly man, and a peculiar look appeared in his eyes. The spirit monarch chuckled, I wouldn't dare to waste your time by making such tasteless jokes, fellow Taoists. The most premium threads of time can indeed only be born in rivers of time, but I don't specifically require threads of time of that caliber. Even if you could find threads of time of the lowest caliber, I'd exchange Sanqing lightning talismans for them without any hesitation. It's next to impossible to obtain naturally arising threads of time, but it's not impossible for us to refine artificial threads of time. He Lin and Mo Jianli faltered slightly upon hearing this before both of them fell into deep thought. In contrast, a thought seemed to suddenly occur to Shui Ran, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Looks like you already know what I'm referring to, fellow Taoist Shui Ran, the spirit monarch said in an unhurried manner. Brother Shui. He Lin turned to Shui Ran with an inquisitive expression, while Han Li and Mo Jianli exchanged a silent glance. If I'm not mistaken, you must be referring to the Azura spiders that can only be found in the small Azura realm, which appeared once many years ago. Aside from that, I can't think of any other place where you can obtain artificial threads of time, Shui Ran said. Small Azura realm? Azura spider? Mo Jianli and He Lin exclaimed in unison while Han Li blinked in a perplexed manner. This was the first time he was hearing these two names. That's right. The Azura spider is born with the innate ability to control space and time. If you can kill a few of these spiders, you should be able to refine artificial threads of time from their cores. This will certainly be far easier than searching for a river of time, the spirit monarch replied. Humph. You sure make it sound simple. Setting aside how perilous the small Azura realm is and how fearsome the Azura spiders are, the entrance to that realm had completely collapsed during the battle that had taken place 200,000 years ago. How are we supposed to access it? Shui Ran harumphed coldly. I've naturally made preparations for that. Please take a look at this, the spirit monarch said with a faint smile, then flipped a hand over to reveal a ball of crimson light. Han Li focused his gaze on the ball of crimson light to find that it contained a crimson fist-sized rock with an extremely rough surface that was riddled with countless tiny holes. That's an Azura heart. Where did you obtain this item, brother spirit? Mo Jianli's expression changed drastically at the sight of the object. Shui Ran and He Lin clearly also recognized it, and incredulous looks appeared on their faces as well. As for Han Li, this was the first time he had heard of this Azura heart, so he naturally displayed no reaction. However, Mo Jianli immediately offered him an explanation through voice transmission. The small Azura realm once emerged in the southern region of our Tianyuan continent 200,000 years ago. The realm is quite small, but everything within it is extremely similar to that of the Azura realm, which collapsed and completely vanished in ancient times. The presence of Azura spider is one of the most symbolic similarities between the two realms. Thus, many people have speculated that the small Azura realm is a section of the Azura realm that was somehow spared during the latter's collapse. In order to fight over this realm, several nearby super races had engaged in a fierce clash, unintentionally destroying the entrance to the realm in the process, and causing it to disappear again. For that, all of the super races were quite remorseful for a very long time. Mo Jianli's voice transmission cut off there. I see, so what is this Azura heart? You seem to be extremely surprised to see it. Han Li also asked through voice transmission. Azura hearts are items manifested from the hearts of powerful creatures in the small Azura realm. They contain a type of mysterious energy unique to the small Azura realm, and they were originally used only for tool and pill refinement, but after the entrance to the realm was destroyed, some people discovered that these hearts could be used in conjunction with a type of defunct ancient superformation to directly enter the small Azura realm. However, during this time, those who entered the small Azura realm AHD to refine the Azura heart into some type of protective treasure to oppose the resistance from the realm. The energy within that treasure will slowly be expended, and once it's been completely exhausted, the resistance of the small Azura realm would automatically eject that person. Unfortunately, the creatures that possess Azura hearts in the small Azura realm are extremely difficult to kill, so there aren't many of these Azura hearts in existence. After the entrance to the realm collapsed, almost all of the remaining Azura hearts were used up over time, so it came as quite a surprise to me that the spirit monarch is in possession of them, Mo Jianli explained. Han Li nodded with a contemplative expression upon hearing this. As the two of them were conversing with one another, Shui Ran had already accepted the Azura heart from the spirit monarch and was carefully examining it. After a long while, he heaved a long sigh and asked, "This is indeed an Azura heart. How many of these do you have in our possession, brother spirit?" 2, the spirit monarch replied. 2? Each Azura heart can only teleport one person into the small Azura realm. Are you planning to select 2 of us to enter the small Azura realm? Shui Ran asked as his expression darkened slightly. Mo Jianli's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, after some improvements I made, these Azura hearts can be split into halves. However, one Azura heart only contains enough energy for one person to remain in the small Azura realm for around a month, and with each half you would only be able to remain in the realm for around half a month. I'm sure that with your abilities, this will be more than enough time to track down Azura spiders, the spirit monarch replied in a calm manner. That'll be a matter of luck considering the limited time that we have, Shui Ran harumphed coldly. If I recall correctly, you 2 possess the bloodlines of the 2 true spirits, the Bloodflame 6-headed spider and the Blackscale Heavenly Dragon spider, right? This might not be enough time for others to track down Azura spiders, but with your bloodline's sensory abilities to guide you, there should be a very good chance, the spirit monarch replied with a smile. Looks like you've done a lot of homework on us too, Shui Ran said as a cold light flashed through both his and He Lin's eyes. Hee. I originally invited fellow Taoist Xianxia as he possessed the bloodline of the thousand-eyed evil spider bloodline, which should have made it even easier for him to track down Azura spiders in the small Azura realm. However, seeing as he perished in the Elder Devil realm, I could only turn to you. Thankfully, the small Azura realm isn't a large place, so even without your bloodline sensory abilities, you'll have some chances of tracking down Azura spiders. Had it not been for fellow Taoist Xianxia's unexpected demise and the fact that I urgently require these threads of time, I wouldn't even have allowed Brother Mo and fellow Taoist Han to get in on this deal. However, seeing as they came to me with the relevant token, I could only oblige. Now then, I've said everything that needs to be said. Are you willing to venture into the small Azura realm? The spirit monarch asked in a calm manner. No one offered an immediate reply. I've heard that as soon as Azura spiders are born, they already possess nascent soul stage powers at a minimum, and that as they grow, their powers are rapidly enhanced, to the extent that they'll possess powers infinitely approaching the Grand Ascension stage once they reach full maturity. There are even some Azura spiders with exceptional aptitude that are comparable in power to true spirits. In order to be able to refine threads of time, we'll have to kill mature Azura spiders, right? Mo Jianli asked. You sure know a lot about these Azura spiders, Brother Mo. Indeed, threads of time can only be extracted from mature Azura spiders, and it'll generally take the cores of 3 Azura spiders to refine a single thread of time. Of course, if you encounter an Azura spider that's powerful enough, only 1 core will be required, the spirit monarch replied. Mo Jianli fell silent as a wry smile appeared on his face, while Shui Ran and He Lin's expressions darkened even further. After a short while, Shui Ran asked in a cold voice. The small Azura realm is already fraught with perils, and mature Azura spiders possess the ability to control time to a certain extent. Even if they're not quite at the Grand Ascension stage, they won't be any easier to deal with than the average Grand Ascension stage being. On top of that, we'll have to kill at least 3 of them each to extract a single thread of time. We'll essentially be risking our lives the entire time. Don't you think just a single Xianxia lightning talisman is insufficient compensation? I don't think that's the case. Aside from those talismans, I've also brought out these 2 Azura hearts. Considering how rare they are, they're only slightly inferior in value to Xianxia lightning talismans. On top of that, the small Azura realm has always been renowned as a place that's abundant with precious resources. So you should reap many rewards on your trip regardless of whether you manage to track down Azura spiders. You can keep everything you obtain during your trip as an additional reward, the spirit monarch replied. That's not the same thing. The Azura hearts are required for us to enter the small Azura realm, so they shouldn't count as part of the compensation. Besides, with half an Azura heart each, we'll only be able to remain in the small Azura realm for around half a month. How will we have any time to search for additional treasures on top of Azura spiders? Even if, by some immense stroke of fortune, we do find some valuable treasures, it's still not comparable to the risk that we're incurring. At our cultivation bases, safety is the most important thing. Don't forget that all of us want Xianxia lightning talismans to ensure our safety during our next heavenly tribulations, Shui Ran said in a cold voice. Everyone else remained silent, but they were clearly in agreement with Shui Ran's words. The spirit monarch's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and only after a brief pause did he reply, in that case, if you can obtain threads of time from the small Azura realm, I'll be willing to offer 3 treasures of your choice from the list I just presented in addition to a Sanqing lightning talisman for each thread of time. This is the final concession I'm willing to make. If you're still not satisfied, then you can leave and I'll find someone else. Alright, you have yourself a deal. Have you prepared the teleportation formation required to travel to the small Azura realm? We can't stay here for very long. Xueran replied without any hesitation. The spirit monarch replied with a confident smile. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Xue. The teleportation formation has already been prepared, and it's situated on this holy mountain. If you're willing to go, I can teleport all of you to the small Azura realm right away. What's your decision, Brother Mo, fellow Taoist Han? A hesitant look appeared on Mo Jianli's face, but he soon gritted his teeth as he replied, I'm determined to obtain the Sanqing lightning talismans, so I'm also willing to enter the small Azura realm. In that case, I'll be accompanying Brother Mo to the small Azura realm as well. However, I have a condition. Please allow me to decide the coordinates that we return to from the small Azura realm, Hanli said in a calm manner. A hint of displeasure appeared on the spirit monarch's face upon hearing this. Why are you making such a request, fellow Taoist Han? Do you not trust me? No, it's just that I'm used to controlling as many factors as I can. I hope you can understand. I know a thing or two about teleportation formations, so it won't be a very difficult task for me to alter the teleportation coordinates, Hanli replied. I think that's a great idea. I'm also quite familiar with teleportation formations, so I'll set my own return coordinates as well. If you don't agree to this request, then I'm going to have to question your sincerity, Brother Spirit. Xueran chuckled as he appraised the spirit monarch with a hint of a smile on his face. All right, in that case, you're free to decide your own return coordinates, but I'd advise you not to set the coordinates to outside of our spirit race's territory. Otherwise, if you return too late, I may assume that a mishap has occurred and offer the Sanqing lightning talismans in an exchange to someone else. I'm sure you're aware of just how precious these talismans are. If I were to spread word of their existence, many fellow Taoists will immediately come to see me, the spirit monarch said. Haha. Rest assured, Brother Spirit, with our bloodline sensory abilities, there should be a 70% to 80% chance that we find Azura spiders. After half a month, we'll be back to complete our deal, Xueran replied with a pleased expression. Fellow Taoist Han and I will also do our best, Mo Jianli replied. All right, then it's decided. Stay here for a night to make some preparations and I'll teleport all 4 of you into the small Azura realm tomorrow morning, the spirit monarch said before clapping his hands together twice and a side door opened, upon which several young women in palatial dresses made their way into the room. They extended respectful curtsies toward Han Li and the others before standing on either side of them. Xueran nodded before rising to his feet and departing with He Lin and 2 of the women. After that, Mo Jianli stood up and cupped his fist in a salute toward the spirit monarch before also turning to depart. However, as Hanli stood up from his chair, he didn't immediately leave. Instead, he smiled and said, There's a question I'd like to ask, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate. The spirit monarch was rather taken aback to hear this, but he still replied, Go ahead. Fellow Taoist Han. I've heard some rumors that state that the spirit realm has only had a single spirit monarch since its arrival in the spirit realm. Is that true? How old are you right now, Brother Spirit? Han Li asked with a smile. Mo Jianli and the spirit monarch both faltered slightly upon hearing this before the latter chuckled. Haha. I've heard those rumors as well, but of course, they're not true. Our spirit race has been in this realm for over 1 million years. While it's indeed true that our heavenly tribulations are spaced further apart than for other beings, how could a single spirit monarch possibly live for that long? Having said that, there were a few spirit monarchs that reigned for a very long time, and that's most likely where the rumor stemmed from. I see, that makes sense. After all, this is the spirit realm, not the true immortal realm. How could someone possibly live for over 1 million years here? Han Li said with a faint smile before departing with Mo Jianli and 2 of the other spirit women. Following their departure, the smile on the spirit monarch's face immediately faded. Why did he mention the true immortal realm? Could it be that he's onto something? Then again, he isn't the first person to have asked me that. The spirit monarch murmured to himself in a barely audible voice. He then made a hand seal and vanished on the spot amid a flash of white light. Moments later, He reappeared in a white light formation within a pitch-black space, deep in the belly of concealed Spirit Mountain. He swept his gaze around this dark space, and his brows furrowed slightly as he abruptly swept a sleeve upward. Around a dozen balls of light immediately emerged before hovering high up in the air. After that, the Spirit Monarch made a hand seal, and the balls of light brightened significantly to illuminate the entire space. Around 300 to 400 feet away from him stood a translucent icy mountain that was over 10,000 feet tall, and a massive golden rune encompassed most of the entire mountain. Through the transparent ice, one could see a handsome golden-robed young man at the bottom of the icy mountain, and he was unconscious with a series of rune chains binding his entire body. On his glabella was a golden rune identical to the one on the icy mountain, and the Spirit Monarch immediately reached out to press a hand against the mountain while releasing threads of white light out of his palm in a frenzy. The golden rune on the icy mountain immediately began to glow with scintillating light, and the white threads that had been injected into the mountain converged to form a miniature humanoid figure that was around a foot tall. The miniature figure was identical to the Spirit Monarch both in appearance and attire, and its eyes were tightly shut. The Spirit Monarch then tapped a finger against his own glabella, and a translucent white thread erupted forth before plunging into the icy mountain and vanishing into the miniature humanoid figure's forehead in a flash. The miniature figure slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils. "Thank you for your hard work. We're finally on the verge of success. After obtaining the threads of time, we'll be able to significantly shorten the amount of time required to refine this man. Otherwise, it'll take me at least 10,000 more years to refine him, and who knows what could happen during that time," the miniature figure said in a voice that was also identical to that of the Spirit Monarch. "That would naturally be best, but it's a pity that we have to offer those Sanqing lightning talismans for exchange. Those talismans were reserved to assist the most talented juniors of our spirit race to transcend their major heavenly tribulations," the Spirit Monarch sighed. "It can't be helped. I did possess some talismans and pills from the true immortal realm that can't be found in the lower realms, but they've all been used up over time, so the only things in my possession that'll tempt those Grand Ascension stage beings are the Sanqing lightning talismans. By the way, isn't that Han Li one of the people who ventured into the Elder Devil realm with Thousand Autumns and the others?" the miniature figure asked. "They are indeed one and the same. I don't know what happened during their journey into the Elder Devil realm, but he was the sole survivor while Thousand Autumns and the others all perished. On top of that, he progressed to the Grand Ascension stage as soon as he returned to the spirit realm, and during his celebratory ceremony, he was able to severely wound a Grand Ascension stage Xianxia being with ease. So he's definitely no ordinary Grand Ascension cultivator," the Spirit Monarch said with a slightly solemn expression. "It looks like he must have entered the spirit cleansing pond and consumed a clean spirit lotus. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this powerful. This is a good thing. The more powerful he is, the greater the chance that he'd be able to obtain a thread of time in the small Azura realm," the miniature figure replied. "I was thinking the same thing. Otherwise, if Mo Jianli had been accompanied by Ao Xiao, I wouldn't have agreed to let them in on the deal," the Spirit Monarch said with a faint smile. "All right, seeing as everything is progressing smoothly, I'll leave everything to you. I have to focus on refining this true immortal soul now. Don't awaken me again until they've returned from the small Azura realm," the miniature figure said. The Spirit Monarch nodded in response and said with a smile, "You and I are one entity, so I would also benefit immensely if you could successfully refine an immortal soul pill." The miniature figure also nodded in response before dissipating into specks of spiritual light. After that, a teleportation formation emerged on its own beneath the Spirit Monarch's feet, and he was teleported away amid a flash of white light. On a continent in the true immortal realm that stretched as far as the eyes could see, there were countless farmers in yellow robes tending to well-organized fields of crops. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that all of these farmers wore completely wooden expressions, and they were all extremely lifelike humanoid puppets. Within those fields were planted massive rice crops with thick stems that were giving off incredibly pure spiritual qi, striking one with a sense of reinvigoration through inhalation alone. In the air above the fields were spirit clouds of different colors, each of which was around an acre in size, and atop the clouds sat a series of robed figure holding a different item. These people either occupied a cloud alone or in groups of 2 or 3, and all of them wore Taoist robes as they patrolled the air above the fields, occasionally releasing a shower of rain from their spirit clouds to nourish the fields down below. Even higher up in the air was a sea of mist at an altitude of over 100,000 feet with no end in sight, looking as if it encompassed the entire continent. A series of spirit birds and spirit beasts were traversing through the mist, carrying some people in different attire in and out of the sea of mist. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar rang out and a blue ice WIRM that was over 1,000 feet in length appeared in the distant sky. The blue ice WIRM reached the air above the fields in the blink of an eye, and the arrival of such a gigantic creature would immediately strike horror and panic into the hearts of ordinary beings if it were to appear in the spirit realm. However, the farmers down below and the Taoist atop the clouds simply ignored it. Only a few of the Taoists took a brief glance at it, but that was all the attention it received. Upon catching sight of the ice WIRM, a surprised look appeared on the face of a young Taoist who appeared to only be around 12 to 13 years of age. "Isn't that Master Li? He only left the Immortal Palace a few days ago. Why is he back already?" the young Taoist murmured. "He looks to be in quite a hurry, so he must be doing something quite important, and it doesn't appear to be going very well," another Taoist mused. "Perhaps." Having said that, Master Li's powers rank among the top 100 of our Golden Han Immortal Palace. What could possibly be beyond his capabilities in this immortal region? If you and I could become disciples of Master Li, that would be a brilliant opportunity, the first Taoist said. "Stop daydreaming. You and I are disciples of the lowest grade in the Immortal Palace. We're basically glorified manual laborers. How could someone like Master Li possibly take an interest in us?" Having said that, my spirit body is 70% complete, so perhaps I can pass the next trial and become a ranked disciple. When that time comes, I won't have to waste my time on trivial tasks like this anymore, the second Taoist scoffed as he looked at the jade badge in his hand with a hopeful expression. "What? Your spirit body is already 70% complete? I've only just reached 50%. Looks like I have to work harder in my cultivation. If I can't become a ranked disciple in the next few years, I'm most likely going to be banished to a lower realm," the first Taoist said with a panicked expression. "To be honest, going to a lower realm isn't all that bad. Aside from immortality, you can enjoy everything else," the second Taoist chuckled. "I'm not going to a lower realm. I'm definitely going to become a ranked disciple like you, senior martial brother," the first Taoist said in a determined manner. "In that case, you'll have to work hard, junior martial brother. If you still haven't manifested a spirit body in 5 years, the enforcers of the Immortal Palace aren't going to give you any special treatment," the second Taoist replied in a serious manner. "Thank you for the words of caution, senior martial brother. I'll be sure to work hard," the first Taoist said with a determined nod. Just as the two Taoists were chatting with one another, the huge ice WIRM up above plunged into the sea of mist before rising even further upward, instantly reaching an altitude of hundreds of thousands of feet. The mist abruptly scattered, and the ice WIRM emerged into a world that was abundant with spiritual chi. There were hundreds of mountains of different sizes hovering above the sea of mist, the tallest of which stood at hundreds of thousands feet tall, while the shortest were only around 30,000 to 40,000 feet in height. However, all of them were covered in exotic plants and flowers as well as beautifully crafted buildings. The mountains were connected by rainbow bridges, and there were men and women drifting over the bridges in palatial attire, presenting a scene akin to a heavenly paradise. The blue ice WIRM immediately flew over several mountains before arriving at the center of the cluster of mountains. Down below was a massive city-like palace that was surrounded by around a dozen mountains. The palace was extremely resplendent with countless huge runes revolving around it. And in front of the massive gate that was over 10,000 feet tall stood a series of armed golden armored guards. Above the enormous gate was a silver plaque, upon which was inscribed, "Golden Han Immortal Palace," in giant golden character. As soon as the blue ice WIRM landed in front of the palace gate, it immediately transformed into a thin and tall Taoist priest with a dark complexion holding a silver horsetail brush. A few of the golden armored guards standing in front of the gate immediately approached him, and one of them extended a slight bow as he inquired in a voice that was neither arrogant nor humble. "Why have you visited the Immortal Palace, Master Li?" "I wish to see the palace master," the Taoist priest immediately replied. I'm not sure that can be arranged. The palace master is currently in seclusion and won't see anyone unless it's for an important reason, the armored guard said with a hesitant expression. The Taoist priest's expression darkened upon hearing this, yet just as he was about to say something, an authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Let Li Ming come in to see me. I have urgent matters I wish to discuss with him. The armored guard immediately cupped his fist in a salute before stepping away to the side. Yes, palace master. Please go ahead, Master Li. The Taoist priest didn't say anything further and headed straight toward the palace gate. He seemed to be very familiar with everything in the palace, and after passing through a massive hall and several long corridors, he arrived in a peaceful courtyard. All types of exotic flowers and plants were growing inside the courtyard, and there were two women in palatial dresses standing beside the entrance with silver veils over their faces. The women had skin as fair as jade, and they were very elegant, but their auras were quite ethereal and unfathomable. Greetings, I've come to pay the palace master a visit, the Taoist priest said as he extended a polite salute toward the two women. One of them women stepped gracefully off to the side to avoid his salute and said, We wouldn't dare to accept your salute, Master Li. Please go in. Our palace master has been waiting for quite some time now. Hee. Then I'll be going on ahead, the Taoist priest replied with a smile before entering the courtyard. After passing through a fragrant garden of flowers, a small yet lush meadow appeared up ahead. There were fragrant floral trees planted all around the meadow, and a purple-robed woman was currently standing in front of one of those trees, inspecting it with an appreciative look in her eyes. I pay my respects to the palace master, the Taoist priest said as he lowered his head in a respectful manner. There's no one else around, so there's no need to be so stiff and formal. Just refer to me as Martial Ant, the woman said with a faint smile. I wouldn't dare. We aren't in the Nine-Origin Taoist temple. If a patrolling envoy were to overhear me calling you that, it would be bad for both of us, the Taoist priest replied with a serious expression. Aren't you being a little too cautious? Having said that, those patrolling envoys really are spoilsports. I can't do anything with them around. I'm beginning to miss the days when I was free from the responsibilities that come with being the palace master. How about I retire and nominate you as my successor? The woman asked, and even though she wore an amused expression, she gave off an indescribable sense of authority. Ahem, my grandmaster would never agree to something like that, palace master. Even though the region that our Golden Han Immortal Palace governs over is inconsequential in the context of the entire Immortal region, it is the foundation of our Nine-Origin Taoist temple, and countless immortal citizens reside in this area, so the position of palace master can't just be handed down to anyone. The Taoist priest replied as he shook his head vigorously. Humph, you sure know how to flatter me. Your master and all of your martial uncles possess superior powers to mine. Why aren't any of them the palace master? I did become a disciple of your grandmasters later than they did, but I've already stayed in this immortal palace for over 100,000 years. Isn't it time someone relieved me of my duties? The woman harumphed. Back when you became a disciple of my grandmasters, you were already the master of a lower realm, so you're the ideal candidate to be the immortal palace master. As for my master and martial uncles, all of them have grown accustomed to having no responsibilities on their shoulders, so there's no way that they would be able to lead the Golden Han Immortal Palace to greater heights like you could, the Taoist priest said with a fawning smile. I must admit that your flattery is working. Your masters and martial uncles either have zero sense of responsibility and go into seclusion for tens, even hundreds of thousands of years at a time, or have cultivated to the point where they've become as emotionless as rocks. In particular, I try to stay as far away from your master as possible, the woman said through gritted teeth as if she had just recalled some kind of unpleasant memory. A wry smile appeared on the Taoist priest's face upon hearing this. Even he was petrified of his own master and didn't dare to utter so much as an extra word in his presence, let alone this martial aunt of his. By the way, why have you come to see me? You seem to be in quite a hurry. I saw through the all-seeing mirror that you were about to barge your way through if the guards refused to let you in, the woman suddenly said with a faint smile. A serious look immediately appeared on the Taoist priest's face upon hearing this, and he lowered his voice slightly as he replied, I came here to deliver a report on the task that Grandmaster assigned to me last time. A serious look also appeared on the woman's face, and she replied, I see. Let's discuss this in my spirit domain. As soon as her voice trailed off, she swiped a finger through the air and a white spatial rift emerged, then scattered into bursts of white light. The surrounding environment completely transformed in the wake of the white light, and an intricately crafted hall was manifested, complete with tables and chairs, as well as a group of beautiful female servants in palatial dresses standing on either side of the hall. The Taoist priest's expression changed slightly at the sight of the female servants. I see that you've cultivated your spirit domain to the third spirit form stage, martial ant. These domain spirits aren't very intelligent right now, but once developed further, they'll definitely become powerful allies. I only recently progressed from the creation stage to the spirit form stage, so I was in seclusion to consolidate my spirit domain. Of course, if your Grandmaster were willing to come out of seclusion to provide me with some guidance, then that would be even better. Take a seat, martial nephew. Even the immortal tools of the patrolling envoys won't be able to encroach upon my spirit domain without my detection. Go ahead and deliver your report, the woman said with a faint smile before taking a seat on the chair at the center of the hall. Please excuse me, the Taoist priest said as he also took a seat. If I recall correctly, you were assigned the task several centuries ago, right? Has an outcome been reached? The woman asked with a serious expression. During these past few centuries, I've tried all types of methods, and only after expending a heavy price was I able to borrow a good friend's treasure to track down that person. The Taoist priest replied. As long as we can track that person down, any price is worth paying. That person betrayed our 9-origin Taoist temple and disappeared with that item. Even though we possess a soul badge of his, he was somehow able to sever that connection. Even your Grandmaster made an exception to try and investigate this matter, only to be stopped by several powerful seniors, thereby rendering his efforts fruitless. His soul badge only registered a response again several centuries ago, and he seems to be in a very bad condition, which is why your Grandmaster assigned this task to you. If that traitor were to perish, then he would naturally deserve that fate. But the item that he stole concerns the future welfare of our 9-origin Taoist temple, so we have to recover it, the woman said as a hint of rage appeared in her eyes. The Taoist priest's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, and he hurriedly rose to his feet as he extended a respectful bow. Rest assured, martial ant. Cracks have appeared on that traitor's soul badge, but he most likely won't perish anytime soon. I'm guessing he's been trapped somewhere, but the biggest issue now is that he's not in true immortal realm. Instead, he's in a lower realm. A lower realm? What's so difficult about that? Just find his exact location, then expend some immortal spirit stones and teleport to him through a descending immortal platform. Could it be that the lower realm he fled to is one that we've lost contact with? The woman asked. Indeed, martial ant. That traitor fled to a lower realm that we've lost contact with in the southern realm cluster, and we haven't been able to track down exactly which lower realm he's in, but we should be able to arrive at a verdict given some time. However, there are hundreds of lower realms in the southern realm cluster, and ever since that spatial storm, our true immortal realm has lost control over those realms. To this day, we still haven't been able to recover their exact coordinates, so the descending immortal platforms can't teleport me there. The Taoist priest sighed with furrowed brows. That is indeed quite troublesome. Ever since the coordinates of the southern cluster changed, not only have people from the true immortal realm been unable to access those realms, it's also become extremely difficult for beings from those realms to ascend to our true immortal realm. All those who have been able to ascend to our true immortal realm from those realms in recent times have possessed extraordinary aptitude and potential. The woman said as her eyes narrowed slightly. I'm well aware of that. The vastly renowned immortal Lord Tianshu ascended from one of those lost realms, and in the span of no more than 1 million years, he forged a resounding reputation for himself and became a subordinate of Imperial Lord Guang Fa. The Taoist priest replied with a hint of envy in his eyes. All right, setting that aside for now, without the exact coordinates, it'll be impossible to travel to those lower realms through conventional means. Perhaps I'll have to go to your Grandmaster and see if he has some ideas. With the situation that traitor is currently in, we should be able to capture him with minimal effort. Having said that, I'm rather curious about how he managed to flee into those lost realms. The woman said as a cold look flashed through her eyes. Who knows? Perhaps he plotted this in advance and obtained the exact coordinates of one of the lost realms. Alternatively, perhaps he fled into that lost realm due to some type of mishap. In any case, he was able to take the treasure and escape from our 9-origin Taoist temple far easier than he should have been able to, so he had to have received instructions from someone. Otherwise, he would have never dared to betray our Taoist temple. The Taoist priest said with a contemplative expression. There's nothing to speculate here. The mastermind behind this is most likely one of the people who stepped in to stop your grandmaster. The woman chuckled coldly. The Taoist priest nodded in response, clearly sharing the same opinion. All right, beings of your grandmaster's caliber are not for us to discuss. I'm more interested in which disciple we'll be sending to the lower realm if we can track down the exact coordinates. Would you be interested, Marshal Nephew? The woman asked with a faint smile. Surely you jest, Marshal Aunt. I'm nowhere near powerful enough to undertake such an important task. That traitor was considered to be one of the most powerful disciples of his rank in our Taoist temple. And even though it seems like he's in a very bad position, we can't eliminate the possibility that this could be a trick. Even if he really has been trapped in the lower realm, that's still not necessarily a good thing. It indicates that there's an extremely powerful being in that lower realm, and if we send a disciple that's not powerful or crafty enough, then he could fall into the same position as that traitor, the Taoist priest said with a shake of his head. In that case, our choices will be limited to the disciples who often through the foreign realms. Marshal Nephew Zhu and Marshal Nephew Wu both seem to be quite suited for the task, the woman said with a smile. Senior Marshal Brother Zhu and Junior Marshal Brother Wu are indeed great candidates, but they're somewhat lacking compared to someone else, the Taoist priest said as a peculiar look appeared in his eyes. The woman faltered slightly upon hearing this. You don't mean? You may not be aware of this yet, but Senior Marshal Brother Maz has already come out of his forced seclusion, the Taoist priest said. The woman's smile completely faded upon hearing this. What? When did Ma Liang's punishment conclude? Why haven't I heard anything about this? I was only made aware of this by a junior marshal brother a few days ago, and there aren't that many people who know about this. With Senior Marshal Brother Ma's powers and cunning nature, there's a very good chance that he'll be assigned this important task, the Taoist priest said with a solemn expression. Humph, I wouldn't be too sure of that. Ma Liang is indeed quite powerful, but he's far too ruthless. In the past, he sacrificed hundreds of millions of living beings in a lower realm just to refine a treasure, causing immense trouble for our Taoist temple. If it weren't for his exceptional aptitude and the fact that he had made several major contributions to our Taoist temple in the past, his punishment wouldn't have been limited to only 10,000 years of forced seclusion. If we send him to a lost realm where no one can interfere with his actions, he's most likely going to stir up even more trouble. The woman harumphed coldly. That's all true, but don't forget just how important that treasure is to our Taoist temple and to my grandmaster. Taking that into consideration, I think there's a very good chance that Senior Marshal Brother Ma will be chosen, the Taoist priest countered. That is indeed quite a strong possibility. If Ma Liang is sent to the lower realm, his powers will be restricted, but he should still be more than capable of recovering that treasure. So be it, it's not like our opinion carries any weight in this matter anyway. You're just an enforcing disciple while I'm only an in-name palace master. However, regardless of who gets assigned this task, don't forget to inform me if you find any concrete information about the realm that the traitor is currently situated in, the woman said. I'll be sure to do so, the Taoist priest replied in a respectful manner. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss with me? If not, then I'm going back to rest now, the woman said. That's all for today. I'll be taking my leave now, Marshal Aunt, the Taoist priest replied as he rose to his feet and extended a parting salute. The woman merely nodded in response, seemingly having lost interest in further conversation. Thus, the Taoist priest departed, and as soon as he set foot outside the courtyard, he vanished amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. In the next instant, the Taoist priest appeared on a meadow that was surrounded by the same floral trees, but the palace and the purple-robed woman were nowhere to be seen. After taking a quick glance at his surroundings, the Taoist priest immediately returned the same way he had come. A short while later, the blue ice WIRM rose up into the air in front of the giant palace gate again, then quickly disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, the purple-robed woman was still seated on her chair in the mysterious hall with a contemplative look on her face, and only after a long while did she murmur to herself with a cold smile, Ma Liang, eh? Hee hee. That's not a bad arrangement. Her voice then gradually became inaudible, and she abruptly vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. In a restricted area on concealed Spirit Mountain, Hanli, Mo Jianli, the Spirit Monarch, Xueran, and He Lin were standing in front of a massive formation. The formation was around an acre in size, and not only was it riddled with golden and silver spirit patterns, there were hundreds of top-grade spirit stones embedded into the corners of the formation. The 8-body integration stage spirit beings were standing some distance behind them in a respectful manner, while Han Li and the others were silently inspecting the giant formation. Meanwhile, the spirit monarch was looking up into the sky while holding a formation plate, seemingly calculating something. The time has come. This is the best time to set off, the spirit monarch suddenly said. All right, we'll be going on ahead then, Mo Jianli said as he strode toward the formation, followed closely by Han Li. However, the spirit monarch suddenly cautioned. You've already decided your return coordinates, and you can return to the spirit realm by crushing your Azura hearts. However, take care not to completely exhaust the energy within your Azura hearts. Otherwise, you could be trapped in the small Azura realm forever. Thank you for the words of caution. I'll be sure to remember that, Mo Jianli replied with a smile as he entered the formation. Han Li also cupped his fist in a salute toward the spirit monarch to express his gratitude. Xueran and He Lin also strode into the formation, following which the former suddenly turned to the spirit monarch and asked, Brother Spirit, you're not going to suddenly change your mind if we manage to return with threads of time, are you? Rather than being enraged by Xueran's suspicions, the spirit monarch calmly replied, Rest assured, Brother Xue. Those threads of time are extremely important to me, so there's no way I'll go back on my word. That's all I needed to hear, Xueran said as he nodded with a pleased expression. The spirit monarch didn't hesitate any longer as he raised the formation plate in his hand, which released a beam of white light that vanished into the formation in a flash. The giant formation immediately began to emit a loud buzzing sound, and bursts of golden and silver light erupted forth while countless runes surged out of the top-grade spirit stones in a frenzy. All of a sudden, Han Li and the others vanished from within the formation. The spirit monarch had been appraising the formation with an unblinking gaze this entire time, and only after everyone had disappeared did he heave a sigh of relief. He then turned to the 8 holy spirits behind him and instructed, Listen up. From now on, keep a constant eye on this formation in shifts, and make sure to inform me right away if any abnormalities arise. Yes, Spirit Monarch. The 8-body integration stage spirit beings answered in unison. The Spirit Monarch nodded, then flew away as a streak of white light. After a brief discussion, 8 of the 6 holy spirits departed, leaving only the bald man and another body integration stage spirit being behind. The 2 of them immediately sat down on the spot and closed their eyes, then released their enormous spiritual sense to encompass the entire formation. Under these circumstances, they would instantly be alerted if anything were to go wrong with the giant formation. After a short while, the 2 holy spirits entered a state of meditation. Han Li shook his head to rid himself of the onset of dizziness that he had just been struck by. It had been a very long time since he had experienced this type of teleportation discomfort. However, due to the fact that this was teleportation between realms, discomfort was unavoidable even with his immense powers. After recovering from the rush of dizziness, Han Li immediately inspected his surroundings to find that the entire area was filled with thick white trees, short shrubs, and wild grass. However, all of the branches and leaves of the trees were looking rather withered. Mo Jianli, Xueran, and He Lin were nowhere to be seen, but Han Li wasn't surprised at all to see this. He and Mo Jianli had already anticipated this and made some arrangements. As such, he immediately cast his gaze upward, and his expression quickly changed in response to what he saw. There were 3 green suns up in the sky, one of which was larger than the other 2. The largest of the 3 suns was at the direct center of the sky, while the 2 smaller suns were situated to the east and to the west, and they were far inferior to the central both in size and radiance. However, what caught Han Li's attention and made him quite wary were the balls of crimson light around the 3 green suns. The balls of light were hovering around the green suns in a still manner, striking one with a sense of captivation when looked at from afar. After staring at these balls of red light for a long while, Han Li suddenly caught a whiff of a honey-like scent. His brows furrowed slightly as he swept a sleeve through the air without any warning, and a streak of azure light that was over 100 feet in length shot forth before quickly vanishing into the dense forest. In the next instant, an earth-shattering roar rang out, and the ground tremored violently before everything fell silent again. Han Li stood on the spot and cast his gaze toward the direction that the roar had come from. Moments later, the streak of azure light re-emerged from the forest before returning up his sleeve. Only then did Han Li fly toward that direction. A distance of several tens of kilometers was covered by Han Li in a flash, and he caught sight of a gargantuan creature that was several thousand feet in length lying amid a cluster of felled trees. The giant creature resembled a beast-insect hybrid, and even though its body had been sliced into several segments, one could still make out cicada wings and feelers typically found on demonic insects, as well as fur and sharp claws that were only found on beasts. From a distance, the creature appeared to be a mix between a giant hornet and a rhinoceros. The same honey-like aroma was being released by its massive body, and at such close quarters, the scent was even more pronounced. Han Li swept his gaze through the surrounding area to find that all of the plants nearby were wilting at a rapid rate discernible to the naked eye, and they quickly turned completely withered and yellow. Around the carcass of the massive beast was a series of black watermelon-sized insects that resembled praying mantises, and they were clearly long dead. This thing's poison sure is quite potent. The average person could be killed just by catching a whiff of it from hundreds of kilometers away, Han Li murmured to himself. He was unable to determine exactly what this beast was, so it was most likely unique to the small Azura realm. With that in mind, Han Li flicked a finger through the air, releasing a silver fire bead that landed on the massive carcass in a flash. Scorching silver flames instantly erupted forth to engulf and incinerate the carcass into nothingness. After that, Han Li flipped a hand over in an unhurried manner to produce a white egg-sized crystal ball, but his brows immediately furrowed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the crystal ball. Nothing was registering on its surface, so it was clear that it was unable to sense Mo Jianli as he was too far away. In that case, there was no need for them to be in a hurry to meet up. They could search for their own opportunities in this foreign realm instead. After all, a span of half a month was not a very long time. Having made his decision, Han Li decided on a certain direction before flying away as a streak of azure light. However, he wasn't flying very quickly, and he was only at an altitude of several thousand feet. He had come to the small Azura realm to find treasures, so he didn't want to miss anything. During his flight, he released his enormous spiritual sense to encompass an area with a radius of around 2,000 kilometers down below. With his enormous spiritual sense, he would be able to easily increase his sensory scope to a radius of close to 100 kilometers, but he was trying to focus on minute details and even direct his spiritual sense several thousand feet into the ground, so he could only drastically decrease his sensory range. After all, most powerful spiders like to live deep underground. Even so, it was still a testament to Han Li's incredibly powerful spiritual sense that he was able to cover such a large area while paying such close attention to detail. If Mo Jianli or Xueran were in his place, they would struggle to even achieve half of his sensory range. This was why he was so confident about this trip, even though he didn't have any bloodline sensory abilities that could help him seek out Azura spiders. As for Mo Jianli, he also seemed to be quite confident, so he most likely had some type of special method to find Azura spiders as well. Thus, Han Li gradually flew away into the distance. Elsewhere, Mo Jianli was in the process of making a grabbing motion to return a translucent jade sword into his own grasp. There was a pile of rubble just over 1,000 feet ahead of him, atop which sat the dismembered bodies of several creatures with tiger bodies and scorpion stingers. Mo Jianli took an indifferent glance at these carcasses before stowing his jade sword away, then opened his mouth to expel a ball of purple light. Within the ball of light was a small purple flag that was several inches tall. Mo Jianli pointed a finger toward the small flag, then uttered the word, "Rise." The small flag immediately began to expand at a rapid rate, surging to around 10 feet tall in the blink of an eye. In its miniature form, the flag didn't appear to be all that remarkable, but at this size, it was revealed to be a purple flag with a golden shaft, and on the surface of the flag were countless runes, as well as the image of a two-headed silver spider at its very center. Mo gently began to chant something while flicking a series of incantation seals through the air, all of which vanished into the flag in a flash, and the silver spider image on the flag gradually became clearer and clearer. A smile appeared on Mo Genli's face upon seeing this. Even though he didn't possess a bloodline that was related to the Azura spider, this coiling silk flag that he had obtained by chance had the soul of a silver astral spider as its artifact spirit, which meant that it could detect powerful spiders within a certain range. The effect was still inferior to Xueran and He Lin's bloodline detection, but it shouldn't be inferior by much. Having said that, if Azura spiders really were as fearsome as the rumors suggested, it would most likely be very difficult for him to kill one even if he could track one down. Mo Genli continued to cast incantation seals as these thoughts ran through his mind, and all of a sudden the silver spider image on the flag abruptly disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. Looks like there's nothing here, I'll have to search elsewhere, Mo Genli murmured to himself, but he wasn't disappointed by this. He had only just been teleported into the small Azura realm, and he wasn't expecting to track down an Azura spider so quickly anyway. Thus, Mo Genli swept a sleeve toward the flag, and it quickly reverted back to its original size before being swallowed by Mo Genli. Immediately thereafter, he rose up into the air and flew away as a streak of light. Looks like we're in luck. We've only just been teleported into this realm and our bloodlines have already sensed something. We should be in for a fruitful trip, He Lin said with an excited expression as he flew over 1,000 feet beneath the ground. In contrast, Xueran wore a calm expression and replied, "Don't celebrate too early. Our bloodlines are reacting to something, but it could be another type of spider. I've heard that there were many species of spiders in the Azura realm. I'm naturally aware of that, but there's still a chance, isn't there?" He Lin refused to have his enthusiasm dashed. Xueran merely smiled and remained silent. Moments later, the two of them emerged from the soil and arrived in an inky black cave. A short while after that, the two hovered side by side several feet above the ground with a pool of black blood beneath them. Lying within the pool of blood were 4 green spiders with sharp spikes all over their bodies. "You were right. They weren't Azura spiders after all," He Lin said with a wry smile. "That's no surprise. The small Azura realm isn't a huge place, but the chances of finding Azura spiders as soon as we enter the realm are still quite low. We can obtain a few decent materials here, so our effort wasn't a complete waste," Xueran replied in a calm voice as he made a grabbing motion with one hand. 2 yellow stones immediately flew out of the soil before landing in his grasp. "At least we ended up with something." "We don't have a lot of time, so let's get out of here," He Lin said. Xueran naturally had no reason to object, and thus they flew up into the soil overhead as a pair of streaks of light. Han Li hovered expressionlessly above a small mountain, facing a colony of crimson bats. Each bat was around the size of a human head, and their wingspans stretched to about 7 to 8 feet. At the center of this colony of bats was a giant bat that was several times larger than all of its brethren. Not only did this giant bat have faint golden patterns all over its body, there was a 3rd crimson demonic eye on its forehead. The bat was currently staring at Han Li with a hint of bewilderment in its 3 eyes. Han Li merely hovered in midair with his hands clasped behind his back, paying the colony of bats no heed at all as he quickly scanned through the surrounding area with his spiritual sense. As time passed, the bewilderment on the giant bat's face gradually gave way to bloodthirst. A short while later, it was finally unable to hold back any longer, and it opened its mouth to release a burst of ultrasonic sound waves. All of the surrounding crimson bats were immediately stirred up into a frenzy, and they also opened their mouths to release ultrasonic sound waves, which converged to form a massive invisible wave that surged directly toward Han Li. Only then did Han Li take a glance at the colony of bats, and he extended a palm out of his sleeve before thrusting it nonchalantly through the air. A dull thump rang out as all of the world's origin chi within a radius of hundreds of kilometers shuddered violently. Countless rays of 5-colored light began to appear, then converged in a frenzy to form a mountainous 5-colored palm that came crashing down toward the bat colony with devastating force. In the face of the giant palm's enormous power, all of the crimson bats had begun exploding into clouds of blood mist even before the palm had fallen directly upon them. As for their collective sound waves, it had been instantly reduced to nothingness by this tremendous force. The giant bat let loose an alarmed roar as the golden patterns on its body lit up, then erupted out of its body to form a golden light barrier that shielded it from all directions. In the face of the enormous pressure, the golden light barrier tremored violently while the giant bat was pressed flat onto the ground and completely immobilized. That's quite an interesting innate protective ability. Unfortunately, it's still too weak. Otherwise, I could have considered taking it as a spirit beast. Hanli murmured to himself with a slightly wistful expression. He then pointed a finger toward the giant five-colored palm, and it instantly swelled drastically in size, crushing the golden light barrier and the giant bat before it even had a chance to cry out. Hanli swept a sleeve through the air, and the giant five-colored palm instantly vanished. But there were still some golden runes lingering where the giant bat had just been before. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly as he waved a hand toward the runes, releasing a burst of suction force that drew all of the runes into his grasp. Hanli glanced at the golden runes before rubbing them between his hands, and golden light flashed erratically as the sound of metal grating on metal rang out. As Hanli brought his hands apart again, a golden beast hide was revealed. Those golden runes were none other than those golden patterns that had been on the giant bat's body. This thing can be refined into a decent protective treasure, so it looks like this wasn't a complete waste of time. Hanli murmured to himself before flipping a hand over to stow the beast hide away. Immediately thereafter, his expression changed slightly as if he had sensed something, and blue light flashed within his eyes, upon which he caught sight of a massive flock of unidentifiable birds flying toward him from several hundred kilometers away. These were a series of giant eagle-like birds, each with 2 pairs of wings and a single horn on their heads, and all of them wore bloodthirsty expressions. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he withdrew his gaze, and after taking a final glance at the vast expanse of blood mist that was still lingering beneath the mountain, he shook his head before flying away as a streak of azure light. That flock of birds posed no threat to him, but he had no intention of dealing with all of the beasts that were attracted to this place by the blood of those crimson bats. After all, his main objective was to track down Azura spiders. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and during this time, Hanli didn't reap any rewards aside from killing several powerful-looking beasts and discovering some rare materials. Aside from 2 poisonous herbs that he didn't know the name of, the other items were all quite valuable, but they weren't of much use to him at his current cultivation base, so he would just have to give them to his disciples. However, on the 3rd day, Hanli finally discovered some things related to Azura spiders in a black valley. He was currently standing inside an obscure beast lair in the valley, within which were several bear-human hybrid beasts, all of which were lying on a straw-matted ground in a completely still manner. Their fur was completely snowy white, and their flesh had completely withered away, but there weren't any wounds on their bodies. It was as if all of them had died naturally from old age. Hanli observed these carcasses for a short while, then swept a sleeve through the air to release several fiery snakes that instantly incinerated the bodies into ashes. Even though the carcasses had been incinerated, there were still some translucent threads left on the ground. Hanli made a grabbing motion to draw the translucent threads into his grasp, then enveloped them in balls of azure light. He then swept his spiritual sense toward them, and his expression immediately changed slightly. He extended a hand into the azure stroke, then stroked one of the translucent threads with a finger. All of a sudden, the translucent thread transformed into a layer of blue light that quickly spread up his entire arm. The flesh on his arm that was enshrouded within the blue light began to rapidly wither away at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and an aged aura began to emanate from the affected limb. Hanli's expression darkened slightly as he instantly withdrew his finger from the translucent thread, following which a burst of golden light flowed along his arm to eradicate the spreading blue light. Azure light then flowed over his arm, and it instantly returned to its former supple state, as if the sight of it withering away had been nothing more than an illusion. That was the power of time. It can't be referred to as the true law of time, but it's still an extremely rare innate ability. Looks like there are Azura spiders prowling in this area. Hanli murmured to himself as a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Immediately thereafter, the translucent threads in his grasp vanished amid a flash of azure light. These things didn't pose a threat to him, but they definitely shouldn't be left out in the open. After that, Hanli flew out of the beast lair and began to carefully search through the area around the valley. However, he returned to the valley several hours later with a dark expression, clearly having just gone on a futile search. Han Li hovered in the air above the valley for a while with a contemplative expression. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to him, and he made a hand seal before releasing his spiritual sense downward, directing it tens of thousands of feet deep into the ground. A short while later, a hint of elation appeared on his face, and he immediately flew toward another direction as a streak of azure light. Shortly thereafter, Han Li appeared above a lake not far away, and he cast his gaze downward before descending from above. He then plunged into the lake, and moments later, countless arcs of golden lightning erupted within the lake amid a rumbling thunderclap. Countless fish of different descriptions began to rise up to the surface with their bellies facing the sky, and all of them had been completely charred black. After that, the lake fell completely silent as if it were a dead lake. At this point, Han Li was situated in a crude passageway tens of thousands of feet underground that could only fit one person at a time, and there were uneven azure stone blocks all around him. The passageway was quite lopsided, and it led deeper into the ground. This was a suspicious place that Han Li had discovered by chance using his spiritual sense. The entire passageway was lined with these azure stone blocks, and even with Han Li's enormous spiritual sense, his sensory range was severely restricted, so it was clear that these stone blocks weren't ordinary materials. This was what had drawn Han Li's suspicion in the first place. However, after discovering another translucent thread as he traveled along the passageway, Han Li knew that he was on the right track and immediately accelerated. After delving close to 100,000 feet into the ground, scorching heat waves began to surge toward him from down below. The temperature here was so high that an ordinary being would most likely instantly be reduced to a dried corpse. However, Han Li completely disregarded the heat, keeping it out with a layer of faint azure light. After rounding a few corners, a flashing red light became visible up ahead, and the sound of conversation could also be heard. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and specks of spiritual light suddenly emerged all over his body, following which he became completely blurry and indistinct. After passing through a crimson wave of fire, Han Li emerged stealthily from the passageway and arrived above an underground lava lake. The lake was filled with scorching lava, and thick pillars of flames were occasionally erupting upward from its surface, striking the exit of the passageway, causing the stones there to be extremely smooth and crimson in color. There was a series of translucent fiery red crystals floating within the lava, and Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the crystals to discover that these were extremely rare top-grade fire spirit stones. In fact, the fire spiritual chi imbued within these stones was even more potent than that of the average top-grade fire spirit stone in the spirit realm. However, none of that attracted Han Li's attention. He was currently appraising a woman and a group of demonic creatures at the edge of the lava lake. These demonic creatures had human upper bodies paired with lower bodies of fish, and each of them had 4 arms. The male creatures had golden bands around their arms, while the women had silver ribbons in their hair, and they were either empty-handed or wielding short crimson halberds. Not far in front of these creatures stood a woman who appeared to be around 21 to 22 years of age, appraising the creatures before her with a calm expression. The woman had an elegant figure and was wearing a short green dress. Her facial features were particularly seductive, and her bare arms were as fair and delicate as the flesh of lotus roots. There were several arrow-shaped objects embedded into her arms, and she was appraising the group of creatures before her with a hint of a smile on her face. The fish demons were all hovering around 10 feet above the ground, and even though they were far more imposing than the woman and letting loose strings of low snarls, all of them wore fearful expressions. "Are you going to hand over your 2 brethren? Or are you going to force me to take them? If it weren't for the fact that you're still somewhat useful, all of you would have been killed long ago," the woman said in a chilling voice. There was a tall male fish demon who seemed to be less fearful of the woman than his companions, and he stuttered, "Never! We'll never hand over our brethren." A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face as he listened to this conversation from above. The 2 of them were speaking in an ancient language recorded in a tome that he had seen in the spirit realm in the past, and this was a pleasant surprise for him. The woman's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she harumphed coldly, "Humph! How impudent! I've only just had a meal, so I didn't want to hunt again, but if you insist on resisting, I wouldn't mind adding another course to my meal. A furious look appeared in the eyes of the male fish demon, and he let loose a loud roar, upon which the entire group of fish demons descended onto the surface of the lava lake down below before raising their weapons or flailing their arms in a frenzy. The lava within the lake surged violently, and streaks of scorching red light erupted from it before surging into the fish demons' bodies. The fish demons immediately swelled drastically to several tens of feet in length, and most of them were giving off deity transformation stage auras, while the male fish demon that was leading the group seemed to have reached the early spatial tempering stage. Looks like you've forgotten the trauma from last time. Is there anything else you can resort to aside from this paltry flame bathing technique? So be it, let me teach you all another lesson. The woman chuckled as her body blurred, and all of a sudden, she appeared right at the center of the group of fish demons. Countless translucent threads then erupted out of her body at an incredible speed, and many of the fish demons were instantly felled in unison. The dense-looking protective red light around their bodies was completely unable to resist the translucent threads. The woman cast her gaze down toward the immobilized fish demons below her, and a sinister smile that belied her beautiful features appeared on her face. She reached out and made a grabbing motion toward a pair of female fish demons, and a burst of enormous invisible force tore the two fish demons' hearts out of their chests before shooting directly toward the woman. The woman then opened her mouth to release two translucent threads, which pierced through the pair of hearts in a flash before delivering them into her mouth. This flavor really doesn't get old no matter how many times I've had it. It's a pity that you space fish beings have some pitiful reproductive abilities. In order to avoid unnecessary waste, I'll use those two as sacrifices. Having said that, even though I'm letting the rest of you live, I can't let you go without some punishment. The woman was savoring her meal with a smile on her face, but her voice was becoming more and more menacing. All of a sudden, she opened her mouth to release a ball of blue light, then plunged a hand directly into it before pulling out a long blue whip that was riddled with extremely sharp hooked spikes. A vicious look then appeared on her face as she lashed out with her whip, unleashing countless whip projections that hurtled directly toward the fish demons. The whip seemed to have been refined from some type of material that specifically repressed these fish demons, as evidenced by the fact that it was able to easily tear through their protective spiritual light before leaving deep gashes in their flesh. A string of roars and groans rang out above the lava lake, and the male fish demon that was the leader of the group received the most whiplashes. Initially, he was still able to glower at the woman with an enraged expression, but after a while, he was only able to tremble incessantly as he threw his arms over his own head to protect himself, and there was not a single inch of his skin that was left unharmed. Only then did the woman withdraw her whip as she giggled. Hopefully you'll remember this lesson for a while. If you know what's good for you, then produce more offspring. Some of you will still be used as sacrifices, but your population will still increase, and our queen will be very pleased to see that. She might even reward you for your efforts. If your population hasn't increased by the time I pay you my next visit, then you won't be getting away with just a lashing. After delivering those threats, the woman opened her mouth again to release what appeared to be a white bubble, which swelled in size before encompassing the carcasses of the two female fish demons. She pointed a finger at the bubble, and the bubble shrank down to a tiny size along with the two carcasses within it before flying back into the woman's mouth. After that, she departed as a ball of white light, while the other fish demons could only look on with fierce resentment in their eyes. A short while later, the fish demons helped one another to their feet with disheartened expressions, and after a brief discussion, all of them plunged into the lava lake. Thus, peace and quiet returned, but it only lasted for a few moments before a blurry figure emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuation. Hanli had witnessed everything that had just taken place here, and he murmured to himself with an intrigued expression, "How interesting." According to historical records, the space fish race appeared in ancient times for a brief period, and they should be completely extinct in all realms. I didn't think there would be a branch of them left here in the small Azura realm. These space fish beings seem to possess some type of extremely powerful ability, which is why they were hunted down to extinction, but not many people know exactly what type of ability it is that they possess. After that, Han Li cast his gaze toward the direction that the woman had just disappeared in with a perplexed expression. That woman seems to be an Azura spider, but she's only at the late spatial tempering stage. Shouldn't Azura spiders only be able to attain human forms after reaching maturity? That's rather strange. Han Li stroked his own chin with a contemplative expression, and only after a long while did he shake his head as he murmured to himself, "I'll think about this another time. For now, I should focus on following that woman back to the lair of the Azura spiders. Having said that, I can't just leave these space fish beings behind." Han Li suddenly swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, releasing a ball of golden light which instantly transformed into a miniature purplish-golden figure that was around half a foot tall. The figure had no nose or mouth, and its eyes were completely cold and expressionless. "Keep those space fish beings safe until I get back," he instructed. The purplish-golden figure nodded before plunging down into the lava lake as a streak of golden light. The purplish-golden figure was none other than the gold-devouring beetle monarch. Due to the leopard Kirin beast's lackluster cultivation base, it had gone into seclusion to cultivate on the Holy Island and hadn't accompanied Han Li on this trip. After that, Han Li's body became blurry and indistinct once again as he departed. With Han Li's current abilities, it was naturally very simple for him to leave a spiritual sense mark on that woman, so he wasn't afraid of losing track of her anytime soon. Thus, it only took him a short while to catch up to her. At this point, Han Li's body had turned completely invisible and the woman was completely oblivious to his presence even though he was no more than 10 kilometers behind her. After that, Han Li witnessed the woman slay a spatial tempering stage giant black boar-like beast in a swamp, then collected around a dozen golden fruits from a rather obscure valley before continuing onward without pause. Han Li followed stealthily behind her this entire time. Even if this woman really were an Azura spider, there was no way she was powerful enough for her demon core to be able to produce threads of time. From the very beginning, his target had been set on the mature Azura spiders. Otherwise, he would have already attacked the woman back at the lava lake. Han Li's eyes gradually lit up as a massive mountain range began to appear in the distance. The woman had slowed down significantly and was also beginning to descend at the edge of the mountain range. All of a sudden, a burst of loud rumbling rang out from deep within the mountain range, following which 7 or 8 massive birds flew out and reached the woman in a flash. They then descended around her in an affectionate manner before accompanying her in her flight toward the mountain range. At the same time, an extremely fearsome burst of spiritual sense erupted out of the mountain range, quickly scanning through the entire area and passing virtually right by Han Li. "There's a grand ascension stage being up ahead." Han Li's heart jolted as he immediately stopped on the spot. Only after scanning through the nearby area several times was that burst of formidable spiritual sense withdrawn. After that, peace and quiet returned to the area. An ordinary mature Azura spider definitely can't release spiritual sense of that caliber. Could it be that there really is an Azura spider here more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being? If so, then if I get any closer than this, I won't be able to conceal myself from their spiritual sense using normal concealment secret techniques. However, the fact that their spiritual sense could be released this far without waning in the slightest indicates that they're using some type of enhancement treasure. Han Li murmured to himself as a grim look appeared on his face. If this Azura spider really were comparable in power to a true spirit being, then even he would be ill-advised to take it lightly. After contemplating the situation for a long while, he finally made a decision. He flipped a hand over to summon a purple talisman which immediately exploded into a cloud of purple mist that enveloped his entire body, and once the mist scattered, he was nowhere to be seen. As a safety precaution, Han Li had used his high zenith invisibility talisman once again. Now that he had attained an insubstantial form, he was able to drift deeper into the mountain range without any inhibitions. Even though he was unable to travel at his full speed in his current form, he was still able to quickly make his way into the mountain range. At this point, he was already quite far away from the young woman, but through the spiritual sense mark he had planted on her, he was still able to clearly sense her exact location. Thus, Han Li wasn't in a rush to catch up to her and merely continued onward in an unhurried manner. However, after venturing close to 10,000 kilometers into the mountain range, his brows began to furrow slightly. He had thought that due to the presence of the Azura spider lair here, there would definitely be very few other beasts here, and at the very least, there wouldn't be any particularly powerful ones. However, in the scope covered by his spiritual sense alone, He had already discovered several tens of deity transformation and spatial tempering stage beasts, as well as 2 body integration stage birds. One of the 2 birds was crimson in color and was as massive as a cow, while the other was covered in steely gray feathers with a hideous fleshy lump on its head. The 2 of them were perched on the branch of a giant tree several hundred kilometers away from Han Li, and one of them was constantly looking around while the other seemed to have fallen asleep. As for the other beasts in the area, all of them human-beast hybrids, and they were patrolling the area in several groups. The beasts of the small Azura realm seemed to have all been conscripted by the Azura spiders, and that was quite remarkable to Han Li. The spirit monarch had never mentioned that Azura spiders had the habit of recruiting other beasts. It seemed that either the spirit monarch had underestimated the intelligence of these Azura spiders, or something had to have happened in the small Azura realm to result in this scenario. The fact that even a spatial tempering stage Azura spider was able to manifest a human form made Han Li lean more toward the latter option. With that in mind, Han Li became rather wary of the Azura spiders up ahead, but he still followed along behind the young woman without pause. After a while, Han Li had covered a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and he finally caught sight of an azure stone city in the distance on a plain that was situated in the middle of a cluster of mountains. The city was entirely constructed from massive azure stone blocks with walls that were thousands of feet tall, but it only covered a radius of several tens of kilometers, so it was more like a stronghold. Aside from some stone beastly statues, there wasn't anything else standing atop the city wall. What was even more peculiar was that the city didn't appear to have any gates, so it was completely isolated within the massive city wall. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes as he examined the stone city without using his spiritual sense. But right as his gaze was about to pierce through the city wall, countless white runes suddenly appeared in his field of view, transforming into a series of white lotus flowers that obstructed his gaze. That's the mystical white lotus restriction. How could it have been set up here? Han Li exclaimed as a stunned look appeared on his face. This restriction was one that was unique to a certain major race in the spirit realm, and it was capable of keeping out even the spiritual sense of grand ascension stage beings. How were the Azura spiders capable of setting up such a restriction? Before Han Li had a chance to ponder this notion any further, a wisp of spiritual sense within his mind abruptly jolted, and his expression immediately darkened. Almost at the exact same moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out from within the stone city, following which a mountainous crimson spider projection emerged in the sky. The spider projection cast a cold and forbidding gaze throughout the surrounding area, and the same formidable spiritual sense that had appeared at the edge of the mountain range immediately swept over the entire landscape. Despite how powerful this burst of spiritual sense was, it was unable to detect Han Li in his insubstantial form, and it could only return to the giant spider projection's body in the end. A hint of fury appeared on the spider projection's face following its failed search, and a bone-chilling harumph rang out, followed by a coarse female voice. Which fellow Taoist has come to visit my heavenly spider city, and why have you planted a spiritual sense mark on my junior? Why don't you come into the city to meet me? The voice echoed several times, and it was audible throughout the majority of the mountain range. All of the beasts aside from the ones that were subsidiaries to the Azura spiders immediately bowed down onto the ground while trembling incessantly. But the voice was met by complete silence. It looks like you're very confident in your concealment technique and are determined to hide. In that case, I'll be waiting for you in my city. The female voice had spiked up a few octaves from fury, and immediately thereafter, the giant spider projection in the sky disintegrated amid a burst of violent energy fluctuations. At this moment, Han Li was situated hundreds of kilometers away from the stone city with his eyes slightly narrowed, and all of a sudden he released his enormous spiritual sense toward the city without hiding it any longer. A massive white lotus flower projection immediately emerged from the city to clash with his spiritual sense. A dull rumbling boom rang out, and the white lotus flower immediately began to warp in the face of Han Li's overwhelming spiritual sense, then abruptly exploded on the spot. Han Li had released as close to 70% of all of his spiritual sense, which was comparable to the combined spiritual sense of 3 to 4 ordinary Grand Ascension stage beings. The mystical white lotus projection was vastly renowned in the spirit realm, but there was no way it could resist his overbearing spiritual sense. If his spiritual sense were allowed to descend upon the stone city, all of the living beings within the city that were below the Grand Ascension stage would most likely have their souls immediately explode. "How dare you!" The same coarse female voice rang out within the stone city again, and the spiritual sense of the voice's owner also erupted forth to clash with Han Li's spiritual sense. A string of deafening booms immediately rang out above the stone city alongside bursts of violent energy fluctuations that threatened to shatter this entire space. The owner of the female voice was no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being, but her spiritual sense naturally couldn't compare with that of Han Li, and after just a few clashes, she was quickly forced onto the back foot. The woman was quite alarmed to see this, and she hurriedly yelled, "Hurry up! What are you waiting for?" Han Li's pupils immediately contracted upon hearing this. Almost at the exact same moment, a man harumphed coldly within the stone city, and another burst of powerful spiritual sense rose up before combining as one with the woman's spiritual sense to contend with Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly after just a brief clash with the man's spiritual sense. This is no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being either. However, he quickly discovered that the two of them were only just barely able to withstand his spiritual sense, and a cold look flashed through his eyes as he increased his spiritual sense output to 90%. Another earth-shattering boom rang out, and the man and woman in the stone city were completely bewildered as even their combined spiritual sense was gradually being forced onto the back foot. How could anyone possess such powerful spiritual sense? Who exactly was this person? A hint of fear began to well up in both of their hearts. Han Li continued to look on at the city with a cold expression, yet just as he was considering whether he should release the final 10% of his spiritual sense to crush the two beings in the city, several more bursts of spiritual sense that were comparable to those of normal Grand Ascension stage beings erupted out of the city before hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon sensing this before giving a cold harumph as he began to withdraw his own spiritual sense. The man and woman in the city immediately seized this opportunity to launch a counterattack with their spiritual sense, and in the blink of an eye, 3 bursts of powerful spiritual sense had appeared above Han Li, with 3 slightly weaker bursts trailing along in hot pursuit. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he let loose another cold harumph. His voice wasn't very loud, but it immediately triggered a burst of violent energy fluctuations, forcing the man and the woman to make a hurried retreat with their spiritual sense. At this moment, a cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes, and instead of taking advantage of this opportunity to withdraw his spiritual sense back into his own body, he manifested a giant translucent blade with his spiritual sense before lashing out at the man's spiritual sense. An agonized howl rang out from within the stone city as the man's spiritual sense was sliced in half, and around 10% of it dissipated into nothingness. Only after Han Li had severely wounded the man's spiritual sense did the woman return to her senses, and she let loose an infuriated cry as she manifested her spiritual sense into a giant hand that was swatted violently toward the translucent blade. However, it was already too late. The giant blade disintegrated into specks of translucent light, following which a massive wave of spiritual sense returned to Han Li's body. Immediately thereafter, his thunderstorm wings appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap, and with a single flap of his wings, he transformed into an azure and white thread of light that quickly disappeared into the distance. An enraged harumph rang out within the city, and the giant spider projection reappeared with a tall green-robed woman standing atop its head. The woman had her gaze directed toward the direction that Han Li had just disappeared in with a furious expression, but she didn't immediately give chase. Spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a black-robed elderly man with a dark expression appeared beside her. His face was slightly pale, and his eyes were filled with resentment and indignation as he asked, "Should we go after him? He'll get away if we don't give chase right away. Fairy Luo. Let him go for now. His spiritual sense is far superior than ours, so he's most likely quite powerful in other aspects as well. Before we find out his origins, it would be best not to act rashly. After all, he may have companions that are lurking somewhere." The woman replied with a shake of her head. The black-robed man's expression eased slightly as he mused, "You're right. Having said that, hasn't this fragmented realm already been sealed? Where did that man come from? Could it be that he also unintentionally fell into this realm through a spatial rift like I did? This realm has indeed been sealed, but there are still several ways to access it. It's just that all of those methods require luck or the expenditure of a huge price. Otherwise, our Azura spider race wouldn't have been able to reside here so securely, the woman said. If that man really had unintentionally arrived in this realm, then it wouldn't be an issue, but if he did so intentionally, then there could be some trouble, the black-robed man said with a dark expression. Let's go back and discuss this matter carefully first, the woman said. That's a good idea. We'll be more equipped to ascertain that man's intentions once we ask Baizhu when that man's spiritual sense was planted on her. The black-robed man agreed. Thus, the giant spider projection faded, and the two of them also vanished in a flash. Moments later, the green-robed woman and black-robed man sat down on the main seats inside a giant hall at the center of the stone city. There were 3 middle-aged figures standing before them, one of whom was a woman while the other 2 were men. The auras emanating from their bodies seemed to be no lesser than that of normal Grand Ascension stage beings, and behind them stood 17 or 18 other figures that were giving off spatial tempering stage auras. One of them was none other than the young woman that had drawn Han Li here from the lava lake. One of the 2 middle-aged men extended a salute before asking, "Who was it that had just attacked our city? Were they targeting our Azura spider race?" "That's hard to say for now. Baizhu, didn't you sense anything when that man planted his spiritual sense onto your body?" "Do you recall when he did this?" the green-robed woman asked as she turned to the young woman. Baizhu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and she hurriedly stepped forward before kneeling and laying her head onto the ground as she replied, "If Signory hadn't pointed it out, I would still be completely oblivious to the spiritual sense mark, and I have no idea when it was planted on me." "You couldn't sense anything at all?" "Have a good think before you answer. Even if you didn't notice at the time, you should be able to think of something with the benefit of foresight," the green-robed woman harumphed coldly. "Yes, I'll do my best," Baizhu replied in a slightly fearful manner before immediately falling into deep thought. Everyone else directed their attention toward her, and after a while, her eyes abruptly lit up. "Did you finally think of something?" the green-robed woman asked as her expression eased slightly. "Yes, I did. I recalled that I felt a very minor sense of discomfort as I was emerging from the celestial flame pond where the space fish beings are residing. However, the feeling was completely negligible, and if I hadn't thought back carefully, I wouldn't have recalled it at all," Baizhu replied. "What?" "The spiritual sense mark was planted at the celestial flame pond." Both the green-robed woman and black-robed man's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, as if this were a taboo topic. Everyone else exchanged a few puzzled glances upon seeing this, and the woman among the trio of middle-aged figures hesitated momentarily before asking, "Is it an issue that Baizhu was tracked from the territory of the space fish beings? Those beings are merely good live prey for us, are they not? Surely there's no need to be so alarmed." "Humph, you don't know anything. If those space fish beings really were nothing more than food, then why would we allow them to live in the precious celestial flame pond? In terms of flavor and reproductive ability, there are several other types of beings that would make better live prey," the green-robed woman harumphed in response. The middle-aged woman was still rather confused, but she didn't dare to ask any further questions at the sight of the green-robed woman's dark expression. At this moment, the black-robed man suddenly said with tightly furrowed brows, "Seeing as this matter concerns the space fish beings, I believe it's necessary for us to take some safety precautions, Fairy Luo." "I'm well aware of that. Baizhu, give us a detailed recount of everything that happened in the celestial flame pond," the green-robed woman instructed in a cold voice. Baizhu's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she immediately did as she was told. "Yes. At the time it was right around noon when I arrived at the celestial flame pond." After hearing Baizhu's recount, the green-robed woman and black-robed man exchanged a glance, and they could see their own concern mirrored in one another's eyes. "You can all go now. I have something I wish to discuss alone with fellow Taoist E," the green-robed woman instructed. "As you wish." No one dared to offer any objections, and they quickly left the hall, leaving only the green-robed woman and black-robed man in the room. The green-robed woman was silent for a while before asking, "What do you think about this, fellow Taoist E? Could it be that that man is pursuing the same thing as us?" Otherwise, the precious resources in the small Azura realm alone wouldn't be enough to attract such a powerful being. I doubt it. That thing is something that we only figured out from a moment of inspiration after pondering the matter for many years. How could someone else be aware of it? I think it's a coincidence. The elderly man replied with a calm expression. I was thinking the same thing. However, that doesn't mean that that man isn't here to target our Azura spider race. After all, Azura spiders are extremely sought after for beings from other realms. The green-robed woman replied in a cautious manner. That is indeed a possibility. However, if he really is here to come after your Azura spider race, then he definitely isn't alone. He should have a few allies, the black-robed man said. That's a good point, fellow Taoist. It's quite difficult to ascertain that man's intentions with the limited information that we have, but if we can find out whether he has allies in this realm, we'll be able to roughly guess his intentions. The green-robed woman then flipped a hand over to produce a formation plate before speaking into it. Summon Wu Ying and Wan Feng to come and see me. Shortly thereafter, a gust of fierce wind and a ball of yellow light swept into the hall and arrived before the green-robed woman and black-robed man. This was a pair of young men with vastly contrasting appearances. One of them was a silver-armored man with a head of white hair and a set of handsome facial features, while the other was a very thin and short yellow-robed man with a less than pleasant appearance. Both of them were giving off mid-body integration stage auras, and they immediately extended respectful salutes toward the pair in the hall. The silver-armored man asked, "Do you have some instructions for us seniors?" "No need for formalities. I'm sure you two have heard about what's just happened outside the city, right?" the green-robed woman asked. The silver-armored man's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and he replied in a cautious manner, "We have, but all we know is that we were attacked by a being who seems to be very powerful. Brother E and I have some ideas about what that man's intentions may be, but we require confirmation, so we need you two to do some investigating," the green-robed woman said. The pair of young men had already guessed that such a task was waiting for them, but their expressions still changed slightly upon hearing this. The silver-armored man was feeling very uneasy, but he could only muster up some courage before replying, That man's powers are clearly far beyond ours. I'm afraid that if we were to undertake this task, it would inevitably end in failure and pose a further hindrance to the two of you." The green-robed woman's expression darkened slightly, and a hint of impatience crept into her voice as she said, So you two are scared. Rest assured, I'm not asking you to go after that man. What I want is for you to use your concealment abilities to see if there are any other unfamiliar people in the small Azura realm aside from that man. With your powers, that should be easily achievable, right? The yellow-robed man was also quite uneasy, but he was greatly relieved to hear this. I see. In that case, there are no issues. We'll set off right away. The silver-armored young man was still rather hesitant, but he also agreed in the end. The green-robed woman gave a pleased nod, then said, All right, you can go now. This realm isn't very big, so it shouldn't take you more than a few days to ascertain exactly how many outsiders have arrived here. We'll do our best, seniors. The two young men answered in unison, then departed from the hall. As soon as they emerged outside, both of them turned to one another with wry smiles on their faces. Let's go then. We've already accepted the task, so we'll have to split up and complete it to the best of our abilities. If that man does have companions, then they're most likely quite powerful as well, so make sure to be careful, Brother Wan. The silver-armored man said as he cupped his fist in a parting salute. Thank you for the words of concern, Brother Wuing. I can summon tens of thousands of clones, so even if I encounter a grand Ascension stage being, there's a good chance I'll be able to escape. In contrast, your concealment ability is extremely profound, but you could be in some danger if you encounter someone with an ability that just so happens to suppress yours. The yellow-robed man replied with a salute as well. The silver-armored man merely nodded with a smile before energy fluctuations erupted around his body, and he rose up into the air as a gust of fierce wind. As for the yellow-robed man, his body abruptly scattered into specks of yellow light, and within each speck of light was a huge thumb-sized yellow hornet. The entire hornet swarm was led by the largest hornet among their ranks, and they quickly flew away into the distant sky as well. Meanwhile, The green-robed woman and black-robed man were discussing something else in the hall. As a safety precaution, I still think it's necessary for us to bring the space fish beings into the city. If we can do that, we won't have to worry about any mishaps arising, the black-robed man said in a cautious manner. If it were that easy to control them, then I would have done so long ago. Unfortunately, the space fish beings can only reside long-term in a place with celestial flames. On top of that, all of those space fish beings have sworn blood vows in the past, so if we try to abduct them by force, they'd sooner activate their bloodline power to commit suicide than compete with us. The green-robed woman replied. That's quite troublesome, but I've recently mastered a new ability that can resolve this issue, albeit at some costs, the black-robed man said with furrowed brows. The green-robed woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing. Oh? What costs are you referring to, fellow Taoist? I'm referring to some members of the space fish race, of course, the elderly man replied. That won't do. There are very few space fish beings to begin with, and it's taken me a massive amount of effort to increase their population to this point. If we sacrifice some of their numbers, when will we ever be able to complete our plan? Besides, there's barely anyone who knows the secret of the space fish race aside from us, so they shouldn't attract much attention. If we were to try and bring them to the city, it would actually make things worse, as that would alert others to the fact that these space fish beings are very important to us, the green-robed woman refused. That's true. If I hadn't unintentionally fallen into this realm and discovered the existence of the space fish race and your Azura spider race, I would have never imagined that the ancient secret I had learned would be useful someday. Seeing as you're unwilling to take the risk, then so be it. Having said that, as a safety precaution, we should still send some people to keep an eye on the celestial flame pond. If something were to go wrong, we would still have to step in, the black-robed man said. I had intended to do the same thing, fellow Taoist. The green-robed woman agreed on this occasion. After that, the two of them began to discuss which people to send to the celestial flame pond. Meanwhile, Hanli had already flown out of the mountain range with his thunderstorm wings. A rumbling thunderclap rang out and Hanli reappeared tens of thousands of kilometers away from the mountain range. He took a glance back in the direction of the mountain range, and after releasing his enormous spiritual sense through the area to ensure that he wasn't being followed, a cold smile appeared on his face. He had already predicted that the people in the city would be reluctant to pursue him after witnessing just how powerful his spiritual sense was. Through that earlier clash, he had ascertained the location of the Azura spider lair and the approximate power level of the Azura spiders, as well as greatly restricted the Azura spiders. After all, with such a formidable foe outside the city, the Azura spiders definitely wouldn't dare to leave their lair in fear of Han Li infiltrating the city in their absence. Having said that, there was nothing for Han Li to be concerned about, even if they really had decided to pursue him. Even in a one-on-two situation, Han Li was quite confident that he would be able to defeat his opponents. Furthermore, prior to leaving the mountain range, he had set up certain measures that would immediately alert him if the Azura spiders were to leave their lair. Seeing as they hadn't decided to chase after him, this would be a surveillance measure to ensure that the Azura spiders didn't move out of their lair or go into hiding. Looking back, the Azura spiders had been more powerful than he had anticipated. It would still be very risky for him to take on the entire Azura spider race on his own, so he was planning to reunite with Mo Jianli and the others first. Once the four of them joined forces, they should be powerful enough to contend with the Azura spider race. With that in mind, Han Li didn't linger here any longer and sped toward another direction. 2 days later, Han Li was hovering high up in the air above a lake, watching a giant turtle and a two-headed black python clashing violently in the water down below. The massive turtle resembled a small island with moss all over its shell, while the python was around 1,000 feet in length with hard black scales all over its body. There was a golden plant floating on the surface of the lake not far away from the two of them, and half of the plant was submerged, while the top half was out in the open, bearing 3 red fruits that were giving off a rich fragrance. There were around 30 to 40 fish beast carcasses of different sizes floating in the water around the golden plant, and the pungent beast blood had stained a large section of the lake red. The turtle and the two-headed python were the only 2 beasts that remained in this area. Han Li wasn't paying any attention to the golden plant and the 3 red fruits that it bore. Instead, He was appraising the pair of beasts down below with an intrigued expression. The giant turtle had been tightly bound by the two-headed python, but a layer of blue runes suddenly erupted out of its body, and a rare smile appeared on Han Li's face as he murmured to himself. As expected, this beast really does possess a hint of the true spirit Xian Wu's bloodline. Looks like I'll be making further progress with my 12 awakening transformations. After that, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer. Sweeping a sleeve downward to release a streak of azure light that reached the two beasts down below in a flash. The streak of azure light revolved around the two-headed python and its body was instantly sliced into 7 or 8 segments. The turtle was horrified upon seeing this, and it immediately attempted to flee into the lake. But the streak of azure light also plunged into the lake lightning. In the next instant, Han Li raised a hand in a nonchalant manner, and the water in the lake parted as the giant turtle emerged with an azure chain binding its body. Han Li then pointed a finger downward and the azure chain immediately transformed into a thin thread before abruptly tightening, and the giant turtle was dismembered into countless chunks. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted from the surface of the lake, and a translucent white bowl emerged before instantly swelling to around an acre in size. The dismembered carcass of the giant turtle fell into the bowl with unerring accuracy, following which the bowl was drawn back to Han Li by a wave of his hand. During its flight, it returned to its original size, and in the blink of an eye, it had returned to Han Li's grasp. He swept his spiritual sense into the bowl in an unhurried manner before a pleased look appeared on his face. The Xian Wu bloodline within this massive turtle wasn't all that pure, but it would suffice for the cultivation of his 12 awakening transformations. With that in mind, he flipped his hand over to stow the bowl into his storage bracelet, then cast his gaze toward the golden spirit plant before drawing it into his own grasp as well. The plant wasn't going to be very useful to him, but it was clearly extremely precious to some beasts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many powerful beasts and caused such a fierce battle. If he could find someone who needed this plant, it could be used as a decent exchange token. After that, Han Li released a burst of silver flames to incinerate all of the beast carcasses on the surface of the lake into ashes, then prepared to depart. However, right at this moment, a burst of faint buzzing rang out from his body, and he faltered slightly before a smile appeared on his face. He flipped a hand over to produce an egg-sized white crystal ball that had bursts of light surging over its surface as well as specks of light that were around the size of grains of rice flashing incessantly within it. Han Li stared into the crystal ball for a moment before flying away as a streak of azure light in a completely different direction from before. Meanwhile, a streak of bright white light was flying through the air at an incredible speed above a barren plain millions of kilometers away from Han Li. Close to 10 kilometers behind the streak of white light was a massive sea of turquoise mist that encompassed virtually the entirety of heaven and earth and was releasing a deafening rumbling sound. Furthermore, it wasn't any slower than the streak of white light. In fact, it was a sliver faster, if anything. The two flew over a distance of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye, and it didn't take long for the distance between the two of them to be closed down to within 5 kilometers. A burst of sinister cackling rang out within the sea of mist, following which the front section of the mist suddenly transformed into a giant green scorpion projection and a massive blue toad projection. The scorpion projection raised its huge stinger before releasing a pillar of dark green light, while the giant blue toad opened its mouth, and all of a sudden, the space within a radius of several kilometers abruptly congealed as the result of some type of mysterious restrictive force, and the streak of white light involuntarily decelerated. As such, the pillar of dark green light reached the streak of white light in a flash, and just as the two were about to clash, a flurry of countless 5-colored runes suddenly emerged from within the white light. A burst of violent tremors erupted, and the streak of white light was able to struggle free from the restrictive force. A crimson bolt of lighting then sprang out of the white light to strike the pillar of green light, and even though the bolt of lightning appeared entirely unremarkable, it was able to instantly dispel the pillar of green light. At the same time, a burst of urgent chanting rang out from within the streak of white light, and it abruptly vanished on the spot, only to reappear close to 10 kilometers away in the next instant. Situated within the white light was none other than Mo Jianli, and he was holding a small white flag in one hand and a dark red hammer in the other. There were strands of green qi binding around half of his body, while the other of his body was covered in a layer of peculiar blue ice. He wore a grim expression as he cast a glance toward the sea of mist, then immediately continued onward without any hesitation. Immediately thereafter, the scorpion and toad projections vanished in a flash, and the sea of mist continued to give chase. Thus, the process repeated itself. Whenever the sea of mist got too close, Mo Jianli would be forced to use the two treasures he was holding to dispel the oncoming attacks, then open up some distance again. This chase had already gone on for a day and a night, and even with Mo Jianli's Grand Ascension stage cultivation base, he had expended close to half of his magic power. If he hadn't been notified earlier by the treasure that he was carrying that Han Li was nearby, he would have most likely already considered unleashing some type of self-harming secret technique to save himself. Thankfully, a distance of a few million kilometers wasn't very far for beings of their caliber, and right after Mo Jianli used his treasures to dispel another wave of attacks, a streak of azure light suddenly appeared in the distance up ahead. Mo Jianli was ecstatic to see this, and as opposed to using his teleportation ability again, he threw his white flag up into the air, releasing a series of white halos that formed a thick light barrier around him. At the same time, he lashed out viciously toward the sea of mist with his red hammer. With Han Li coming to assist him, he was naturally going to teach his pursuer a good lesson. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the thick blanket of dark clouds in the sky was abruptly forced apart as a bolt of red lightning that was several thousand feet in length came crashing down upon the giant toad projection. The projection was dispelled in a flash, and strangely enough, the giant scorpion projection also let loose an agonized hissing sound as its body disintegrated into mist as well. After that, the sea of mist began to converge toward the center, and moments later, the mist completely faded to reveal a monstrous creature with a pair of crimson eyes. The creature had the body of a scorpion but the head of a toad, and it was over 100 feet in length. It also had a pair of giant wings that seemed to be caught somewhere between illusion and reality, and there were countless human faces writhing on those wings. A cold light flashed through the creature's eyes, and it let loose a string of loud croaks, while a burst of sinister cackling rang out from its wings. As soon as this sound entered Mo Jianli's ears, his spiritual sense was struck by a sense of intense drowsiness. His heart immediately jolted, and he knew that he was in a very perilous situation, but his entire body was so sluggish that he was unable to muster up any spiritual sense to resist. To think that even after being pursued by this creature for so long, it still had such a dangerous spiritual sense secret technique up its sleeve. Right at this moment, the giant creature flapped its wings, unleashing a pair of giant blades that were several tens of feet in length each, both of which slashed directly toward Mo Jianli. The blades seemed to be moving quite slowly, but they reached Mo Jianli in the blink of an eye before infiltrating into his protective light barrier without any inhibition. Mo Jianli was truly alarmed to see this, and he was just about to adopt desperate measures to save himself when spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted behind him, and an intrigued voice rang out. "What is this thing? It's quite an interesting creature." As soon as the voice trailed off, countless arcs of golden lightning sprang forth amid a rumbling thunderclap before striking the two giant blades with devastating force. Han Li could tell that Mo Jianli was in great peril, so he immediately teleported over to Mo Jianli before unleashing his divine Devilbane lightning to oppose the oncoming attack. As soon as the golden lightning came into contact with massive blades, the latter immediately disintegrated into mist again, as if they had encountered the bane of their existence. In the next instant, turquoise mist surged behind the monstrous creature, following which its wings reappeared, but they were noticeably smaller than before. The creature's pupils contracted, and a hint of fear appeared in its eye as it cast its gaze toward Han Li. Meanwhile, Han Li gently patted Mo Jianli's shoulder, and a burst of refreshing coolness immediately surged through the latter's entire body. As a result, Mo Jianli's sluggishness was instantly alleviated, and he regained control over his own spiritual sense. "Thank you, Brother Han." This Che-Chizi was a vastly renowned creature even in the ancient Azura. Even if a Grand Ascension cultivator were to be trapped in its poisonous mist, they would quickly be reduced to nothingness, Mo Jianli hurriedly cautioned. Han Li was enlightened upon hearing this, and as opposed to being fearful, the intrigue in his eyes only grew more pronounced. So this is a cheesy. I was wondering why you didn't dare to face it head-on. Speaking of which, I don't recall any tomes that state that this creature is adept in Captivation's secret techniques. He instantly arrived in front of Mo Jianli in a flash and began to carefully inspect this cheesy. I don't know why that is either. There are very little records regarding these creatures, so perhaps it was merely an oversight. If it weren't because of this, I wouldn't have been placed in such a perilous situation, Mo Jianli said with a wry smile as he pulled out a vial and took some magic power regenerative pills. This type of captivation technique is very potent, but it's not a cause for concern if one is aware of it in advance. Having said that, I've heard that cheizis are one of the vastly renowned 10 great beasts of the ancient Azura realm. And it's said that they're born from the sinful energy of countless living beings and possess several extremely troublesome innate abilities. I didn't think that I would encounter such a beast here, Han Li mused. Be careful, fellow Taoist Han, this beast doesn't possess a substantial body and most of its abilities seem to stem from its wings. I engaged in several clashes against it earlier and its abilities are all indeed quite troublesome to face. However, it seems that your divine Devilbane lightning has a suppressive effect on it, Mo Jianli said. I've also noticed that it seems to be rather fearful of divine Devilbane lightning, Han Li said with a faint smile before making a grabbing motion and an azure longsword was manifested in his grasp amid a flash of azure light. He slashed the sword through the air and a giant sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length appeared above the cheizhi in a flash. Countless arcs of golden lightning then erupted over the surface of the sword projection before it came crashing down with devastating force. The cheizhi let loose a wary hissing sound at the sight of the descending sword projection, and it immediately flapped its wings, upon which its entire body exploded disintegrated into a burst of turquoise mist, which plunged straight into the ground down below at an incredible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before the giant sword projection sped up severalfold in its descent at his behest, and it also struck the area that the mist had just vanished into at an astounding speed. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a massive trench that was over 10,000 feet in length was created. The trench was unfathomably deep, and the ground near it was entirely charred black, but the cheizhi was nowhere to be seen. That's some impressive decisiveness and speed, Han Li murmured to himself, and he thought about it for a moment, but decided against giving chase in the end. Cheizis were indeed vastly renowned, but they served no purpose for him, so there was no need for him to pursue it. Cheizis are quite intelligent as well. It must have immediately fled as it knew that it was no match for you, Mo Jianli said as a relieved smile appeared on his face. It is indeed quite a cunning creature. How did you end up being chased by such a thing, Brother Mo? Han Li asked. This was actually quite an unfortunate accident. I was searching for Azura spiders, but unintentionally ventured into the lair of another type of spider, and there was a cheizhi lurking beneath the lair, Mo Jianli explained as an awkward look appeared on his face. It was extremely rare for Grand Ascension stage beings to be chased in such a sorry manner, so this was quite embarrassing for him. I see. Considering there are even cheizis in this realm, this most likely really is a fragment of the ancient Azura realm, Han Li mused, and he wasn't very surprised by this conclusion. I agree. I've seen many things thus far that should be unique to the Azura realm, but I still haven't seen a single Azura spider. We can only stay in this realm for around half a month, and close to half of that time has already elapsed. Have you discovered anything, fellow Taoist Han? Mo Jianli's brows furrowed slightly as he spoke. He. Rest assured, Brother Mo. I've already tracked down the lair of the Azura spiders, Han Li said with a smile. Mo Jianli faltered slightly upon hearing this before an ecstatic look appeared on his face. Is that true? I wouldn't lie about something like this, Han Li replied with a smile. A thought then suddenly occurred to Mo Jianli, and he asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. With your abilities, could it be that you've already slain the Azura spider and obtained a thread of time? I'm afraid not, Han Li replied with a shake of his head. Oh? Why is that? Mo Jianli was rather taken aback to hear this. I wasn't powerful enough to hunt down the Azura spiders on my own, Han Li sighed. Even you aren't able to handle the Azura spiders? Are there a lot of mature Azura spiders in that lair? Mo Jianli asked with a surprised expression. I'm not sure how many mature Azura spiders are in there, But I did discover an Azura spider that was no less powerful than a true spirit being, Han Li replied. Mo Jianli's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Han Li continued, in addition to that, there was another grand ascension stage being that was no less powerful than the aforementioned Azura spider, and I discovered at least 3 mature Azura spiders. Hence, after a brief clash, I immediately retreated. If we want to take down all of the Azura spiders, then the 4 of us will need to join forces. Also, these Azura spiders have recruited many powerful beasts near their lair, most of which are at the deity transformation stage and spatial tempering stage. But there are some body integration stage beings among them as well. That does indeed sound like something that we won't be able to take on our own. Looks like we'll have to take some risks, Mo Jianli said as his expression darkened slightly. This is why it's necessary for us to join forces if we want to obtain threads of time. Did you happen to encounter Xueran and He Lin on your way here? Han Li asked. I haven't met them, but as I was passing through a forest, I discovered a trail that they left behind, and judging from that trail, they should be heading toward this direction as well, Mo Jianli replied. In that case, they shouldn't be far away from here. What we need to do now is track them down as quickly as possible, Han Li replied with a contemplative nod. All right, let's get into contact with them and discuss a collaboration. Mo Jianli agreed without any hesitation. Thus, after a brief discussion, the 2 of them flew away in different directions. Over half a day later, Han Li and Mo Jianli were both seated on a giant azure stone. Xueran and He Lin were also seated nearby across from the 2 of them. Following their separation, Mo Jianli had encountered Xueran and He Lin after searching for only a few hours, and he was naturally ecstatic. He immediately disclosed the situation to Xueran and He Lin, then sent a message to Han Li. In the end, the 4 of them met up in this rather secluded mountain range. A short while ago, Han Li had told Xueran and He Lin about the powerful Azura spiders he had encountered, as well as his plan for a collaboration. Xueran stroked his chin with his brows tightly furrowed and said, if those Azura spiders really are as powerful as you proclaim, then we may not be able to gain the upper hand even if we join forces. He Lin and myself will only be able to keep the most powerful Azura spider or that foreign Grand Ascension stage being occupied. Will you and fellow Taoist Mo be able to take on the rest? Instead of offering an immediate response, Han Li turned to Mo Jianli with a smile and asked, What do you think, brother Mo? I wouldn't be able to take on the most powerful Azura spider or that foreign Grand Ascension stage being, but I should be able to stall those 3 mature Azura spiders for some time, Mo Jianli replied after a brief moment of contemplation. In that case, does fellow Taoist Han intend to face one of the 2 most powerful Grand Ascension stage beings on his own? He Lin asked as he glanced at Han Li out of the corner of his eyes, clearly not very confident in Han Li's abilities. That's exactly what I intend to do. Which of those 2 are you planning to take on? Han Li asked. Xueran and He Lin were rather taken aback by this response, and only after exchanging a slightly bewildered glance did Xueran reply, I can see that you're very confident. In that case, the 2 of us will do our best as well. Judging from your description, that female Azura spider seems to be the most powerful of the bunch, so we'll take her on. However, let's clarify one thing first. How are we going to split the cores of the Azura spiders if we secure victory here? That's simple. The one who kills the Azura spider gets to keep the core, Han Li replied without any hesitation. Mo Jianli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, while Xueran and He Lin were very pleased by this answer. You're a straightforward man, fellow Taoist Han. In that case, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? Not necessarily. If I can take care of my opponent before you do, perhaps I'll be able to track down other mature Azura spiders in the lair, and I certainly won't be holding back. Alternatively, perhaps I'll land the killing blow on your opponent if you take too long. Han Li chuckled. If you really can defeat your opponent faster than we do, then you're entitled to step in. Neither of us will have any complaints. Xueran replied with a confident smile. In that case, let's rest for half a day and head to the lair tomorrow morning. We don't have much time left, so it would be best to make haste, Han Li suggested with a smile. Xueran and He Lin naturally had no objections to this. Before that, let me take care of this pesky little pest first, He Lin suddenly said as he rose to his feet. As soon as his voice trailed off, he suddenly reached out behind him in a flash, and a deafening boom rang out as a burst of enormous invisible power surged toward that direction like a giant net. A blurry yellow figure was completely caught off guard and forced to reveal himself. But he was somehow able to struggle free as he twisted around in an alarmed manner, then sped away as a streak of yellow light. "Humph, you think you can still get away?" A cold look appeared on He Lin's face as he curled his fingers inward before pulling back his arm. A dull thump rang out as a giant black palm emerged in the air above the yellow figure before swooping down like lightning. The yellow figure tried to evade with all his might, but on this occasion, his efforts proved to be futile, and he was immediately caught by the giant hand. A cold smile appeared on He Lin's face as he drew the yellow figure back toward himself. And at this point, the figure had been revealed to everyone as a thin, yellow-robed young man. Judging from his horrified expression, it was clear that he was well aware of whose hands he had fallen into, and after a brief hesitation, he chanted an incantation as he made a hand seal, following which his body began to swell drastically amid flashes of blinding yellow light. He Lin's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed a finger toward the distance. A streak of black light surged through the air directly toward the young man, but it was already too late. In the instant that the streak of black light pierced through the young man's body, a deafening explosion erupted, and the yellow-robed young man was able to self-detonate. In the wake of the violent explosion, even the massive black hand was tremoring incessantly. "I didn't think that he would self-detonate so soon," He Lin grumbled as his expression darkened significantly. The giant black hand quickly disintegrated, and Han Li cast his gaze toward the spot where the young man had just self-detonated before a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "That man's concealment techniques were quite profound, but I think his self-detonation isn't as simple as it looks." Xueran reacted quite quickly, and he asked, "Oh? Are you saying that he didn't actually detonate his own true body?" A hint of surprise also appeared on Mo Jianli's face upon hearing this. "I think so. However, it most likely wasn't an ordinary puppet or clone either. If this were his true body, then there's no way that a body integration stage being self-detonation would be so lackluster in power," Han Li said. "That is indeed rather strange. On top of that, I could clearly see that he had no nascent soul within his body during his self-detonation." Xueran mused with a contemplative nod. He Lin was still unwilling to give up, and he suddenly transformed into dark clouds that surged away in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the black clouds had scoured through a massive area, but were unable to discover anything, and in the end, they could only return to the mountain, where they converged to manifest He Lin's body again. "He's not hiding nearby, and it's quite lucky for him that he isn't. Otherwise, if he were to fall into my hands..." A hint of killing intent flashed through He Lin's eyes as he spoke. "Haha, it's all right. That man was spying on us from the shadows, but I've already set up a sound restrictions here, so he wouldn't have been able to hear our discussion," Xueran said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. "Could it be that he was sent out by the Azura spiders?" Mo Jianli asked in a cautious manner as he stroked his own beard. "Rest assured, even if that was an Azura spider spy, he wouldn't have been able to glean anything from so far away. The ultimate outcome of the battle will still be decided through absolute power," He Lin said in a dismissive manner. "Brother He Lin is right, but as a safety precaution, let's head to the lair right away instead of resting here any longer. If we do that, the Azura spiders won't have a chance to do anything even if they're alerted to our presence," Han Li suggested. "You want to go there right away?" Xueran's brows furrowed slightly in a reluctant manner. "With our powers, we'll be able to rest by meditating on our flying treasures. By doing this, we'll be able to seize the initiative, and that should give us an advantage. Perhaps we'll be able to gain an upper hand as soon as the battle begins," Han Li said in an unhurried manner. Xueran hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. "All right then. I had intended to refine a powerful secret technique before we go, but seizing the initiative is indeed more important." "That's a wise decision, fellow Taoist. Let's set off right away," Han Li said with a smile before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing a white flying boat amid a flash of white light. Xueran and the others quickly flew onto the boat one after another, following which Han Li made a hand seal, and the boat immediately flew away as a ball of white light. Around 15 minutes later, a burst of faint yellow light emerged in a dense forest tens of thousands of kilometers away from the mountain that Hanli and the other were previously situated on. The yellow-robed young man then stepped out from behind a huge tree before glancing at the direction the flying boat had disappeared in with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Thank heavens I had the foresight to hide this far away. Otherwise, I would have truly been in severe peril. So there are 4 Grand Ascension stage beings who have entered this realm. It's a pity that my clone was unable to hear their conversation, so I still don't know whether they're targeting the Azura spider race. The yellow-robed young man was silent for a moment before a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Regardless of whether those people are going after the Azura spider race, all I need to do is send this information back to them, then hide out here for a few days to weather the storm. Having made that decision, he opened his mouth to expel a white wooden badge before grabbing onto it, then waved it through the air a few times. Specks of silver light immediately appeared on the surface of the badge, forming tiny silver runes that vanished deep into the badge in a flash. Meanwhile, the green-robed woman and the black-robed elderly man were discussing something in a secret chamber within the stone city that was the lair of the Azura spiders. All of a sudden, a faint buzzing sound rang out from a black stone platform in front of the two of them, and traces of silver light began to emerge on its surface. The green-robed woman faltered slightly upon seeing this, then immediately raised a hand to cast an incantation seal onto the stone platform. Lines of silver text instantly surfaced on the stone platform, and both the green-robed woman and the black-robed man's expression changed slightly upon reading the message. For Grand Ascension stage beings, the elderly man murmured to himself with furrowed brows. I didn't think that man would have other Grand Ascension stage allies. This is very troubling, the green-robed woman said with a grim expression. They may not be coming after us, but we still have to take the necessary precautions. Have you summoned all of our subordinates back to the city? The black-robed man asked. Rest assured, fellow Taoist aside from a few who are taking care of important tasks, everyone else has been summoned back to the city. I've even sent someone to undo the restrictions on the 9 corpses that are being soaked in the Earth swamp, and they'll arrive at the city in 2 more days at most. The green-robed woman replied. That's good to hear. I've also summoned some spirit beasts back to the city, but they'll also take some time to get here. However, even with all that, we still may not be able to defeat those outsiders. How about this? I've interacted with that Che-Cheesy on several occasions. How about I offer it some benefits so it can stay in our city for some time? The black-robed man suggested. What? Che-Cheesy? That's preposterous. That thing has been looking to prey on us Azura spiders for a very long time. Allowing it into the city would be far too dangerous. The green-robed woman refused as she shook her head vigorously. The black-robed man's brows furrowed slightly as he said, Rest assured, fellow Taoist Luo, that Che-Cheesy does possess some troublesome abilities, but it's just a beast. If we join forces, we'll definitely be able to restrict it, and we need to focus on the bigger picture. The woman seemed to have been swayed somewhat by the black-robed man's words, and she replied, Humph, setting that aside. It definitely won't be cheap to recruit its services. I'm aware of that, which is why this is what I propose. The black-robed man seemed to have considered this in advance, and he communicated his plan to the woman through voice transmission. What? That's way too heavy a price to ask me to pay, the green-robed woman exclaimed after hearing the plan. It's just a few dead eggs that can't be incubated. There's no point in keeping them. However, I'm sure there'll be enough to tempt that Che-Cheesy. The black-robed man chuckled. Instead of giving a definitive response, the woman replied, I'll have to think carefully about this first. All right, but while you think about this, don't forget to contact that woman in the blood pond. If something unforeseen happens, we'll have to borrow his powers, the black-robed man said. The green-robed woman's expression changed drastically, and she immediately exclaimed, You're referring to Inger? Absolutely not. She's in a critical stage of her cultivation, and whether we succeed or not in our plan will depend on her, so we can't disrupt her now. I'm aware of the importance of Fairy Ingo's cultivation, but if we can't keep those foreign Grand Ascension stage beings at bay, she'll be forced to come out of seclusion anyway. All I'm saying is that we should notify her of the situation. If we can take care of those Grand Ascension stage beings on our own, then there will be no need for her to come out of seclusion. the black-robed man said. Prior to going into seclusion, Inga told me not to disrupt her no matter what, or all of her efforts could go to naught, so I'll have to think about this more carefully before I make a decision. Even if we only notify her of the situation, it could affect her mental state, the green-robed woman replied with a hesitant expression. The black-robed man was rather displeased to hear this, but he was also aware of how important this Ingo's cultivation was, so he moved on to another topic. Alright, I'm only proposing this as a last resort as well. Also, you're going to have to activate all of the restrictions in the city, then use the levitation restriction to move the city elsewhere. We won't be able to move the city too far away, but perhaps it could buy us some time. Around 2 hours later, layers of light suddenly appeared over various parts of the stone city, quickly enveloping the entire city. Immediately thereafter, the ground in a radius of several hundred kilometers began to tremor violently, following which the stone city rose up from the earth before slowly flying away into the distance. Shortly thereafter, the entire city had disappeared, leaving only a gigantic crater on the ground. Azure light suddenly flashed from behind a nondescript-looking tree not far away from the crater, and a green-skinned, azure-robed young man suddenly appeared. This young man was none other than Han Li's spirit body, and it cast its gaze toward the direction that the stone city had disappeared in as a peculiar smile appeared on its face. It then made a hand seal and vanished into the soil amid a flash of azure light. Meanwhile, a white flying boat was traveling over a grassland countless kilometers away from the stone city's former site. Han Li and Mo Jianli were seated in meditation at the front of the boat, while Shui Ran and He Lin were standing at the back, communicating through voice transmission. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he reopened his eyes. Mo Jianli immediately sensed this, and he also opened his eyes as he asked, "Is there something wrong, fellow Taoist Han?" "No, it's just that we're going to have to make a slight change in direction," Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Mo Jianli faltered slightly upon hearing this before a knowing smile appeared on his face. "It looks like you've set up some surveillance measures." Han Li nodded in response. "I left a clone near the stone city, and it's just informed me that the stone city has moved away, but it won't be able to go far. We're already traveling at full speed, and we'll get there in a day at most." "I can see you're very confident. Looks like there's nothing for me to worry about," Mo Jianli replied with a nod. Han Li smiled and said, "I wouldn't say I'm confident, but there should be a very good chance that we'll be able to take down those Azura spiders. Once we obtain the threads of time, you and Brother Ao should have an easier time transcending your upcoming tribulations." "Hee, I certainly hope so. However, there's definitely going to be a stern battle up ahead. Even if those Azura spiders are no match for us, it most likely wouldn't be easy to stop them if they were to try and escape," Mo Jianli said with a wry smile. "In that case, things really will be rather troublesome. However, I have a few expendable body integration stage puppets that should be somewhat useful against the Azura spiders that haven't reached full maturity yet," Han Li said. Mo Jianli was ecstatic to hear this. "Body integration stage puppets? Perhaps we really will be able to slay 1 or 2 mature Azura spiders then. If we really do manage to succeed on this trip, then I'll be sure to repay you handsomely." "There's no need for that. Those puppets aren't all that important to me anyway," Han Li said with a smile, then flipped a hand over to produce a black bracelet, which he handed over to Mo Jianli. Within the bracelet contained several body integration stage devil crystal puppets that he had obtained from the Elder Devil realm. Half of those puppets were on the Ink Spirit Holy Ark, while half of them were being carried by Han Li in case their services were required. Mo Jianli accepted the storage bracelet with an elated expression, then offered his gratitude to Han Li again after injecting his spiritual sense into it. With these puppets to assist him, he would have enough time to unleash some of his most powerful trump cards. Thus, Mo Jianli began to study the puppet manipulation technique enclosed in the storage bracelet, while Han Li closed his eyes and continued to meditate. A day later, white light flashed from the edge of the mountain range that the stone city had once been situated at, and Han Li and the others emerged in their flying boat. However, the flying boat didn't even pause for a moment before continuing onward. A short while later, the boat passed through the center of the mountain range, then vanished into the distance again. An indistinct figure was watching the flying boat from a secretive tree hollow down below. Only after the flying boat completely disappeared from view did the figure emerge from the tree hollow. revealing him to be a silver-robed young man. He looked up into the sky with a grim expression for a long while, then vanished as a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, the flying boat passed over a lake and several forests, upon which it arrived at a plateau with no end in sight. Only then did Han Li reopen his eyes, and he said, "We're about to reach our destination, so get ready, fellow Taoists." He rose to his feet as he spoke, and everyone else on the boat also followed suit before casting their eyes up ahead. However, there was no city to be seen. "Where is the Azura spider's lair, fellow Taoist Han?" Shui Ran asked with furrowed brows. "Rest assured, brother Shui, you'll see it after we travel a few more 1,000 kilometers," Han Li replied. He Lin immediately released his enormous spiritual sense upon hearing this, and moments later, his eyes abruptly lit up. "There is indeed a city hidden beneath a patch of sand up ahead. All right, then let's do this." Shui Ren nodded in response before opening his mouth to expel a ball of black light, within which was a fist-sized black incense burner with a thin stick of incense protruding out of it. The stick of incense was as red as blood and around a foot in length. Shui Ran made a hand seal, then pointed a finger forward, and the incense burner instantly swelled to around 10 feet tall. He then opened his mouth to expel a burst of crimson flames that ignited the stick of incense, and a rank odor immediately began to waft through the air. Immediately thereafter, Shui Ran began to chant something, and a string of ghostly wails suddenly rang out from within the incense burner. At the same time, 8 balls of crimson light flew out of Shui Ran's body, each of which sat an infant with crimson patterns all over their delicate skin and extremely unsettling smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, He Lin laid a hand onto a leather pouch hanging from his waist, and a burst of black chi immediately flew out of the pouch before forming a black cloud that was around an acre in size high up in the sky. Incessant hissing could be heard within the black cloud, indicating that there was something lurking in there. Immediately thereafter, He Lin swept his sleeves through the air, releasing around a dozen black flags that vanished into thin air in a flash. At the same time, Mo Jianli had also summoned a pair of spirit beast bracelets, which released a snowy white flying tiger and a crimson fiery bird, both of which were giving off body integration stage auras. Mo Jianli then made a hand seal, and several treasures flew out of his body. Han Li appraised all of this in silence, but didn't do anything himself. A distance of several thousand kilometers was covered in mere moments, and all of a sudden, Han Li tapped a foot down onto a formation plate beneath him, upon which the flying boat drew to an abrupt halt. Shui Ran looked down at the vast expanse of sand below, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he uttered the word break. The infants hovering in the balls of crimson light around him immediately opened their mouths in unison at his behest, releasing 8 pillars of crimson light that descended from above. All of the pillars of crimson light plunged into the ground down below in a flash, and the earth immediately began to tremor before widening rifts began to appear on its surface. At the same time, He Lin made a grabbing motion to summon a purplish golden staff, which he swung downward, unleashing a giant staff projection around 10,000 feet in length that crashed down onto the ground like a divine weapon. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the entire ground was completely shattered, creating a massive crater in the desert. He Lin chortled as he raised his staff again, preparing to unleash even more attacks. But right at this moment, countless pillars of light of different colors erupted out of the crater in the sand. Immediately thereafter, the desert bulged, and a stone city that was enshrouded within several layers of light barriers slowly emerged. Standing atop the wall directly in front of the stone city were the green-robed woman, black-robed man, and several hundred subordinates, all of whom were appraising Han Li's group with grim expressions. The green-robed woman was extremely infuriated, but she forcibly repressed her temper as she asked, "So it really is you? May I ask how our Azura spider race has offended you?" Han Li's incredible spiritual sense had left her with a very deep impression, and she didn't want to have to battle him if it were avoidable, even though it was clear that Han Li's group wasn't here for a diplomatic meeting. Of course, the green-robed woman was also trying to stall for time so more of their reinforcements could return. We haven't ever crossed paths before, so you naturally haven't offended me in any way, but we came into this realm specifically for your Azura spider race. If you're willing to hand over the cores of your brethren, then we could end this peacefully, He Lin replied with a sinister smile in Han Li's stead. The green-robed woman's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. You want the cores of our brethren? In that case, you must be trying to harness our powers of time. Not exactly, but that's close enough. So, are you willing to hand over the cores? Shui Ran asked. Keep dreaming. Seeing as you've made your intentions clear, there's no need for any further discussion. The woman waved a hand as she spoke, and most of the people behind her abruptly vanished amid a flash of light, leaving only less than 20 people still standing atop the city wall. Most of whom were giving off body integration stage auras, while 4 of them were close to the grand ascension stage. Those 4 were all mature Azura spiders, and Mo Jianli's expression immediately changed slightly upon seeing this. Han Li's eyes also narrowed ever so slightly. Back when he had last visited the Stone City, there had been only 3 mature Azura spiders. Shui Ran and He Lin exchanged a glance upon seeing this, and both of their expressions darkened as they sprang into action in unison. Shui Ran flicked a finger toward the giant incense burner before him, and the rank odor emanating from the burner became drastically more pronounced, while a series of specks of azure light appeared above it. These specks of azure light then transformed into fist-sized hornets with ghostly faces. Not only were the heads of these giant hornets all riddled with ghostly patterns, their bodies were blurry and indistinct, as if they didn't possess substantial bodies. Go! Shui Ran commanded as he swept a sleeve through the air, and the tens of thousands of ghost-faced hornets flew directly forward as an azure swarm. Meanwhile, Shui Ran took a stride forward, appearing between the flying boat and the stone city with the 8 balls of crimson light around him. Within the balls of crimson light, the 8 infants opened their mouths again in unison, blasting 8 pillars of crimson light directly toward the green-robed woman. The woman was just about to say something to the black-robed man beside her, but she was infuriated by this blatant act of provocation, and she also emerged before Shui Ran amid a flash of silver light, then swept a hand through the air to release a ball of golden light. The ball of golden light managed to withstand all 8 pillars of crimson light, and only then was it revealed to be a giant golden shield that was over 20 feet tall. As all of this was taking place, Han Li and the black-robed man were appraising each other from afar, displaying no intention to intervene. At this moment, the swarm of ghost-faced wasps also reached the green-robed woman before descending toward her. The green-robed woman harumphed coldly as she swept a sleeve upward, releasing a streak of white light over 100 feet in length that sliced the azure swarm in half down the middle. A string of cracks and pops rang out from within the hornet swarm, and the streak of white light made several laps around the entire swarm, upon which all of the hornets exploded into specks of azure light again. However, not only was Shui Ran not alarmed by this. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he opened his mouth to expel several mouthfuls of blood essence, all of which vanished into the giant incense burner in a flash. The ghostly wails ringing out from within the burner instantly became more pronounced, and wisps of crimson light began to flash within the incense flame. Immediately thereafter, all of the specks of azure light in the distance transformed into azure hornets again. Before the green-robed woman had a chance to unleash her streak of white light again, all of the ghost-faced hornets suddenly vanished in unison. In the next instant, howling winds swept through the nearby area, and a series of semi-transparent wind blades emerged before converging toward her. These attacks appeared to be quite ordinary, but the green-robed woman's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and she immediately thrust a hand into the golden shield before her, creating a sound akin to that of a massive gong being struck. The golden shield instantly transformed into a golden light barrier around her, and in the next instant, the storm of wind blades struck the light barrier in a frenzy. The surface of the golden light barrier immediately began to ripple incessantly, but it was able to keep the destructive storm at bay. The green-robed woman then plucked off a few strands of her own hair before blowing upon them, and the strands of hair instantly transformed into around a dozen giant black pythons that were over 1,000 feet in length, all of which pounced directly toward Shui Ran. Shui Ran's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the infants in the 8 balls of crimson light let loose in human roars before transforming into 8 sinister devils with 1 horn on each of their heads. The horned devils then flew toward the oncoming black pythons with crimson flames all over their bodies, while their fingers had transformed into sharp blades that were inflicting wounds upon the pythons with every swipe. In contrast, the pythons possessed formidable strength, whipping their bodies through the air like devastating whips, or biting toward the horned devils with their sharp fangs while expelling clouds of extremely poisonous green mist. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between the 8 horned devils and the giant black pythons. But it was clear that the pythons held the upper hand. Shui Ran's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he was just about to summon another treasure when the green-robed woman laid a hand onto the top of her own head with a fierce expression. A ball of green light immediately shot out of her head, transforming into a mountainous spider projection. The spider was entirely green in color with tufts of hard fur all over its body that resembled steel needles. In the next instant, the spider abruptly vanished on the spot, and Shui Ran was naturally very alarmed to see this. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the green-robed woman opened her mouth to release countless green threads, which instantly appeared near Shui Ran as if by instantaneous teleportation. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted above Shui Ran, and a pair of sharp spider claws that resembled lethal hooks emerged before plunging down toward his head like lightning. Shui Ran's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly reached into his own sleeve before pulling out a short yellow whip, which he immediately swept upward. A yellow mountain projection that was over 1,000 feet tall appeared in a flash to oppose the pair of sharp claws, and sure enough, the 2 claws were repelled by the mountain projection with ease. However, the green threads continued onward, preparing to pierce into Shui Ran's protective spiritual light. Right at this moment, purplish golden light flashed in front of Shui Ran, and a massive staff projection appeared without any warning before transforming into a purplish golden light barrier to keep the green threads at bay. Immediately thereafter, the staff-wielding He Lin emerged beside Shui Ran amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The green-robed woman became even more infuriated upon seeing this, and she rubbed her hands together before raising them in unison. Countless balls of light of different colors instantly appeared before her, and all of them surged toward Shui Ran and He Lin as if they had minds of their own. Thus, a battle ensued between the 3 of them. The 4 mature Azura spiders on the city wall exchanged a glance upon seeing this, and after a brief discussion through voice transmission, all of them suddenly sat down with their legs crossed, then began to chant something with their eyes tightly shut. The tops of their heads opened up and a ball of green light that was around the size of a wash basin emerged, all of which converged to form a massive spider. The spider was even larger than the one summoned by the green-robed woman, but its body was quite blurry, and it seemed that it was only a projection. As soon as the giant spider projection emerged, it immediately pounced toward Shui Ran and He Lin. The 4 mature Azura spiders were finally stepping in to assist the green-robed woman. Emo Jianli's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he didn't appear to have done anything, but his body blurred as he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the spider projection, and a streak of glacial sword chi came hurtling directly toward it. The spider projection immediately opened its cavernous mouth to release a huge net to keep the sword chi at bay, but at the same time it was also forced to stop in midair. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted once again, and Mo Jianli emerged with a short sword in his hand. He took a glance at the spider projection, then immediately tossed the sword up into the air. Layers of sword projections instantly appeared, transforming into a sword mountain that came crashing down from above. In response, the 4 mature Azura spiders switched to different hand seals, and the spider projection pounced directly toward Mo Jianli through the sword mountain as if it didn't even exist. Mo Jianli's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately sent a brick-shaped treasure flying through the air. At the same time, he raised an arm before pointing a finger forward, and the brick began to release scintillating blue light, forming a Tai Chi diagram that hurtled directly through the air. Simultaneously, a speck of black light flashed on his outstretched fingertip, and the space up ahead suddenly collapsed as if it were being crushed by some type of invisible force. The giant spider projection swiped its 2 front limbs through the air, unleashing a series of claw projections that instantly sliced the Tai Chi diagram into pieces. However, in the next instant, its enormous body crashed into the burst of invisible force, and as a result, it became very slow and sluggish. A cold smile appeared on Jianli's face, and he uttered the word, "Explode." The fragments of the Tai Chi diagram immediately began to flash erratically, then exploded into specks of blue light, sending devastating glacial power surging through the air. The spider projection shuddered slightly, and layers of frost quickly materialized over its body. In the blink of an eye, it had been sealed in a massive block of blue ice. Jianli was ecstatic to see this, and he withdrew his outstretched finger before making a grabbing motion, summoning an inky black talisman that he hurled toward the sealed spider projection without any hesitation. As soon as the black talisman was released, it transformed into a black beast projection with the head of a dragon and the body of a phoenix, then pounced downward in a ferocious manner. The projection was giving off a horrifying aura that was far too powerful for the average Grand Ascension stage being to withstand, and the four mature Azura spiders' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. All of them opened their eyes in unison, and at the same time, the beastly projection vanished into the block of ice in a flash. However, right at this moment, the spider projection exploded into specks of green light, all of which appeared outside the block of ice. As a result, the black beastly projection completely missed its target, and after passing through the chunk of ice, its body gradually faded into nothingness. Immediately thereafter, the specks of green light converged into four larger balls of light again, all of which sped back toward the city wall before quickly disappearing into the bodies of the four mature Azura spiders. In the next instant, the four mature Azura spiders rose up as four streaks of light and flew directly toward Jianli. Jianli was rather disappointed that his meticulously planned sequence of attacks had failed to achieve the intended effect, and his expression darkened slightly at the sight of the oncoming mature Azura spiders. All of a sudden, he flew toward the oncoming opponents as a streak of white light, and spatial fluctuations erupted behind him, upon which the white flying tiger and crimson fiery phoenix also emerged. The trio quickly clashed with the four mature Azura spiders, and another fierce battle commenced. Even with those two powerful spirit beasts to assist him, Jianli was still far inferior in power to four mature Azura spiders. However, whenever the opponent's attacks became too much to handle, Jianli would toss out a few mysterious talismans or unleash some type of almighty attack or manifest a few strange beastly projections. As a result, he was just barely able to hold his own against the four mature Azura spiders. All of a sudden, a hint of killing intent flashed through the black-robed man's eyes, and he surreptitiously summoned a golden coin in his hand, which was concealed up his sleeve. However, just as he was about to unleash the coin's power, a calm voice rang out beside his ears. "Your opponent is me. I'd advise you not to get distracted." As soon as the voice trailed off, a burst of formidable spiritual pressure came crashing down from above, and even with the black-robed man's immense powers, he felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately vanished from the city wall, and in the next instant he reappeared over 100,000 feet above the city amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then appraised Hanli with a grim expression. Hanli was standing over 1,000 feet away with his hands clasped behind his back, and he was also appraising the black-robed man, but his expression was as calm as ever. "It looks like you've already planned out these matchups in advance. Does that mean you think you'll be able to defeat me?" the black-robed man asked. "I'm afraid you're mistaken. After everyone else had chosen, you were the only opponent left. As for whether I'll be able to defeat you, I'll just have to try and see," Hanli replied with a calm smile. "Humph, it seems that you're very confident. In that case, let's see who's going to come out on top," the black-robed man said in a cold voice, then flipped a hand over to produce an antiquated azure lamp, which he immediately flicked a finger toward. A purple flame was instantly ignited within the lamp, following which the black-robed man uttered the word, "Rise." An indescribable primordial aura began to emanate from the flame, and all of a sudden 8 more identical lamps emerged, all of which hovered in the air around him. The black-robed man then made a rapid string of hand seals, casting 9 incantation seals of different colors onto the lamps. Bright purple light radiated forth, and the flames within the 9 lamps drifted out before converging to form a head-sized ball of purple flames. Immediately thereafter, a clear cry rang out, and a purple bird that was around a foot in size emerged within the flames. The bird had a very light and agile body with purple feathers, a long canopy, and a pair of fiery red ruby-like eyes. It was a beautiful purple peacock. As soon as the peacock appeared, it let loose a clear cry, and it swelled drastically to around 300 to 400 feet in length amid a flash of purple light. All of its feathers were then ignited into scorching purple flames, and it flapped its wings to release a purple fiery cloud that was around an acre in size. A peculiar look had already appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of the azure lamps, and once the purple peacock was summoned, he was completely rooted to the spot. "That's a Milan sacred bird," Han Li murmured to himself with a peculiar expression. The summoning method, appearance, and aura of this purple phoenix were extremely similar to that of the Milan sacred bird he had encountered in the human world. Of course, there was no comparison between their powers. That Milan's sacred bird had only been at the deity transformation stage, whereas this one was giving off fearsome spiritual pressure close to the grand ascension stage, forcing even Han Li to take it seriously. Before Han Li had a chance to think too much about this, the black-robed man opened his mouth once again to release an antiquated golden mirror, then flipped a hand over to produce a silver scroll. The golden mirror revolved above his head at his behest, then summoned a series of identical golden mirror projections, which numbered in the thousands. Meanwhile, the silver scroll unfurled on its own, releasing countless silver runes that transformed into 18 expressionless silver-armored warriors that were wielding different weapons. All of them were giving off frosty auras, as if their bodies were constructed from profound ice. "Go and kill that man," the black-robed man roared as he stabbed a finger in Han Li's direction. The purple phoenix immediately flew toward Han Li as a purple fiery cloud alongside the 18 armored warriors at the man's behest, while balls of golden flames erupted out of the mirror projections before crashing down in a devastating storm. Han Li naturally couldn't continue to dwell on the subject of the Milan's sacred beast, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of silver flames, which transformed into a silver fire raven in a flash. As soon as the fire raven emerged, it swelled drastically to a stature that wasn't inferior to the purple phoenix, then flapped its wings and swooped directly toward the fiery purple cloud. Even before the two massive birds had clashed, the clouds of fire around them crashed into one another, immediately following which the two birds engaged one another in a ferocious battle. A series of sharp avian cries rang out alongside resounding explosions, and the entire sky was illuminated by the scorching purple and silver flames. Meanwhile, thousands of balls of golden flames were crashing down toward Han Li from above. Han Li's expression remained calm as he made a hand seal, and 72 small azure swords flew out of various parts of his body, transforming into around a dozen streaks of identical sword chi. Han Li then swept a sleeve upward before uttering the word break, and the streaks of azure sword chi immediately erupted upward, rapidly tearing through one golden fireball after another. The black-robed man's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he made a strange hand seal, upon which the thousands of mirror projections behind him began to flash with scintillating golden light. Specks of spiritual light flashed erratically above Han Li, and all of the fragments of the golden fireballs came crashing down from above as countless streaks of golden light. However, Han Li wasn't alarmed by this in the slightest, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he pointed a finger toward the streaks of azure sword chi, all of which instantly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, piercing azure light flashed above Han Li, and the streaks of azure sword chi reappeared before converging to form a massive azure lotus flower around an acre in size. The lotus flower rotated on the spot, and countless sword projections were released to form an impenetrable barrier. The storm of golden light clashed with the sword projections, and the vast majority of the streaks of golden light were kept at bay, with only the rare exceptions managing to pass through, but all of those were instantly nullified upon plunging into the azure sword lotus. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted before Han Li, and 3 long silver arrows emerged before hurtling toward his face like lightning. Han Li remained completely expressionless as he raised an arm, and one of his fingers took on a purplish-golden hue before he pointed it forward several times in succession. 3 resounding booms rang out as his finger strikes struck the tips of the 3 arrows with unerring accuracy, and they were sent flying back even faster than they had come before vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, 3 dull thumps rang out, and 3 of the silver-armored warriors were felled with puncture wounds on their heads before disintegrating into specks of silver light. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately chanted something while pointing a finger toward the silver scroll several times in succession, releasing a series of incantation seals into the scroll. The silver scroll flashed erratically as a string of runes appeared on its surface, and the remaining silver-armored warriors all swelled to around twice their original size. Despite this, they had somehow become extremely fast as well, and after just a few flashes, they reached Han Li in the blink of an eye before charging toward him with their weapons brandished. A hint of disdain appeared on Han Li's face, and he harumphed coldly before sweeping a hand through the air to conjure up a gray light barrier. All of the oncoming attacks instantly vanished into the gray light barrier like sandcastles in the rising tide, completely nullified before they could do anything. Right at this moment, all of the silver-armored warriors blurred, and they instantly reached Han Li as if by instantaneous teleportation before swinging their weapons toward him. Even before their weapons had reached him, they were releasing streaks of glacial light that were threatening to tear the gray light barrier apart. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and the gray light barrier suddenly took on a substantial form to repel the oncoming streaks of glacial light. Immediately following which the gray light barrier transformed into a massive wave that was over 100 feet tall in retaliation. The silver-armored warriors reacted very quickly, immediately rushing back in retreat, but the giant gray wave suddenly released countless light threads, which pierced through the bodies of the armored warriors like lightning before binding them tightly. All of the armored warriors were then inundated by the gray wave, and they lost all power to resist. A furious look appeared in the black-robed man's eyes upon seeing this, and he opened his mouth to expel a burst of magic power into the scroll, causing it to rapidly revolve on the spot. At the same time, the trapped silver-armored warriors began to release astonishing auras alongside bursts of bright silver light. This eruption of power seemed to be threatening to tear the entire gray wave apart, and a hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he extended a palm forward, pressing it toward the gray wave from afar. A dull thump rang out, and the silver light being released by the armored warriors was crushed into specks of silver light by a burst of enormous invisible force. After that, Han Li glanced upward to discover that the spirit engulfing Fire Raven was still locked in battle against the purple peacock. Neither of them possessed substantial bodies. They both possessed fire attribute powers, so it seemed that their battle wouldn't reach a conclusion anytime soon. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he withdrew his gaze, and he said, "Let's skip all of this child's play. Seeing as you're unwilling to display your true power, I'll just have to force you to do so." As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal, and the Provenance True Devil projection emerged behind him amid a flash of golden light. The projection opened its 6 eyes, then thrust its 6 arms through the air in unison, summoning 6 golden balls of light, each of which had a diameter of around 10 feet. The 6 balls of light were sent hurtling directly toward the black-robed man, who gave a cold harumph as he immediately pointed a finger forward. Golden light flashed on the surfaces of all of the mirror projections behind him, and a thin golden thread erupted out of each mirror, forming a massive golden net. The black-robed man then made a hand seal, and the giant net surged toward the 6 balls of golden light, looking as if it were trying to sweep up all of the balls of light at once. However, in the instant that the net and the balls of light came into contact with one another, Han Li pointed a finger forward from afar, and the 6 balls of golden light instantly fused as one to form a shimmering golden vortex. The vortex began to revolve on the spot, releasing countless 5-colored runes, as well as a burst of tremendous suction force. The giant golden net was also quite profound, but it was completely unable to withstand this suction force, and it was drawn into the vortex before being shredded into pieces. The black-robed man was quite alarmed to see this, and he hurriedly patted a jade pendant that was hanging from his waist. The jade pendant released a white WIRM at his behest, which pounced directly toward the vortex, only to be drawn in and pulverized as well. At the same time, the jade pendant on the black-robed man's waist disintegrated into powder, and his expression changed drastically upon seeing this. However, after rushing back in retreat, he returned to his normal calm expression before making a hand seal, and lights of 5 different colors suddenly erupted out of his back. The 5-colored light surged through the air, eradicating the golden vortex in a flash. 5-colored divine light. You're a 5 light being from the flying spirit race, Han Li exclaimed. The black-robed man was rather surprised to hear this, but a sinister smile quickly appeared on his face. Haha, you have a sharp eye, fellow Taoist. In that case, I won't disguise my powers any longer. Let me show you the true might of five-colored divine light. A resounding boom rang out alongside an eruption of five-colored light, and a five-colored peacock that was several tens of feet in size emerged. It cast a cold gaze toward Han Li, and just that alone was enough to make him feel as if his entire body had been completely frozen. I didn't think that the five light race would have someone as powerful as you among its ranks. I'm looking forward to sparring with you, Han Li chuckled. Spar? What do you mean by that? The five-colored peacock asked as a peculiar look flashed through its eyes. Instead of giving a reply, Han Li merely smiled, and his aura abruptly changed as a burst of five-colored light erupted out of his body. Immediately thereafter, Han Li also transformed into a five-colored peacock amid a flash of five-colored light. The opposing five-colored peacock was stunned to see this, and it exclaimed, "What? You're also a five-light being? No, your aura isn't right. You must have only attained this transformation by refining some five-colored peacock true blood. You have quite a sharp eye as well, fellow Taoist." Han Li chuckled coldly, then flapped his wings to release a wave of five-colored light that surged directly toward his opponent. At the height of his fury, the black-robed man burst into laughter. You dare to display your five-colored divine light in my presence? Let me teach you a lesson in what true five-colored divine light is. As soon as his voice trailed off, the long feathers of his canopy were suddenly sent hurtling through the air as countless five-colored arrows. The five-colored light clashed with the storm of arrows, and countless holes of different sizes were instantly pierced into the former. As a result, the giant five-colored wave stalled, and the arrows hurtled directly toward Han Li. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but he then also released countless five-colored light threads from the long feathers of his canopy, and each thread of light struck an arrow with unerring accuracy. The light threads then bound themselves around the arrows before tightening, slicing the arrows into pieces. Immediately thereafter, the light threads vanished in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the black-robed man, and countless light threads shot out of thin air, threatening to bind his entire avian body. However, as soon as the light threads came into contact with his body, the five-colored light around him brightened significantly, and all of the light threads were nullified as soon as they plunged into this five-colored light. Han Li's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, while the black-robed man raised his peacock head and let loose a long cry, then suddenly made a grabbing motion with one of its talons. A giant talon that was around an acre in size instantly appeared out of thin air before grabbing down toward Han Li. Han Li chuckled coldly as he abruptly vanished on the spot, then suddenly reappeared over 100 feet away before immediately opening his mouth to release a burst of silver flames toward the giant talon. Despite its enormous size, the massive talon was extremely fast and agile as it swooped down toward the silver flames. A dull thump rang out as five-colored light surged over the surface of the talon, and the silver flames were completely snuffed out, while the giant talon continued on toward Han Li. Even before it had truly grabbed him, countless five-colored runes had emerged around Han Li, forming an invisible restriction that had completely immobilized him. Han Li flapped his wings to send a vast expanse of five-colored light sweeping toward the runes, but the light was instantly snuffed out by the runes as if it had encountered the bane of its existence. Han Li was quite alarmed to see this, and bright five-colored light erupted out of his body as all of his feathers detached themselves at once, converging from around a dozen resplendent five-colored sword projections that shot forth in all directions. A string of metallic clangs rang out as the sword projections struck the runes, only to be repelled with ease. My heaven and earth solidification ability isn't that easy to break. Just stay still and accept your death. The black-robed man was ecstatic to see this as he extended his other talon forward as well. Spatial fluctuations erupted above Han Li, and another massive talon enshrouded in five-colored light emerged before descending toward him as well. At the same time, even more five-colored runes appeared in the surrounding area, and Han Li was well and truly immobilized now. Thus, the two talons came swooping down one after another, sweeping up gusts of fierce winds, and even the space below them was warping and twisting significantly. The black-robed man was ecstatic that he was able to take care of such a powerful enemy with just his five-colored divine light alone. However, as a safety precaution, he rose higher up into the air, then flapped his wings, which took on a semi-transparent quality after a flash of five-colored light. Immediately thereafter, he let loose a clear cry before opening his beak to release a pillar of five-colored light, which reached Han Li in a flash. However, right at this moment, a rumbling roar rang out from within the warped space, and a ball of golden light emerged, within which was a massive furry palm around the size of a water tank. The palm spread open its fingers, and it instantly turned a purplish-golden color before being positioned right in front of the pillar of five-colored light. The pillar of light struck the furry palm with a resounding, and the nearby world's origin chi was stirred up violently, while a scintillating five-colored sun emerged. The pillar of five-colored light was imbued with devastating power, but it was kept at bay by the furry palm with ease. The black-robed man was quite alarmed to see this. Yet before he had a chance to do anything, a bone-chilling harumph suddenly rang out from within the golden light up ahead. The black-robed man shuddered as if he had been struck by lightning upon hearing this, and he stumbled back involuntarily. At the same time, a ferocious roar rang out within the golden light, and a mountainous golden fist projection erupted forth, pulverizing the two five-colored giant claws as if they were mere papier-mâché structures. An incredibly fearsome aura also surged out of the golden light, detonating all of the surrounding five-colored runes. Only then did the golden light recede, revealing a massive purplish-golden ape that was over 100 feet tall, and it was in the process of withdrawing one of its giant fists. The black-robed man was forced back a few more steps by Han Li's devastating aura before exclaiming, "So your true form is a giant mountain ape? No. Even a giant mountain ape wouldn't be able to break free from my heaven and earth solidification so easily. Humph, you don't need to worry about what my true form is. I've already experienced the power of your five-colored divine light. It's time I showed you my true power as well," Han Li replied in a cold voice. "Do you really think you can defeat me just because you've switched to a different form? What a joke." Despite Han Li's fearsome aura, the black-robed man remained completely unfazed, and he let loose a cry, upon which he transformed into a brocade-robed figure with the head of a peacock and five translucent long swords of different colors strapped to his back. He had withdrawn his five-colored peacock form and transformed into a peacock-human hybrid. "Interesting, so you had another form up your sleeve as well. It looks like I'll be able to fight to my heart's content here," Han Li said as he flipped his hands over to produce two miniature mountains, one azure and one black. Han Li tossed the two small mountains high up into the air, then pointed a finger toward them in rapid succession. The two small mountains immediately swelled to over 1,000 feet tall at his behest, and at the same time, Han Li expanded to around 3,000 to 4,000 feet tall while silver patterns appeared all over his body. After completing his transformation, Han Li thumped his own chest with his house-sized fists, then reached out to grab the pair of mountains. His arms then abruptly thickened, and a ferocious roar rang out as the two mountains were hurled toward the brocade-robed man in the distance. As soon as the pair of mountains were released, they immediately transformed into two balls of light, one azure and one black, both of which vanished into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the brocade-robed man, and the two mountains came hurtling directly toward him alongside a fearsome aura that was suffocating even to a grand ascension stage being like him. Even before the mountains had reached him, the brocade-robed man's protective spiritual light was already tremoring violently, and he felt as if there were sharp daggers raking across his face. A peculiar look flashed through his eyes, and the five longswords on his back suddenly flew out at his behest, crisscrossing with one another to form a barrier in front of him, thereby keeping the pressure at bay. What was quite incredible to Han Li was that the two mountains had suddenly stopped in midair upon coming into contact with those swords. Han Li was naturally well aware of how powerful he was in his giant mountain ape form, and the fact that the two extreme mountains hurled forth by him in this form had been stopped by five mere swords came as quite a shock to him. All of a sudden, spiritual light flashed from the five long swords, and a burst of law fluctuations erupted, upon which the pair of mountains were sent flying backward. In the next instant, the two mountains appeared above Han Li before crashing down with tremendous force. Han Li attempted to communicate with the two treasures and instruct them to stop, only to discover that it was as if his spiritual sense connection with them had been severed. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he thrust his palms gently toward the pair of extreme mountains. In the instant that his palms were thrust upward, silver light flashed from his palms, and around a dozen layers of silver formations were conjured up. 2 earth-shattering booms rang out, and gusts of fierce winds swept forth in all directions. But Hanli managed to stop the 2 extreme mountains in the end, following which all of the silver formations vanished amid a flash of silver light. In the instant Hanli's hands came into contact with the pair of extreme mountains, the spiritual sense connection was recovered, and he immediately stowed the pair of treasures away. At this moment, the brocade-robed man was still maintaining his original posture and hadn't taken advantage of this opportunity to unleash any further attacks. Hanli cast his gaze toward him and said, "I didn't think that you would be able to use the power of the law of time. Having said that, it's quite forced, so you must be relying on something to unleash this power." So what if my usage is a little forced? With the power of the law of time on my side, there's no way you can defeat me. The fact that you've managed to identify this power right away tells that you've seen it before elsewhere. Is that right? The brocade-robed man harumphed coldly. He then pointed a finger forward, and the 5 translucent swords tremored slightly, following which the nearby law fluctuations gradually dissipated. A hint of enlightenment appeared in Hanli's as he cast his gaze toward the 5 swords, and he replied, "I have indeed witnessed the same power elsewhere in the past, and I had thought that only the Azura spiders would be able to wield this power in this realm. It seems like you must have been in this realm for a very long time and thoroughly earned the trust of these Azura spiders. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been granted such incredible benefits. However, if you think this will be enough for you to avoid defeat, then you're dead wrong." As soon as his voice trailed off, brilliant purplish-golden light erupted from his body, and he swelled to around 1,000 feet in size in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, he opened his mouth to expel several balls of light of different colors, each of which was releasing a unique yet formidable aura. The balls of light contained projections of several types of true spirit beings, and at the same time, layers of purplish-golden scales emerged all over Hanli's body. 2 additional pairs of arms and a pair of extra heads also emerged beneath his ribs and on his shoulders, respectively. He then opened his 6 eyes, and a short silver horn appeared on each of his 3 foreheads. After witnessing the power of time unleashed by his opponent, Hanli knew that he couldn't hold back any longer and immediately unleashed his holy nirvana physique to its maximal extent. In this 3rd nirvana transformation, Hanli's physical body was so fearsome that it would strike horror into the heart of even a grand ascension stage being. A smile appeared on his 3 faces, and he lashed out with his 6 arms, unleashing countless golden fist projections that hurtled through the air before abruptly vanishing. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted all around the brocade-robed man, and the golden fist projections reappeared before converging toward him in a frenzy. The brocade-robed man was very alarmed to see this, and he hurriedly made a rapid string of hand seals, upon which the 5 translucent swords began to rapidly revolve around him. The 5 swords then transformed into a 5-colored light barrier that protected every single inch of his body, while the law fluctuations that had just disappeared were released once again. All of the fist projections within a radius of over 100 feet around the brocade-robed man immediately stopped in midair, but the rest of the fist projections continued onward and crashed into the immobilized fist projections. A resounding explosion erupted outside the 5-colored light barrier as one golden fist projection after another was detonated, sending devastating shockwaves surging directly toward the light barrier. However, all of these attacks would be frozen in midair as soon as they approached the 5-colored light barrier. It seemed that an invisible wall had appeared around the light barrier, keeping allo of Hanli's attacks at bay. The golden fist projections were imbued with astonishing power, and Hanli seemed to be able to produce an endless supply. In a very short span of time, countless explosions had erupted, sending layer upon layer of golden shockwaves surging toward the center, rapidly accumulating a burst of spiritual pressure that struck fear into even the brocade-robed man's heart. The brocade-robed man's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this, and right at this moment, the 5-colored light barrier began to tremor slightly, while the immobilized golden fist projections in the surrounding area were displaying signs of moving again. The brocade-robed man could no longer bide his time, and he immediately switched to a different hand seal, shrinking down the area encompassed by the light barrier by close to half. At the same time, he opened his mouth to expel several balls of green blood essence, which transformed into a series of blue runes that vanished into the light barrier in a flash. The trembling light barrier was instantly stabilized, while the golden fist projections and shockwaves were immobilized once again. A hint of relief appeared in the brocade-robed man's eyes upon seeing this, but he still immediately began to chant an incantation. Faint runes began to appear on the light barrier, and it seemed that the 5 swords were about to be reformed. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly stopped what he was doing before flipping a hand over to produce a green longsword amid a flash of green light. The longsword had several indecipherable ancient silver runes inscribed on its surface, and as soon as it was summoned, all of the world's origin chi in a radius of several kilometers injected itself into the sword in a frenzy as streaks of dazzling light. As a result of this influx of power, the green longsword quickly swelled to around 1,000 feet in size, following which it was slashed through the air without any hesitation. The silver runes flashed, and a giant silver crescent moon was unleashed by the sword, sweeping through the countless fist projections in a flash before directly plunging into the space encompassed by the power of Law of Time. The silver crescent moon was able to completely disregard the power of laws in that area and struck the 5-colored light barrier like lightning, much to the horror of the brocade-robed man. A resounding boom rang out and the crescent moon tremored slightly before disintegrating into specks of silver light. Another burst of even more potent power of laws swept forth, tearing through the Law of Time imbued within the light barrier before exploding into a ball of silver light. The 2 bursts of powers of laws clashed, and the ball of silver light rapidly expanded like a rolling snowball, reaching several acres in size in the blink of an eye. All types of violent energy fluctuations surged through the surrounding area, sweeping up fearsome tornadoes that encompassed the entire sky. After unleashing that slash, Han Li's mountainous ape body shrank down to less than half its original size, but his aura didn't wane in the slightest. A fierce look appeared in his eyes as he gripped onto the giant green sword with all 6 of his hands, then roared as he slashed the weapon through the air again. On this occasion, a streak of green sword chi was unleashed by the green sword as opposed to a silver crescent moon. In the instant the sword chi was unleashed, it appeared directly above the ball of silver light, then transformed into a massive ring-shaped blade. The ring-shaped blade was of an exuberant green color and was around half a kilometer in size with peerlessly sharp edges. Furthermore, it was giving off powerful law fluctuations. Black light flashed from Han Li's 3 glabellas and 3 inky black demonic eyes emerged. Immediately thereafter, he pointed a finger on each hand into the distance and uttered the word slash. Silver runes appeared on the surface of the ring-shaped blade, following which it abruptly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted near the ball of silver light, and the ring-shaped blade re-emerged right around the ball of light. The ring-shaped blade then abruptly contracted, disappearing as a projection. Immediately thereafter, a green line appeared around the ball of silver light amid a resounding boom, and the entire ball of light was sliced cleanly in half by the ring-shaped blade. In addition to the ball of silver light, even the nearby space had been severed by the green line, creating a massive black rift. After all of the silver light faded, the green line was revealed once again, and the space either side of the green line had turned completely black and white. The section above the green line remained unchanged, but that was only because it was being shielded by a 5-colored light barrier. In contrast, there was an inky black spatial rift beneath the green line, and the spatial power emanating from the rift was spreading in all directions in a frenzy, as if it were going to devour the entire area. Everyone couldn't help but pause upon seeing this before sweeping their spiritual sense toward this direction. After ascertaining the situation, the Azura spiders were very alarmed, while Mo Jianli and the others were ecstatic. The brocade-robed man hadn't been killed by the attack, but his lower body was already nowhere to be seen, and there was sweat pouring down his forehead as he held a 5-colored shield, which had conjured up the light barrier that had saved his upper body. The light barrier was formed by the 5-colored runes surging out of the shield, and it was keeping the black spatial down below at bay. That's a complete, profound, heavenly treasure. Without the power of laws of that treasure, there's no way you would have been able to break through my law of time. the brocade-robed man roared with a panicked expression. Even for Grand Ascension stage beings, profound heavenly treasures were extremely rare. And the majority of Grand Ascension stage beings never came into possession of a profound heavenly treasure. It was already considered to be very good if they could obtain 1 or 2 profound heavenly treasure replicas. The brocade-robed man was quite outstanding among normal Grand Ascension stage beings, but he wasn't fortunate enough to have come across a profound heavenly treasure. However, the fact that he had managed to survive 2 slashes from the profound heavenly spirit slash sword was already an indication of his incredible power. You're one to talk. You wouldn't be able to use your power of time, either if not for those 5 swords. Han Li chuckled coldly as he took a step forward. After unleashing that second slash, he had shrunk down even further to only just over 100 feet tall. A dull thump rang out as the nearby space tremored, and Han Li covered a distance of over 1,000 feet in an instant, arriving directly above the brocade-robed man. The world's origin chi surged violently, and he unleashed a third strike with his green longsword without any hesitation. A silver sword projection descended from above like a bright moon, bringing a burst of powerful law fluctuations along with it. The brocade-robed man's face paled significantly upon seeing this. Never did he think that his opponent would have the power to unleash 3 attacks with his profound heavenly treasure in such a short span of time. Unleashing an attack with a profound heavenly treasure was unimaginably taxing on both the wielder's energy and physical body. If a Grand Ascension stage being with a weaker physical body were to unleash a full power attack with such a treasure, their body could disintegrate on the spot. This was why Han Li had only been able to unleash a portion of the profound heavenly spirit slash sword's power back at the body integration stage, even in his second nirvana transformation. Of course, the brocade-robed man wasn't just going to resign himself to his fate. A fierce look flashed through his eyes, and he pointed a finger at the shield before him, then opened his mouth to expel several balls of green blood essence into the shield. At the same time, he hurriedly yelled, "Fellow Taoist Luo, call upon fellow Taoisting right away. I won't be able to last much longer." His words were directed toward the green-robed woman. At this moment, she was caught in an intense battle against Shui Ran and He Lin, wielding hundreds of thin azure needles that had transformed into countless streaks of dazzling light. She had been constantly monitoring the entire battlefield with her spiritual sense, and upon hearing this desperate cry, she gritted her teeth before quickly making a decision. She produced a red wooden badge within her sleeve, then immediately crushed it into powder with her hand. Elsewhere, Mo Jianli was already several tens of kilometers away, simultaneously retreating while battling against the 4 mature Azura spiders with the help of his 2 spirit beasts and 7 or 8 different treasures. Judging from the strained look on his face, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. All of a sudden, a shadowy figure in the most secure secret chamber beneath the stone city suddenly opened her bright, crimson eyes. She was holding a translucent stick in her hands, and outside the secret chamber were placed roughly a dozen crimson balls, each of which had a diameter of around 10 feet. A crisp crack sounded, and white light flashed from the surfaces of the crimson balls through a series of white cracks. Bursts of formidable auras then emanated out of the cracks, as if there were some time of monsters about to emerge from the crimson balls. The translucent shield flashed and transformed into 5 swords again before being slashed through the air, releasing faint law fluctuations that only just barely managed to keep the silver crescent moon at bay. At the same time, the 5-colored light barrier down below vanished, while a pair of 5-colored wings appeared on the brocade-robed man's back, which he flapped vigorously without any hesitation. As a result, he was propelled directly toward the stone city. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and the green longsword in his grasp suddenly tremored slightly, upon which the spiritual pressure emanating from the silver crescent moon abruptly increased by severalfold, allowing it to tear through the feeble opposing law fluctuations with ease. The 5 swords wailed, and 4 of them exploded into specks of spiritual light, while one went completely dim and plummeted out of the sky, vanishing into the sand down below. A bolt of silver lightning flashed in front of the brocade-robed man, and Han Li appeared right in his way to the stone city. At this moment, he had already withdrawn his green long sword, as well as the demonic eyes and short horns on his heads. At the same time, he had deactivated his holy nirvana physique and was only in his normal provenance golden body form. Han Li remained completely expressionless as he thrust his 6 massive fists toward the brocade-robed man, and 6 balls of golden light were summoned before converging to form a golden vortex which swept directly toward his opponent. A horrified look flashed through the brocade-robed man's eyes upon seeing this, and he gritted his teeth as one of his 5 colored wings swept past his shoulder to sever one of his arms, which immediately self-detonated. The arm then transformed into a crimson humanoid figure that flew into the vortex, upon which it was instantly pulverized amid a rumbling explosion. But the golden vortex was also stopped in its tracks for a moment as a result. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, as the brocade-robed man had vanished in the instant that the crimson figure had charged toward the golden vortex. He immediately turned around to find that the brocade-robed man had reappeared on the giant city wall, which was enshrouded under several layers of light barriers. At this point, his phoenix head had already reverted back to his normal human head. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's face. The secret technique unleashed by the brocade-robed man was very similar to the tribulation transcendence technique Han Li had cultivated in the past. Even if they weren't the same secret technique, they were definitely related somehow. The brocade-robed man was clearly in very bad condition, and after aiming a vicious glare at Han Li, he hurriedly pulled out a few pills that he immediately consumed, then summoned several talismans that disappeared into his body in a flash. He then began to chant an incantation, and clouds of blood mist wafted out of his wounds as his body began to rapidly regenerate. Countless crimson threads intertwined with one another, and his arm and lower body were already beginning to take shape. It seemed that he would be able to completely recover soon. Of course, Han Li wasn't going to afford him such an opportunity. He flipped 3 of his hands over in unison, and 3 miniature mountains immediately surfaced over his palm, all of which he hurled toward the stone city without any hesitation. At the same time, he made a grabbing motion with his other 3 arms, and 3 azure longswords emerged before swelling to around 10 feet in size each, following which they were also slashed toward the stone city. Countless azure sword projections swept forth, while the 3 small mountains expanded to several thousand feet in size before crashing down toward the stone city at once. The light barriers outside the stone city flashed erratically, and restriction fluctuations erupted forth in a frenzy. At the same time, a group of Azura spiders and other high-grade beasts that were seated on a formation in a secretive corner of the city threw up mouthfuls of blood in unison, while their faces paled significantly. The restrictions around outside the city were quite formidable, but there was no way they'd be able to last long against such ferocious attacks. Thus, the light barriers were quickly stripped away, and in the blink of an eye, there was only one left. The brocade-robed man's face completely paled upon seeing this. Never did he think that Han Li would still have enough power to break through the restrictions around the city after such a fierce battle. Right at this moment, a seductive voice rang out from within the stone city. "What's going on, mother? I've only been in seclusion for several years, yet we're already being attacked." As soon as the voice trailed off, around a dozen crimson shadows suddenly appeared in the stone city before exploding into clouds of crimson mist. Immediately thereafter, a massive crimson wave rose up to oppose the oncoming sword projections and extreme mountains. As a result, the restriction around the stone city was able to stabilize itself once again. Han Li was naturally enraged to see this, and he immediately opened his mouth to release a massive bolt of golden light that struck the crimson wave in a flash. A charred odor instantly wafted through the air, and the section of the crimson wave that had been struck by the bolt of lightning instantly vanished. "That's divine Devilbane lightning!" A cry of surprise rang out from within the city, followed by a faint chuckle. Immediately thereafter, the crimson wave rapidly converged, forming a seductive young woman in a short crimson dress and around a dozen giant beasts with wolf heads and bear bodies. The young woman appeared to be only around 15 to 16 years of age, with a set of beautiful features and an elegant figure. Her skin was as fair as jade, and she was holding a green flower basket in one hand. She was giving off an incredibly seductive aura, and even with Han Li's mental fortitude, he was momentarily entranced. His heart jolted slightly as he hurriedly activated his spirit refinement technique to regain his focus, then swept his spiritual sense toward the woman as a solemn look appeared on his face. To his surprise, the young woman was only at the late body integration stage. However, the attack she had just unleashed was definitely at the Grand Ascension stage level. As for the dozen or so beasts around her, all of them were also giving off body integration stage auras, but as a collective unit, the aura they were releasing was not inferior to that of a Grand Ascension stage being. Han Li's mind was racing as he attempted to guess the young woman's origins, and his attacks faltered slightly as he did so. "Who are you? Are you also an Azura spider?" Han Li asked in a rumbling voice. The woman's aura was very similar to that of other Azura spiders, but it was also intermingled with some other type of familiar aura. Thinking back, this aura was similar to that of the space fish beings in the lava lake. "I am the daughter of the city lord here. All you must be from foreign realms, right? May I ask how our race has offended you? How about we take a seat and have a chat instead of continuing in this senseless battle?" The young man was speaking to Han Li like an equal, completely unfazed by his Grand Ascension stage power. "I would be glad to have a chat, but unless you're willing to offer up the cores of your brethren, I'm afraid there's no way we'll be able to arrive at an agreement," Han Li replied. The young woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she was just about to reply when the green-robed woman interjected from the distance. "Don't waste your words with them, Inger. They're here to harness our power of laws, so there can be no peaceful resolution." The green-robed woman's confidence seemed to have been greatly bolstered by the arrival of this young woman, and a hint of killing intent flashed through her eyes. The young woman's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and she sighed. "I wanted to try and avoid a battle, but it looks like that won't be possible. In that case, don't blame me for stepping in." The young woman maintained a seductive smile as she spoke, but her voice had become extremely cold. A strong sense of danger welled up in Han Li's heart, and he immediately rushed back in retreat without any hesitation. Almost at the exact same moment, crimson light flashed in the air overhead, and a giant claw with crimson chi swirling around it came swooping down like lightning without any warning. The spot where Han Li had been standing just a moment ago was completely inundated by crimson mist, which quickly transformed into the young woman, while the young woman in the city transformed into one of the wolf-headed beasts around her. Han Li was quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately pointed a finger forward, releasing a streak of azure light that reached the young woman in a flash before revolving around her like lightning. However, the young woman remained completely unfazed by the attack, and a peculiar smile appeared on her face as she grabbed toward the streak of azure light with her bare hand. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately activated his sword arts, upon which the streak of azure light transformed into an extremely lifelike azure WRM that devoured the young woman whole. However, in the next instant, countless crimson threads erupted out of the azure WIRM amid a loud boom, and the WIRM was instantly blown apart. The young woman chuckled as she re-emerged within the crimson light, while Han Li thrust a giant palm toward her from afar. Violent spatial fluctuations erupted in that direction, and a giant hand that was around an acre in size emerged out of thin air with countless arcs of golden lightning revolving all around it, crashing down toward the young woman in a surprise attack. Lightning flashed in all directions, and a burst of incredibly tremendous force came crashing down from above. The young woman's smile faded upon sensing this enormous force, and her body abruptly disintegrated before being completely inundated by the golden lightning. Once the dust had settled, only a dull and lusterless small azure sword remained hovering in midair. At the same time, one of the wolf-headed beasts inside the stone city exploded into a cloud of crimson mist, which then converged to form the smiling young woman again. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he swept a hand toward the small sword in the distance. The sword immediately returned to him in a flash, and Han Li appraised it with an intrigued expression to find that it had turned completely dull with crimson marks all over its surface, looking as if its spiritual nature had been somewhat compromised. Han Li rubbed two of his hands together with the small sword in between them, and following a flash of golden lightning, all of the crimson marks on the surface of the sword were instantly eradicated, returning it to its former bright azure color. "So you're cultivating the blood spirit technique of the blood Tao. No wonder you were able to contaminate even my bonded flying sword," Han Li said as he absorbed the small sword back into his own body. The young woman faltered slightly upon seeing the flying sword recover its spiritual nature so easily, but she then said, "I didn't think you'd be aware of the blood spirit technique." And I certainly didn't think that your bonded flying swords would be refined from golden lightning bamboo. It seems like I'll have to display some of my true power. Sure, I'm also interested to see the power of your blood spirit technique. Why don't you join us, fellow Taoist? Han Li chuckled coldly as he suddenly made hand seals with 3 of his hands, then pointed a finger toward the stone city. The 3 extreme mountains hovering about the city instantly swelled to over 10,000 feet in size at his behest, and one of them released layers of gray light that transformed into around a dozen giant tentacles, all of which came crashing viciously down onto the light barrier below. Meanwhile, another mountain released countless streaks of invisible sword chi that formed a giant sword net, while the final mountain released a 5-colored halo that also came crashing down from above. Thus, the only remaining restriction in the city began to tremor violently once again. The brocade-robed man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to adopt countermeasures, but spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted beside him, upon which Ingo abruptly appeared. She then thrust a palm toward the brocade-robed man, who reflexively tried to dodge. However, she was somehow able to lay her palm onto his shoulder anyway, completely disregarding his protective spiritual light and evasive actions. The brocade-robed man was quite alarmed to see this, and he was just about to say something when the hand on his shoulder took on a green crystalline hue. At the same time, a burst of familiar power of laws appeared before instantly enveloping his entire body. Under the effect of the power of laws, his mangled arm and lower body almost instantly regenerated to their former state. Only then did the young woman remove her hand from his shoulder with a faint smile. "That's spirit reversal," Han Li exclaimed with a stunned expression upon seeing this. This definitely wasn't an ability akin to an immortal body. Instead, it was a legendary ability that could only be unleashed once one had reached initial mastery of the law of time. The brocade-robed man was ecstatic to see this, and an excited look appeared on his face as he hurriedly asked, "Fellow Taoisting, could it be that you've succeeded?" "It's not that easy. I've only grasped the basics. There's no way I can face a grand ascension stage being on my own, so I'll be requiring your assistance, Senior E." Inger replied with a smile. The brocade-robed man examined his own body to find that even some of his expended energy had been recovered, and he was naturally ecstatic. You've even mastered spirit reversal. I think that's more than just the basics. With your assistance, I wouldn't mind engaging that man in battle again." Immediately thereafter, he transformed into his peacock-human hybrid form again, then flipped his hands over to produce a ball of silver light and a ball of golden light, which contained the silver scroll and golden mirror, respectively. The scroll in his hand blurred before exploding into countless silver runes, forming a suit of silver armor that encased his entire body. As for the golden mirror, it glowed with scintillating light before transforming into a pair of giant golden swords, which he immediately grabbed onto. Meanwhile, Inger made a hand seal, and the wolf-headed beasts before her exploded amid a dull thump, then surged into her body as 2 bursts of crimson mist. Her hands immediately began to glow with crimson light, and she chanted something while pointing a finger toward the brocade-robed man several times in succession. A string of runes emerged from her fingertip before vanishing into his silver armor in a flash, and a layer of crimson patterns instantly appeared on the surface of the armor. At the same time, the brocade-robed man felt a burst of heat surge through his body. His strength had been enhanced by around 2-fold, and a burst of violent rage welled up in his heart as his eyes became noticeably more bloodshot. "So you've cast a bloodlust technique on me, eh? That suits me just fine," he chortled as he hurtled out of the light barrier as a ball of golden light, then swept his swords through the air to unleash 2 massive sword projections, each of which was over 1,000 feet in length. The sword projections swept through the air with devastating force. But a smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face as he appraised the sword projections, then took a glance at Inger. He pointed a finger up into the sky, and the 3 extreme mountains abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted before him, and the 3 extreme mountains appeared right in front of his body. A resounding boom rang out as the 2 golden sword projections viciously struck the extreme mountains, only to be repelled while the mountains merely tremored slightly. A cold look flashed through the brocade-robed man's eyes upon seeing this, and he hurled both of his giant golden swords upward in unison before chanting an incantation. All of a sudden, the two swords fused as one amid a flash of scintillating golden light, then came crashing down with even more ferocious power. Hanli harumphed coldly upon seeing this, then made a hand seal with each of his 6 hands. 72 small azure swords flew out of his body, transforming into countless streaks of sword chi that also fused as one to form a giant blade several thousand feet in length. The massive blade was sent hurtling through the air at Han Li's behest, and the 2 giant blades clashed amid a deafening boom. Dazzling golden and azure light illuminated the entire sky, forcing one to avert their gaze. The 2 massive blades seemed to be evenly matched. The brocade-robed man's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger toward his blade in rapid succession, injecting his magic power into the sword from afar. The golden light radiating from the sword instantly became far brighter, but at the same time Hanli raised his 3 heads and opened his mouths to release 3 bolts of golden lightning, all of which vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, countless arcs of lightning emerged from the surface of the giant azure sword, then surged directly toward the golden sword. In the face of the azure sword and golden lightning, the golden sword was instantly shattered, much to the brocade-robed man's surprise. Right at this moment, a fierce look appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he took a step forward without any hesitation, upon which he suddenly disappeared. The brocade-robed man's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly called out to Inger while making a hand seal to summon 8 5-colored shields amid a flash of 5-colored light. The shields protected him from all directions while he flipped a hand over to summon a purplish-black wooden ruler, which transformed into a projection in his hand. A faint smile appeared on Inger's face upon hearing the brocade-robed man's cry for assistance, and she thrust a hand forward, upon which one of the wolf-headed beasts around her instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, within which a giant wolf's head could be seen. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted beside the brocade-robed man, and a golden figure emerged before pouncing toward him like lightning. The brocade-robed man harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he glided backward while unleashing countless streaks of purple light with the wooden ruler in his hand. However, the golden figure made no attempt to evade the streaks of purple light and continued to charge ahead with single-minded ferocity. The streaks of purple light struck the golden figure, and most of them were repelled, while only a small proportion of them managed to plunge into the golden figure's body. A rank odor immediately wafted through the air, and the golden figure was stalled slightly. A hint of elation appeared on the brocade-robed man's face upon seeing this. The streaks of purple light didn't appear to be all that remarkable, but they were incredibly sharp and infused with spiritual sense-disrupting compounds that would severely affect even a grand Ascension stage being. This was one of his greatest trump cards. However, much to the brocade-robed man's astonishment, the golden figure seemed to be completely unaffected as it thrust its 6 arms through the air, unleashing countless fist projections while continuing to charge onward. The brocade-robed man could barely believe his own eyes, and cold sweat immediately began to flow down his forehead. However, he then gritted his teeth before opening his mouth to expel a small azure seal, which instantly swelled to around the size of a water tank before hurtling directly toward the golden figure. It seemed that he was trying to fight fire with fire. Before the azure seal had even come into contact with the fist projections, it released a burst of peculiar power, and all of the fist projections were involuntarily parted down the middle. However, the golden figure remained completely unaffected and rammed straight into the azure seal with his own body. The brocade-robed man faltered slightly upon seeing this before an ecstatic look appeared on his face. This azure seal was his bonded treasure, and even though its power couldn't compare with that of a profound heavenly treasure, it was definitely not inferior in terms of sturdiness. As such, there was no way the golden figure's body would be able to contend with this treasure. Sure enough, the golden figure clashed with the azure seal amid a resounding boom akin to the sound of a giant gong being struck, and the former was sent stumbling backward over 10 steps. Right at this moment, a giant crimson wolf's head emerged behind him amid a rank and gory odor, then sank its sharp fangs into the golden figure's waist, plunging them several inches deep. The golden figure shuddered before thrusting its 6 golden palms into the wolf's head like lightning. Inger immediately chanted something upon seeing this before making a hand seal, and the wolf's head abruptly turned blurry and indistinct, allowing the golden palms to pass directly through it. However, Its fangs were still firmly embedded into the golden figure's waist, refusing to be dislodged. The brocade-robed man was ecstatic to see this, and a hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes as his wooden ruler suddenly transformed into a purplish-black long spear. However, right as he was about to hurl the spear toward the golden figure, a gentle breeze blew through the air behind him, and another golden figure suddenly appeared before thrusting his fists forward, both of which were riddled with layers of silver patterns. This second golden figure was a giant golden ape with purple light emanating from its body and silver patterns running all over its skin. This giant ape was Han Li's true body, while the other golden figure was only his provenance golden body, which he was controlling with a wisp of his spiritual sense as a decoy. Even without the provenance golden body in his body, Han Li's physical body was just as powerful as before with his 100 Meridian Refinement mantra in being used in conjunction with his giant mountain ape form. Ingo's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she wanted to issue some words of caution, but it was already too late. The brocade-robed man had sensed Han Li's emergence almost right away, and he immediately swiveled around in an alarmed manner before hurling his spear toward Han Li instead. However, the spear was swatted aside with ease by one of Han Li's oncoming fists, while his other fist struck one of the 5-colored shields around his opponent. The shield glowed with scintillating light as it attempted to keep the fist at bay, but it was shattered in an instant amid a burst of piercing purple light. The protective spiritual light around the brocade-robed man was also punctured with ease, and Han Li's fist struck his body with devastating force. The brocade-robed man hurriedly injected all of his power into his suit of silver armor without any reservation, and the crimson patterns on the suit of armor surged forth as countless runes, forming a crimson light barrier around him. A hint of mockery flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he spread open the fingers on his hand, upon which all of the layers of silver formations on his hand exploded in unison as a burst of silver light. As for Han Li himself, he had suddenly vanished on the spot. The brocade-robed man faltered slightly upon seeing this, then directed his spiritual sense toward that burst of silver light, upon which his face completely paled with horror. The top of his head immediately opened up, and a miniature figure that was only around a foot tall instantly fled out of his body. Right at this moment, the burst of silver light struck the crimson barrier, and a devastating explosion instantly erupted. A dazzling silver sun emerged at the spot where the brocade-robed man was standing before, and its surface was riddled with countless silver runes that formed a series of formations of different sizes. In the next instant, all of the formations on the surface of the silver sun exploded as well, and a massive pillar of light erupted forth, while destructive silver shockwaves proliferated outward in all directions. It was as if doomsday had truly arrived. Such an astonishing phenomenon naturally drew the attention of everyone else on the battlefield, and all of them stopped what they were doing before fleeing into the distance in fear of being swept up in the explosion. Shui Ran and He Lin were ecstatic to see this, but at the same time, a hint of astonishment had appeared in their eyes. Both of them were more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, but there was no way that they would be able to unleash such a fearsome attack. It seemed that Han Li's powers had far exceeded their expectations. As for the green-robed woman, a hint of fear welled up in her heart for the very first time at the sight of the pillar of light in the distance. Shui Ran and He Lin exchanged a quick glance, then immediately resumed their assault against the green-robed woman. As such, she was forced back into battle, transforming into a horrifying 3-headed spider that charged toward Shui Ran and He Lin. Thus, their battle quickly resumed. As for Mo Jianli and the 4 mature Azura spiders, they were nowhere to be seen, having moved elsewhere during the course of their battle. After a long while, the massive pillar of light faded, as did the silver shockwaves. Aside from the residual scorching aura in the air, everything had returned to normal. However, the brocade-robed man was nowhere to be found, and it seemed that he had perished during the explosion. A cold look flashed through Inger's eyes upon seeing this. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted around 5,000 to 6,000 feet away, and a miniature figure that was flashing with 5-colored light appeared. The miniature figure wore a suit of 5-colored armor and was holding a small azure seal in its hands. This was none other than the brocade-robed man's nascent soul. The nascent soul cast a resentful glance toward Han Li, then immediately fled toward the stone city as a streak of 5-colored light. However, a golden figure with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared in its way amid a flash of spiritual light. The nascent soul immediately changed directions to skirt around the golden figure, but as it did so, a pair of furry golden hands suddenly appeared out of thin air. A giant golden ape that was over 100 feet tall then emerged before opening its mouth to release a thick bolt of golden lightning. It was too late for the nascent soul to take evasive measures, so it could only toss its azure seal forward, which swelled drastically in size to shield him. The golden lightning struck the azure seal viciously, sending it flying backward, but the lightning was also snuffed out. A hint of killing intent flashed through the golden ape's eyes, and it stepped forward before reaching out with a giant hand like lightning. However, during the split second of delay, the nascent soul had already made a hand seal upon which it vanished on the spot as a flurry of 5-colored feathers. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted over 1,000 feet behind the giant ape, and the nascent soul reappeared before continuing to flee toward the stone city. Right as it was about to enter the light barrier around the city, a cold harumph suddenly rang out, and the nascent soul felt as if its spiritual sense had been struck by a bolt of lightning, causing it to almost plummet out of the sky. At the same time, specks of yellow light appeared all around it, transforming into grains of yellow sand. A yellow sandstorm was quickly swept up, trapping the nascent soul within it, while a burst of enormous invisible force compressed toward it in a frenzy. A string of cracks and pops rang out from the nascent soul's body, and an agonized look appeared on its face, as if it were about to be crushed by the force being exerted upon it. Furthermore, the force was only becoming more and more potent. Meanwhile, the golden ape remained still on the spot, but the top of its head had opened up and a miniature azure-robed figure had emerged, holding a tiny gourd with one hand. Wisps of yellow light were surging out of the gourd's opening, but all of it quickly vanished into thin air. With each wisp of yellow light that disappeared, the force being exerted upon the nascent soul would be compounded slightly. Han Li had predicted the nascent soul's escape route, and he had immediately released his own nascent soul before summoning the gourd treasure he had obtained not long ago to release the baleful golden astral sand. The brocade-robed man's nascent soul was stopped cold in its tracks by Han Li's spiritual sense attack, and it was now in dire straits inside the yellow sandstorm. In this desperate situation, Inga finally sprang into action again. 4 of the wolf-headed beasts around her exploded without any warning, following which 4 clouds of crimson mist emerged within the yellow sandstorm amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then shielded the brocade-robed man's nascent soul within them. The pressure on the nascent soul was instantly alleviated, and it was ecstatic as it transformed into a miniature 5-colored peacock that was radiating scintillating 5-colored light. Han Li's nascent soul narrowed its eyes slightly upon seeing this, and all of a sudden countless translucent runes appeared on the surface of the yellow gourd at his behest. The sandstorm raging around the brocade-robed man's nascent soul immediately began significantly more fierce, and fist-sized grains of sand that were giving off peculiar restriction fluctuations began to appear. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted above the sandstorm, and Han Li's provenance golden body abruptly emerged. As soon as the golden body appeared, it summoned a golden weapon in each hand, comprised of a saber, a sword, a staff, a ring, a pestle, and a mace, all of which were swung downward with vicious force. The sandstorm was instantly torn apart, and a ball of golden light erupted forth, sweeping up all types of chaotic energy fluctuations that spread through the air in all directions. Han Li's nascent soul peered into a pair of inky black eyes at the center of the light, upon which its pupils contracted slightly. It then prepared itself to make a hand seal, but a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to it, and it suddenly stopped what it was doing. Spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted beside Inger on the city wall, and a miniature peacock that was missing one of its wings emerged before immediately wailing, "Save me, fellow Taoist Ing. Only your spirit reversal ability can repair my nascent soul. I'll be sure to reward you handsomely for this." As soon as its voice trailed off, the miniature peacock returned to its human form, but close to half its body had gone missing, and its aura was extremely feeble, as if it could perish at any moment. Even though it had managed to escape with the assistance of Inger, it had still been severely damaged by the baleful golden astral sand, and the 6 weapons of the Provenance Golden Body. If Inga didn't save it with her power of time, it could even plummet to below the Grand Ascension stage, which was why it was so desperate. Inga glanced at the nascent soul before giving a slight nod, then extended a palm toward it. All of a sudden, her hand changed directions and was thrust toward the nascent soul's head. "Don't you dare!" The nascent soul reacted quite quickly, abruptly vanishing into thin air. However, Inger merely plunged her hand into space as well before tugging viciously, and as she withdrew her hand again, a miniature figure that was bound by countless crimson threads was revealed in her grasp. This was none other than the brocade-robed man's nascent soul, but it was completely immobilized, and it exclaimed with a stunned expression, "This is the law of space-time. You've managed to combine the power of laws of space and time into one. I had already accomplished this over 100 years ago, but I couldn't display it due to my lackluster cultivation base. However, with your nascent soul, I should be able to make use of this power." Inger giggled as she flipped her other hand over to produce a small crimson flag. The nascent soul was petrified at the sight of the crimson flag, and it hurriedly yelled, "That's the soul-drawing flag! Fellow Taoist Luo, hurry up and stop your daughter. Has she gone insane? Without me, you won't even be able to defeat these enemies, let alone refine the spatial power from the cores of the space fish beings." The green-robed woman had already noticed what was happening, and she was also very alarmed. She immediately retreated to disengage herself from Shui Ran and He Lin, then released several treasures to buy herself some time, while she hurriedly transmitted her voice toward Inger. "What are you doing, Inger? Now's not the time to be fighting among ourselves. Release fellow Taoist E and recover his physical body. Our top priority right now is to take care of these enemies. Rest assured, Mother, I've already learned the method to extract spatial power from that disciple of his. As for these enemies, I have a way to take care of them," Inger replied in a nonchalant manner, then pointed a finger toward the bound nascent soul with a faint smile. Crimson light flashed from her fingertip, and a burst of peculiar restriction fluctuations immediately surged through the air. As a result, the nascent soul was completely numbed, and it could do anything aside from glower at Inger with a resentful expression. Han Li was also quite astonished to hear the term space-time power, but as he witnessed what Inger was doing next, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face as he withdrew his nascent soul, then waved a hand toward his Provenance Golden Body, preparing to attack the restriction around the Stone City again. However, right at this moment, Inger cast a glance toward him before communicating something to him through voice transmission. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing what she had to say, and he suddenly made a hand seal, reverting back to his human form amid a flash of golden light. After that, the Provenance Golden Body fused back into his body as well. A pleased smile appeared on Inger's face upon seeing this, and she tossed the small crimson flag forward, following which it immediately rose up as a ball of crimson light. She then chanted an incantation, and all of the remaining wolf-headed beasts around her exploded before vanishing into the flag as clouds of crimson mist. In the next instant, the flag swelled to around 10 feet in size, while a sinister ghostly face appeared on its surface. The ghostly face had countless twisted horns on its head, and one side of its face belonged to a hideous man, while the other half depicted a gorgeous woman. It cackled in a bone-chilling manner, then opened its mouth to expel a burst of crimson light, which instantly swept up the nascent soul in Inger's hand. As soon as the ghostly face surfaced on the flag, a despairing look appeared in the nascent soul's eyes, and it turned to Inger with an imploring expression. However, after a flash of crimson light, the nascent soul quickly fell unconscious before being devoured by the ghostly face. After that, Inger made a string of hand seals before pointing a finger at the flag a few times, following which the ghostly face vanished, and the flag reverted back to its original size before being swallowed by her. Inger then turned to Han Li with a pleased nod before calling out to the green-robed woman. "Success! There's no need to fight them any longer, Mother. We can negotiate with these fellow Taoists now." The green-robed woman's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she immediately descended toward the Stone City as she said, "All right, let me see how you're going to negotiate with these outsiders." Shui Ran and He Lin naturally weren't willing to let her go, and they immediately set off in hot pursuit. However, Han Li's voice also rang out at this moment. Hold on, fellow Taoists. Let's hear what fellow Taoist Ing has to say first. Shui Ran faltered slightly upon hearing this. What do you mean by that, Brother Han? Following Han Li's display of incredible power, the two foreign Grand Ascension stage beings had become very wary of Han Li and didn't dare to disregard his opinion. It seems that this fellow Taoist Ing is willing to give us some cores. In that case, there's naturally no need to continue fighting, Han Li replied in a calm manner. Is that true? She isn't just stalling for time, is she? Shui Ran asked. If that's the case, then we'll just have to resume the battle. Even if she is stalling for time, it's not like she'll be able to stall us for long, Han Li replied. After a quick discussion through voice transmission, Shui Ran and He Lin finally nodded in agreement. In that case, let's go and hear what fellow Taoist Ing has to say. The main reason behind their willingness to accept this arrangement was their inability to gain the upper hand in the battle against the green-robed woman. Thus, the two of them flew toward Han Li. As for the Mo Jianli, he was too far away, so Han Li didn't immediately send him a message, as doing so would result in too much of a delay. Around a dozen streaks of light flew out of the stone city before landing on the city wall, heralding the arrival of the body integration stage Azura spiders. Shui Ran and He Lin were quite relieved to see this. The fact that the Azura spiders operating the restrictions within the Stone City had come out indicated that they really did want to negotiate. The green-robed woman appeared beside Inger in a flash, then cast a peculiar gaze toward her before heaving a faint sigh. Seeing as fellow Taoist E is already dead and you're determined to negotiate with these outsiders, I won't stop you, but you'll have to give me an explanation for all of this. Rest assured, Mother, I'll be sure to offer you a satisfactory explanation, Inger replied in a relaxed manner. You seem quite confident in your ability to deal with these people, so I'll leave the rest to you, the green-robed woman said with a complex expression. Inger gave an affirmative response with a faint smile, then rose up into the air as a streak of crimson light, flying out of the light barrier over the stone city, seemingly completely unfazed by the fact that she was facing three Grand Ascension stage beings. Shui Ran and He Lin exchanged a slightly befuddled glance upon seeing this, while Han Li said in a calm voice, You sure are courageous to be facing us so calmly at only the body integration stage. I wouldn't be doing this if I were afraid of the three of you. It would naturally be very far-fetched for me to say that I contend with the three of you on my own, but if I were determined to escape, I'm sure you won't be able to stop me, Inger replied with a hint of a smile on her face. What insolence! A cold look flashed through He Lin's eyes, and he seemed to be preparing to lash out again. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he said, She may sound quite arrogant, but she's right. She's combined the laws of space and time to create power of laws of the highest caliber. So even though her cultivation base is far inferior to ours, it'll essentially be impossible for us to defeat her. She's mastered the law of space-time? Aren't Azura spiders only able to use the power of time? How did she attain spatial powers as well and combine the two into one? Shui Ran exclaimed upon hearing this. So the two of you know of space-time power as well. In that case, I won't have to explain why I decided to listen to what she has to say, Han Li said. Shui Ran and He Lin exchanged a grim glance, following which the former continued, If this woman really has mastered space-time power, then our chances of victory are indeed quite slim, so let's listen to her. However, we won't give up on the objective of our trip easily. Han Li turned to Inger and said, I'm sure you heard my companions, we can give you a chance, but if you can't satisfy us, you may be able to escape, but your brethren will be in dire straits. Humph. It sounds like you think us Azura spiders are nothing more than sitting ducks. If the battle had continued, who knows what the outcome would have been, the green-robed woman on the city wall harumphed coldly. Oh? Then why don't we continue and find out? He Lin replied with a cold smile. Inger raised a hand to put an end to the argument, then turned to Han Li as she said, Please stop and listen to me. I heard that you ventured into this realm for the cores of my brethren. Is that correct? Would you be willing to leave this realm after you obtain the cores? That's right. However, we only mature Azura spider cores. Anything else won't be of any use to us. You told me through voice transmission earlier that you could satisfy this request. Could it be that you're willing to hand over your own cores? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly, and the expressions of all of the Azura spiders changed slightly upon hearing this. For an Azura spider, losing their core didn't spell instant death, but it could result in a whole host of severe and debilitating aftereffects. That's naturally not possible. However, we do have the cores of some other cores of our past mature brethren in our possession, and we can offer some of those to you, Inga replied with a smile. Absolutely not. Those cores are extremely important to us, the green-robed woman instantly interjected. Inga's brows furrowed slightly as she transmitted her voice toward the green-robed woman. Mother, I've already mastered the power of space-time, and I can bestow this power upon you as well, so we no longer require those cores. Besides, I'm not saying we should give these people the cores free of charge. The green-robed woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to her. Inger continued, have you forgotten the sacred treasure of the space fish race? We've been unable to secure it due to a lack of manpower. If we can obtain that treasure, then it would be far better than keeping those cores that no longer have any value to us. Don't forget that space-time power is far more important than the individual power of time or space. Are you confident that you'll be able to further your mastery of spatial power once we obtain that treasure? The green-robed woman asked with a hesitant expression. Rest assured, Mother, I'm currently at a bottleneck in my cultivation of space-time power. Once I refine that old man's nascent soul and obtain that sacred treasure, a breakthrough will be virtually assured, Inga replied without any hesitation. In that case, you can go ahead. The green-robed woman finally made her decision. Inger had clearly already predicted her reaction, and she turned back to Han Li and the others, who had naturally already noticed that the two women had been communicating through voice transmission. Thus, as soon as their conversation concluded, Xueran asked, how many cores will you be willing to give us? If it's too little, then there's no need to continue this negotiation. How many do you want? Inger asked. There are 4 of us in total, so we'll need at least 40 cores. Xueran replied without any hesitation. 40? You sure aren't shy, fellow Taoist? Setting aside the fact that some of the cores in our possession have already been used, even in the past, we've never had that many cores. Inger chuckled coldly in response. As opposed to being enraged upon hearing this, Xueran asked in a calm manner, all right, then how many can you give us? 8 at most. That should be enough for you to use, Inger replied. Xueran's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. 8 is definitely not good enough for the 4 of us. 8 cores would equate to 2 cores for each person. How is that not enough? I'd advise you not to be too greedy. Also, we won't be handing over those cores for free. You'll have to offer us your assistance in a minor task, Inger replied. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and he interjected, what is this minor task? Why don't you tell us about it first? It's very simple. We need your help in securing a treasure. Once we obtain the treasure, I'll be able to hand over the cores right away. Inger replied with a smile. What is this treasure and where is it situated? You're telling me that you've been unable to secure it, even with the powers of your Azura spider race? Han Li asked. Xueran and He Lin also exchanged a rather bewildered glance upon hearing this. Inga seemed to have identified Xueran's concerns, and she reassured with a smile, there's no need for you to know what treasure it is, all you need to know is that it's quite important for our race. The treasure is currently submerged within a glacial pond that's too cold even for Grand Ascension stage beings to enter. However, we've already thought of a way to secure the treasure from the pond. This won't endanger you at all, and all you need to do is lend us some of your power. What do you think, fellow Taoists? Han Li asked. After conversing briefly with He Lin through voice transmission, Xueran replied, if there's no danger, then we can certainly agree to this. But 8 cores still isn't enough. We'll let you take the lead, Brother Han. I'm sure you won't disappoint us. All right, fellow Taoisting, I'm sure you heard our discussion just now. How about this? We'll take 12 cores in exchange for offering our assistance. That's the bare minimum we're willing to take. Also, you have to issue us half of the cores in advance, and if any danger arises during the process to secure the treasure, we'll be escaping right away, but you'll still have to issue the rest of the cores to us after the event. On top of that, we can't linger in this realm for too long, so it's best to do this as soon as possible. Han Li said. Shui Ran and He Lin's expressions changed slightly upon hearing the number of cores being negotiated for, but neither of them interjected. Fine, 12 it is, that's the most that we'll be able to offer anyway. If it's fine with all of you, why don't we all set off to secure the treasure after a short rest? Inga seemed to be even more eager than Han Li and the others to complete this deal. Sure, you can make some preparations, and I'll send a message to our last companion. Han Li replied with a nod, then summoned a jade pendant. He pointed a finger at the pendant a few times, and a line of silver text appeared on its surface before vanishing in a flash. Inga also transmitted her voice to the green-robed woman so she could contact the 4 mature Azura spiders. Having lost the magic power support from the brocade-robed man, the purple peacock up above grew smaller and smaller, and in the end, it was devoured by the giant silver fire raven, following which the antiquated azure lamp plummeted out of the sky. Han Li made a grabbing motion without any hesitation to draw the lamp into his sleeve. Everyone else could also see that this lamp was an extremely powerful treasure, but it wasn't in their place to stop Han Li. After that, a peaceful period ensued, and both sides were waiting for something. Around 15 minutes later, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distant sky and a streak of white light emerged before flying directly toward Han Li. After just a few flashes, the white light receded and Mo Jianli arrived on the scene. His face was currently quite pale, and the azure suit of armor he was wearing was riddled with cracks. Furthermore, his aura was severely diminished, and he was looking quite disheveled. Fellow Taoist Han, are they really willing to hand over the cores? Why did they suddenly agree? And who's this woman? Mo Jianli asked in an eager manner before faltering slightly at the sight of Inger. They have indeed agreed to give us the cores. I'll tell you about the details later. As for this woman, she's the reason behind this sudden change. By the way, where are those mature Azura spiders? Han Li asked as he peered into the distance. I've trapped those 4 Azura spiders in a formation that I set up earlier. It was still too much for me to handle them on my own. Both of my spirit beasts were severely wounded, and my formation won't be able to trap them for long, Mo Jianli explained. I'm impressed that you managed to trap them in a formation, Han Li replied with a surprised nod. Unfortunately, 2 of the puppets that you lent me were destroyed during the battle. I'll be sure to repay you in the future, Mo Jianli said with an apologetic expression. Those puppets were a gift to you in the first place, so it doesn't matter even if all of them were destroyed. Han Li chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Mo Jianli naturally offered his gratitude in response. After a while, the 4 mature Azura spiders also arrived from the distance as gusts of fierce wind. However, 4 of them had been forced to reveal their giant spider forms, while the other 2 were still in their human forms. But their clothes were in tatters, and they were looking very disheveled. It was clear that even though they had broken out of the formation set up by Mo Jianli, they hadn't done so without a struggle. As soon as they landed in the Stone City, Han Li said, Fellow Taoist Ing, everyone's here, so we can set off now. Where are the cores that you promised us? Rest assured, fellow Taoist Han, I'm carrying the cores right now. Here are the first 6, Inger replied with a smile, then flipped a hand over to produce a white jade box that she tossed toward Han Li. Shui Ran and He Lin's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, but neither of them reached out to grab the box. As for Han Li, his expression remained unchanged as he swept a sleeve through the air to draw the jade box into his grasp. As soon as the lid was opened, several bursts of spiritual sense swept through the contents of the box and elated looks appeared on everyone's faces. Sure enough, there were 6 thumb-sized crystalline cores that were as fair as snow in the box, and they were giving off a mysterious aura. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li swept a hand toward the box, and 3 of the cores were sent flying toward Shui Ran and Hailin, while 2 were directed toward Mo Jianli. After that, Han Li stowed away the final core along with the box into his own storage bracelet. Thank you, fellow Taoist Han. Shui Ran and He Lin were ecstatic, and the former made a grabbing motion to draw 2 of the oncoming cores into his grasp, while He Lin reached out to grab the other one. In contrast, Mo Jianli was rather hesitant as he caught the 2 cores flying toward him. Fellow Taoist Han, surely it's not right that you're only getting one of the cores. Rest assured, Brother Mo, we'll be getting the rest of the cores sooner or later, so it makes no difference, Han replied in a nonchalant manner. Jianli was still rather hesitant, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and carefully stowed the cores away. In that case, I'll keep these cores in my possession for now. I've already issued the cores. Should we set off now? Inger asked in an unhurried manner. Sure. Please lead the way, Han immediately replied. Inger gave an affirmative reply before descending into the stone city. At her behest, a body integration stage demonic cultivator in the Azura spider race transformed into a massive black falcon that was over 100 feet in length, and everyone promptly flew onto its back. Immediately thereafter, the falcon spread its wings and took flight. Let's go. Hopefully we can secure the rest of the cores without a hitch, Han said as he raised a hand to release a streak of azure light which transformed into a giant triangular azure carriage. He then led the way and flew onto the carriage, followed closely by Jianli and the others. Immediately thereafter, Han made a hand seal, and the carriage flew away as a ball of azure light in pursuit of the giant black falcon. The two quickly vanished into the distant sky. Close to a day later, a gust of black wind and a ball of azure light were gliding over a boundless ocean. The more powerful sea beasts in the nearby area quickly scattered in alarm upon sensing the fearsome auras emanating from the two transportation devices. All of a sudden, the gust of black wind slowed down before dissipating to reveal a massive majestic falcon. The ball of azure light faded to reveal a huge carriage, and Han voice rang out from inside. Have we arrived? Indeed. The glacial pond is situated on an island not far ahead. We'll be counting on you soon, Inga replied from the giant falcon up ahead. Good. If this trip had dragged on for any longer, then I would have grown rather suspicious, Han replied in a calm manner. Do you still not trust me, fellow Taoist? Inger chuckled. Hee. I can't afford to grow complacent until we secure the remaining cores, Han replied in an ambiguous manner. At this moment, many black dots had appeared on the surface of the ocean up ahead, and after drawing a little closer, it was discovered that these dots were a cluster of islands of different sizes with vastly contrasting habitats. How interesting! The distribution of the world's origin chi of different attributes is different on each island, Jianli remarked with an intrigued look in his eyes. I can sense some restriction fluctuations. It seems that the strange spiritual chi distribution here is a result of many restrictions and formations. What exactly is this place, fellow Taoist Ing? Xueran asked with a wary expression as he swept his spiritual sense toward the cluster of islands. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he cast his gaze toward the Azura spiders on the giant falcon. Rest assured, this is merely a battlefield left behind in ancient times. There are indeed many residual formations and restrictions, but all of them are incomplete and pose no threat to us. If you don't believe me, you can examine the islands more closely, and I'm sure you'd arrive at the same conclusion, the green-robed woman replied with a cold smile. Jianli hurriedly swept his spiritual sense toward the area, following which his expression eased slightly. I can confirm that the residual restrictions here have retained less than 1% to 2% of their former potency. It looks like we were being a little too careful, Xueran chimed in as he also swept his spiritual sense over the islands. Thus, the giant falcon and carriage quickly sped toward the cluster of islands one after the other. The Azura spiders seemed to be very familiar with this region of the sea, and the giant falcon was able to easily avoid all of the residual restrictions in the area as it continued into the island cluster. Around 2 hours later, everyone arrived before a giant island that was enshrouded under a layer of ice and snow. From a distance, the island appeared to be over 10,000 kilometers in size, and even though its features were masked under a thick layer of snow, the outlines of several tall mountains could still be seen. This is the place. The glacial pond is situated in a valley here, Inger said with a hint of excitement in her eyes before descending toward the island atop the giant falcon. Han Li and the others exchanged a few glances before following along. Around 15 minutes later, everyone arrived over 100 feet above a valley covered by a thick layer of snow. Both the giant falcon and flying carriage were nowhere to be seen. Where is the glacial pond? He Lin asked with a peculiar expression as he swept his spiritual sense through the surrounding area. The treasure in the glacial pond may be inaccessible, but we certainly weren't going to leave it out in the open. It's already been concealed by a formation. Go and undo the illusionary formation, the green-robed woman instructed. The 4 mature Azura spiders immediately strode forward before flying toward a corner of the valley. One of them flipped a hand over to produce a resplendent square formation plate, while the other opened his mouth to release a white flag. The 2 of them began to chant something while tossing their treasures up into the air, and the formation plate revolved on the spot before releasing countless 5-colored runes that drifted forward through the air. Meanwhile, a giant white tiger image appeared on the white formation flag amid a flash of white light. The tiger opened its cavernous mouth amid a rumbling boom, then released a pillar of transparent light that vanished into a corner of the valley in a flash. As for the 5-colored runes, they intermingled with the wind and snow before surging toward the same direction. In the next instant, the space in that corner of the valley blurred before revealing a massive formation. The formation appeared to be quite profound, with a series of fist-sized crystals of different colors embedded all around it. At the center of the formation were layers of crystal-like profound ice, forming a cylindrical platform with wisps of white light flashing within it. So this is the glacial pond? It doesn't seem to be all that special, Xueren said with furrowed brows as he appraised the platform. If I hadn't used a formation and several pure yang attribute treasures to restrict the glacial chi from this pond, this entire region of the sea would be completely frozen solid in the instant that the seal is undone. The green-robed woman harumphed coldly. Mo Jianli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Is this glacial pond really that fearsome? We'll find out soon enough. Fellow Taoist Luo, go ahead and undo the seal, Hanli said with a calm expression. All right, but before that, we have to make some other preparations. Tell them to begin, the green-robed woman said. Yes, mother. Begin modifying the formation right away, Ingo instructed. The remaining Azura spiders immediately gave affirmative replies, then rose up into the air before flying toward the formation around the ice platform. Some of them produced a series of formation treasures, while others summoned some other treasures of peculiar descriptions, and all of the treasures were tossed toward the ice platform. As soon as these items fell into the formation, they vanished into the ground as a streak of light of different colors. Immediately thereafter, the Azura spiders began to chant incantations while making hand seals, then pointed their fingers down toward the formation incessantly from above. As soon as this formation took shape, white cracks began to appear on the cylindrical ice platform at its center amid a string of crackling sounds. These cracks quickly widened to around the width of human fingers, and following a resounding boom, the entire platform completely shattered, revealing a pond that was around 100 feet in radius. The water in the pond was as clear as a mirror, and as soon as it appeared, a pillar of white light rose up into the air. However, the pillar of light only made it to an altitude of just over 1,000 feet before a faint blue light barrier was released by the formation down below, encompassing everyone as well as close to half of the entire valley. The pillar of light struck the light barrier, and the former instantly shattered into specks of white light, then spread through the surrounding area as white glacial chi. Large sheets of ice appeared in midair in the wake of this glacial chi, and it quickly converged toward Han Li and the others. However, everyone remained completely unfazed as they released layers of protective spiritual light to keep the ice at bay. The glacial chi here doesn't seem to be as fearsome as I imagined. He Lin scoffed as he swept his spiritual sense toward the glacial chi. Is that so? Why don't you take a look at this? The green-robed woman swept a hand toward the pond as she spoke, and several balls of red light immediately appeared around the pond, then rose up into the air where they were suspended in a completely still manner. The balls of light contained a scepter, a mirror, a crystal ball, and a ring. The 4 treasures were all giving off scorching auras to eradicate the glacial chi around them. As soon as the 4 treasures emerged, the pond down below began to bubble, and the pillar of light it was releasing turned a far more substantial shade of white. Immediately thereafter, the glacial chi within the light barrier became over 10 times as potent as it had originally been. In the face of this formidable glacial chi, everyone's protective spiritual light was beginning to flash incessantly as if they were about to be overwhelmed. Xueren and the others were naturally quite alarmed by this, and they hurriedly released a series of treasures to help them keep the glacial chi at bay. Those must be the pure yang attribute treasures you were referring to, right? However, if this is the extent of the glacial qi, then with your powers and treasures you should be able to venture directly into the pond, Han Li said. He hadn't summoned any treasure to protect himself, but a layer of silver flames had appeared around him, eradicating all of the glacial qi within a radius of several tens of feet around his body. Unfortunately, the glacial qi within the pond becomes more potent with every 10 feet of depth, so even up until now, I still don't know exactly how deep this pond is. As such, it's impossible to secure the treasure within the pond through conventional means. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been stumped for so long. The green-robed woman replied as she cast a slightly wary gaze toward Han Li. The brocade-robed man was no less powerful than the green-robed woman, yet Han Li had been able to destroy him with ease, so it naturally wouldn't be too difficult for him to do the same to this woman. I see. How can we assist you here? Han Li asked. Simple, this formation is one that was created by the formation masters of our race over a span of several centuries, and it can dredge the treasure directly out of the pond. But it requires an injection of magic power from 6 Grand Ascension stage beings at once. Our race doesn't have that many Grand Ascension stage beings, which is why we've been unable to use the formation. However, with your assistance, this will be an easy task, Inger explained. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. If I'm not mistaken, there seem to only be 5 Grand Ascension stage beings present. Rest assured, Brother Han, I have a secret technique that can temporarily elevate my cultivation base to the Grand Ascension stage, Inger replied. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. Oh? Is this secret technique related to your space-time powers as well? Inger faltered slightly upon hearing this before taking a meaningful glance at Han Li. You seem to have a thorough understanding of space-time laws. Indeed, this technique can only be unleashed with space-time power as a foundation. Han Li merely smiled and offered no explanation. In that case, let's begin. I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to, He Lin urged in an impatient manner. That suits us just fine. Let's all adopt our positions in the formation now. All of you are very adept in the art of formations, so I'm sure you've already identified that this formation poses no threat to you. The green-robed woman replied as she made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the 4 pure yang attribute treasures above the glacial pond. The treasures immediately transformed into 4 scorching fireballs at her behest, then swelled drastically to form 4 massive scorching suns in the sky, sending waves of flames surging in all directions. All of the ice and snow within the light barrier was quickly melted away, and at the same time, 6 stone pillars slowly emerged from the formation around the glacial pond amid a burst of rumbling. The stone pillars were riddled with all types of spirit patterns and had spiritual light revolving all around them. Furthermore, each pillar had a small silver formation at the top. All you need to do is stand on the pillars, then inject your magic power into them when I give the instruction, and we'll take care of the rest. Inger, you go first, the green-robed woman said. She was asking Ingi to go first to demonstrate to everyone that the formation was indeed safe. Inger did as she was told with a faint smile, following which Shui Ran and He Lin replicated her actions after exchanging a quick glance. Mo gently hesitated momentarily before also occupying one of the stone pillars, while Han Li made a hand seal and abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted atop one of the stone pillars, and Han Li reappeared. Seeing as everyone else had already entered the formation, the green-robed woman flew onto the final stone pillar, then issued an instruction to her brethren outside. Begin right away. Failure is not an option. One of the 4 mature Azura spiders gave an affirmative response, and all 4 of them quickly scattered around the edge of the formation, then sat down with their legs crossed and began to chant incantations. Runes of different colors began to fly out of the spirit patterns all over the entire formation, and they slowly rose up into the air to form an indistinct ball of runes. At the same time, the Azura spiders began to inject their magic power into the formation either directly or through their formation treasures. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the formation, and the spirit patterns began to take on a translucent appearance, while the number of runes being released increased significantly. A short while later, the ball of runes above the glacial pond swelled to around 10 feet in size, then became clearer and clearer as if it had taken on a substantial form. The green-robed woman looked on with an unblinking gaze, and only after the ball of runes reached a size where it could no longer expand any further did she declare, "Please begin injecting your magic power into the stone pillars now." As soon as her voice trailed off, she led by example, sending her magic power surging into the stone pillar below her in a frenzy. Everyone else naturally followed suit, and with the influx of magic power, the 6 stone pillars began to flash violently, while also releasing countless runes that surged high up into the sky. With the new influx of runes, the ball of runes began to quickly expand in size again. After a short while, it swelled to around the size of a pavilion, encompassing the entire pond down below. An elated look appeared on the green-robed woman's face upon seeing this, and she pointed a finger upward while opening her mouth to release a net of azure threads. The azure threads vanished into the ball of runes in a flash, following which the green-robed woman continued to chant while pointing up at the ball of runes incessantly. Radiant light suddenly erupted from the surface of the ball of runes and it transformed into a funnel-shaped 5-colored cloud. The runes within the cloud flashed incessantly, and it was as if something were rapidly taking shape within it. All of a sudden, light flashed from the underside of the cloud, and 5 dazzling translucent threads emerged before descending toward the glacial pond. As soon as the translucent threads came into contact with the water in the pond, a layer of white glacial chi swept forth, causing white frost to accumulate over the threads. The green-robed woman's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and she immediately pointed a finger toward the cloud again. A rumbling boom akin to a dull thunderclap rang out, and a burst of 5-colored light swept down along the translucent thread, instantly eradicating the white glacial chi and the frost that had gathered on the threads. Thus, the translucent thread plunged into the glacial pond. A hint of caution appeared on the green-robed woman's face, and she began to make a rapid string of hand seals. The 5 translucent threads descended deeper and deeper into the glacial pond, and Han Li was appraising everything while continuing to inject his magic power into the stone pillar beneath his feet. The green-robed woman had told them to give it their all, but with Han Li's immense magic power, he was able to make do with very little effort. At the same time, he was calculating the approximate depth of the translucent threads using a secret technique. 100 feet, 300 feet, 1,000 feet, 3,000 feet. As time passed, Han Li's eyes began to narrow slightly. At this point, the translucent threads were encountering significant resistance and had slowed down drastically. After passing the 10,000 feet mark, the green-robed woman heaved a sigh of relief, but the cautious look on her face still didn't fade. With each passing breath, the translucent threads were only able to sink several inches further. Even with all of her treasures, this was the deepest point that the green-robed woman had ever been able to reach. Thus, the translucent threads could reach the bottom of the glacial pond at any moment, and that was making the green-robed woman quite apprehensive. At this moment, Inga was entirely enshrouded within a cloud of crimson mist with an indistinct projection flashing behind her. It was unknown what type of secret technique she had unleashed, but the aura she was releasing really was no less powerful than that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. She hadn't been lying when she had declared that she could elevate her cultivation base using a secret technique. As a result, Xueran and the others were regularly sneaking intrigued glances at her. Around an hour later, the translucent threads were still in the pond, but they were now covered in a thin layer of frost, and the speed of their descent was almost undetectable to the naked eye. After continuously releasing magic power for such a long time, Mo Jianli and the others were beginning to display signs of strain. Xueran's brows were tightly furrowed as he communicated with He Lin through voice transmission, while the Azura spiders outside the formation had all turned very pale and were truly beginning to struggle. A sense of urgency welled up in the green-robed woman's heart upon seeing this. If she couldn't secure the treasure in the pond on this occasion, then there would be no chance for her in the future. With that in mind, she arrived at a decision and suddenly laid a hand onto the top of her own head, upon which a green spider that was around a foot in length emerged amid a flash of green light. The spider was glowing with green light, but its compound eyes were of a bright purple color, and as soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth to release a fist-sized ball of azure light upward. Inside the ball of light was a white crystalline core, and it instantly vanished into the funnel-shaped cloud in a flash. The woman had released her core, and it seemed that she was making one last roll of the dice. Everyone's hearts stirred slightly upon seeing this, and as soon as the core vanished into the cloud, a burst of loud rumbling rang out, following which a stream of piercing light flowed down along the translucent threads in a frenzy. The frost that had gathered over the translucent threads was dispelled again, and its speed of descent increased by about tenfold, quickly plunging down several hundred more feet before slowing down again. The green-robed woman's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. Right at this moment, a faint sigh rang out from within the cloud of crimson mist, following which a pillar of silver light emerged before also plunging into the cloud. Another burst of bright light flowed down the translucent threads, which accelerated in its descent once again. However, on this occasion, the translucent threads only plunged down around 70 to 80 feet further before falling still again. The bottom has been reached. Please hold on just a little longer while I find the treasure's exact location, the green-robed woman said in an excited manner before switching to a different hand seal and closing her eyes. Enormous spiritual sense surged out of her glabella, traveling along the 5 translucent threads to instantly reach the bottom of the glacial pond. Moments later, an elated look appeared on her face, and her eyes instantly sprang open as she pointed a finger at the 5 translucent threads while uttering an urgent incantation. Almost at the exact same moment, Hanli felt his magic power output rate into the stone pillar increase by over twofold. His brows furrowed slightly, but he merely adjusted his magic power slightly and didn't oppose this change. Right at this moment, the 5 translucent threads tremored violently while emitting a faint buzzing sound, then slowly withdrew toward the funnel-shaped cloud. 1 inch, 2 inches, half a foot, 1 foot. The translucent threads were extremely slow, as if they were dragging up something very heavy. The still surface of the pond suddenly began to churn violently, forming a black vortex that was unfathomably deep, attempting to crush everything around and within it. Only the 5 translucent threads remained resolute at the center of the glacial pond. Bursts of glacial chi that were several times more potent than before gushed out of the vortex, but were kept at bay by the surrounding restrictions. Everyone appraised the unfolding scene with intense, unblinking eyes. As it turned out, it took far longer for the translucent threads to be withdrawn than extended. After a long while, a resounding boom rang out within the vortex, following which a blue stone around the size of a human head was drawn out. The stone was giving off strong law fluctuations, and a hint of greed flashed through He Lin's eyes as he murmured to himself, that thing contained spatial power. Spatial power wasn't as mysterious as the power of time, but very people had truly mastered it. Most grand Ascension stage beings were capable of tearing through space and teleporting oneself, but most of them had to rely on their immense power and spatial treasures, so they couldn't even compare with someone with true mastery over the law of space. As such, a treasure that could assist one in mastering the law of space was naturally an extremely precious treasure for Grand Ascension stage beings. In contrast, Han Li remained unmoved by this treasure. He could transform into a heavenly phoenix which was proficient in spatial powers, so if he wanted to master the law of space, it was only a matter of time. Xueran also cast his gaze toward the blue stone with a greedy expression, while Imo Jianli remained quite calm and collected, seemingly just as unmoved as Han Li was. Just as Xueran and He Lin were hesitating about whether to intervene, Inger raised a hand to release a translucent thread, which wrapped up the blue stone in a flash before drawing it back to her like an arrow. Xueran's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he curled the fingers of his hand, which was concealed up his sleeve. However, right at this moment, a cold dagger-like gaze was directed toward him, striking him with a stinging sensation on his face. His heart jolted as he turned toward this gaze to find that the green-robed woman was currently appraising him with a threatening look in her eyes. Xueran hurriedly turned to Han Li and Imo Jianli only to find that neither of them was displaying any reactions, so he could only give up on what he was doing and force a smile onto his own face. He Lin was still rather unwilling to give up, but he had no choice but to look on as the blue stone vanished into the cloud of crimson mist. Thank you for your assistance, everyone. The treasure has finally been obtained. The crimson mist faded, revealing a smiling Inger holding the blue stone in her hand. We've fulfilled our end of the deal. Where are the remaining cores? Han Li asked as he slowly withdrew his magic power. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I won't go back on my word, Inge replied with a smile before stowing the blue stone away amid a flash of blue light, then produced a white jade box that she tossed toward Han Li. Xueran and the others immediately directed their attention toward the box. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he drew the jade box into his grasp before removing the lid. After examining the contents of the box, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face. You really did keep your promise. Fellow Taoist Xue, let's split these cores among us. Sure. Now that we've obtained the cores, we've completed the objective for our trip. Xueran chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. It was clear that compared to that blue stone, the Sanqing lightning talismans were more important to him. He Lin and Mo Jianli were also very excited to see the remaining cores. Han Li smiled as he swept a sleeve over the box, upon which 4 cores were immediately sent flying toward Mo Jianli and the others.